market setting.
Welcome everybody here to the F-Force Gaming PACAF Esports Championships. We are live with our grand finals day for Rocket League and Call of Duty, live from the Enlisted Cup at Yokota Air Base in Tokyo, Japan. My name is Infinity and I'll be hosting today's action and casting it as well, alongside my good friend McCorn Meal. How are we doing, buddy? I don't know why I sung that, but I kind of just listen. It's already midnight here. I'm bursting into song. I'm gonna piss off my neighbors. This is gonna be great.
Yeah, 2 minutes ago you told me you were going to grab an energy drink real quick, and you're already singing my name, so it's going to be a good night, I can already tell that. But I'm doing good. It's been a really fun week of matches that we've seen so far. One final day to close everything out, and see who's going to be going to the DAF World Championships. There's not much better than you could ask for than a couple of grand finals for two of the best esports inside of, all of esports.
Yeah, I was going to say, two of the best esports. Full stop. End the sentence there, McCormill, because these esports, we love them. Rocket League yesterday, my first time ever casting Rocket League. I loved every single second of it. And, of course, Call of Duty, our mainstay. You crushed Rocket League, by the way, mate. I want to give McCormill some gas, because he absolutely crushed that Rocket League cast. You wouldn't know that he himself, not generally speaking, a Rocket League caster. Get this man into Rocket League. Anyway, with that out of the way, let's start talking about what's ahead of us here for the entire day of action. I mentioned the fact that we have both Rocket League and Call of Duty on deck today, and that's going to be the case through the entirety of today's action. We kick things off with Rocket League, and we are going to have both the grand finals of each of these events and their preceding third place playoff matches on broadcast today. We're going to kick things off with that third place matchup in Rocket League between Team Japan and Team Korea. Of course, then we will go to that grand finals for Rocket League to decide who's going to make it to the DAF Esports World Championships in July. And then, of course, McCorm, we will close out the day with Call of Duty.
Yes, sir. And I'll be honest, a lot of the schedule that we saw, not only yesterday, but during some of the round robins, there were only really a few glimpses of where we saw some really, really bang out matches. And both of the grand finals were between teams that proved to do just that. It was of course, Team Alaska and the Pacific Islands that had a Game 7 banger, which we'll talk about a little later when we get to the Rocket League. And then, of course, a Game 5 between the Pacific Islands and Team Japan for Call of Duty. There's really not much better that you could ask for these grand finals matchups. There's so much on the line here, and with a chance to go to the DAF World Championship. Yeah, Brody, I'm going to be so honest. We are in for a slate of incredible matches. Even the third place games are going to be fun to watch too.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a reminder, you saw us mention it there, you heard us mention it there a couple of times. Both of these grand finals are for a space in the DAF Esports World Championship. 6 teams overall will make it from each Rocket League and Call of Duty to the DAF Esports World Championships. 1 from PACAF, 1 from USAFE, and 4 from Kona. So that's going to take place in July. So it is do or die for the teams competing in the grand finals today. You've only got one shot, so you have to make it count. Word to JLS. Anyway, let's start to talk about this first matchup coming up then. You talked about it. It's the third place playoff matchup here between Japan and Korea. And honestly, I really respect all of the Rocket League teams in the competition, McCormick, because they all rocked our world on yesterday's action. It was really enjoyable. And I don't think any of them were bad at the game. I actually loaded up Rocket League earlier today for the first time in like forever. Just as a kind of aside, by the way, guys, that's when you know the action's freaking cool, because it makes you as a caster actually want to go and play the game. Load out of Rocket League. I am terrible at Rocket League. None of these teams are bad. Let me tell you something. They know what they are doing. So with that said, let's start talking about these teams. I don't remember which one we're going first. My brain's blanking. Let's go to a team. Which team have we got? We have Team Japan. There it is. I love this roster. I believe Flex Tape Adhesive was playing under a... he like somehow upgraded his name, Corn, from what was already a brilliant name to an even better one. I didn't think it was possible to upgrade from Flex Tape Adhesive. He was playing under Undercooked Egg yesterday, and trust me, he was cooking with that name.
Yeah, I mean, he has played a great round of Call, or excuse me, for Rocket League. Getting ahead of myself there for later on tonight, but no, he's played a great few rounds of Rocket League throughout the week. Actually, kind of you and I had talked about it beforehand. That was one of the kind of shining stars on this team, Japan. At least in yesterday's match against Alaska. Realistically, the games and the series that they played were relatively close. Alaska did end up being the better team within that series, but I think what it came down to was indecisive playmaking, and I think it was just kind of almost lackadaisical in some of the defensive throws that they were putting. I think when they were getting defensive stops, although they were almost few and far between, especially with some of the double commits they were throwing, when they got pressure on the opposite side, when they were starting to get shots on the goals of Team Korea, or excuse me, not Team Korea, on Team Alaska, what was ending up happening was it was just trying to be way too fast. They weren't catching the ball. They weren't being able to slow it down and set up an offensive play. It was more so just solo shots and long, hard hits off the backboard that were trying to get back out to middle for a few double touches. And when you're not being able to set up anything significant on the other side, nor being able to have time of possession being in your way, you're going to really be at a loss for what you want to do. So for Team Japan, I think it's just getting back to that kind of slower play for a moment, allow the map to come to them, and kind of just play off of what Team Korea is going to give them make that first mistake.
All right, well, Team Japan have a lot to learn off of yesterday's loss versus Team Alaska. Team Korea on the other side then. I think, look, yesterday they were up against it, right? With the Pacific Islands roster going against them. We just saw how much control the Pacific Islands had through that matchup. I wanted to give them a game, and there was one, I think it was like game number 3 or 4, where they had an overtime goal that Pacific Islands had to kind of earn to actually close out the game. Yep. We also saw them almost make a comeback towards the end of the final game as well. Like, this roster, it still has the sauce, even if they did get run through by Pacific Islands. Yeah,
absolutely. And I'm going to look to Babs Taboon on this roster. This was kind of the bright star that I had all throughout the match for Team Korea. It wasn't just the ability to kind of control the ball and set the plays up where they wanted to be able to make it. It just seemed like every time that they needed a big save on the other end, or they needed somebody to really press forward into the opposite half, it was Babs the Boon being the playmaker there. So when you have Striking Dawn being able to run through, he's always looking downfield. Demo opportunities will be there for Team Korea. I think if Striking Dawn will be on the opposite end, and then first or last, it's all going to be about him being a contingency rotator in the opposite half and making sure that he's always back to be able to cover off the playmaking of Babs the Boon if it goes the wrong way, or maybe a 50-50 goes down the opposite way of the field. So a lot of really good talent on this team. It sucks that we saw that 0-4 kind of like series layout for them. I do think, though, that it's going to be a much easier challenge for them here against Team Japan, but it won't be easy, I guess is the best way I could say that.
Yeah, no, this is going to be interesting for sure. I do not know what to expect here for this matchup. Ultimately, again, folks, this is
don't either.
Just for the third place matchup. So both teams have already been in limited contention. Neither can make it to the DAF World Championships now in July. But I don't know what to expect. I will say, you know, there were moments of brilliance from both of these teams yesterday. I think for Team Japan in particular, obviously, I gave a lot of love to Undercooked Egg. Dead Prez was out there with his demos. That guy was demoing like there was no tomorrow. And that actually kind of did go against them versus Team Alaska. I think Team Alaska were a little bit more measured with their demos comparatively. But, you know, there's a lot of kind of different tidbits that we can talk about here with both these rosters. It makes it very difficult to kind of see how this one is going to go. But I'm excited anyway. Third place match at McCormill. This definitely could go either way. No,
it absolutely could. And I looked to Japan too. They seemed like they were getting pretty frustrated with some of the demos that happened in the later half of that series as we got into games 3 and 4. It seemed like they had just been kind of getting battered and weathered down over and over again to where they were just trying to force it back the other way. And I know from being in the blender plenty of times in Rocket League, those demos and getting put out of position, those can be the most annoying thing in the world. And you just start getting into a mindset where you always have to watch your back, and then it just puts you in positions where then you're starting to second guess your decision making. And it's just the same way we talked about COD yesterday, all throughout the end of the day. You cannot hesitate in Rocket League. You need to be the first one to the ball. Even if you're not getting solid contact on it, just being able to challenge up, make somebody miss, or be able to put a shot differently than they wanted to off their car. Those are the things that are going to allow you to take wins inside of Rocket League. So, Brody, I believe we are going to be into our predictions here in just a moment. How are you feeling going into this?
Okay, I guess at this point I've kind of relatively stopped just trying to beat you and just kind of throwing anything at the wall and seeing what sticks, to be honest. Let's talk about these predictions then. Let's throw them up. You've gone for 4A Japan. You went first because you're a coward. You didn't want to do anything different. I went for 4-1 because, like yesterday, at this point, I'm already 8-2 down. Mind you, by the way, for those of you guys who don't know, I've only been here for a couple of days. All right, this guy has been here the entire week. He's been here all 4 days. That's why he's accumulated 8 correct score. But you know, let's just be clear.
I'm stacking the bank, buddy.
8 match to correctly predict. This guy, to be clear, actually, I did kind of bring this on myself because I explicitly said in the chat, they were like, oh, hey, Corn has an advantage here. He was like 4 or 5 predictions up at this point. And I was like, yeah, don't worry about it. I'll be honest, this is probably one of the times in my life where I regret that action. So yeah, a bad idea. Either way, you are 6 up. At this point, I'm just throwing Hail Marys and hoping we get something going.
Look, I don't think that's a Hail Mary, if you want me to be honest, because I think Team Japan, like, although they have been really good, and the last 2 times they played Team Korea, it was 4-0s, I do think there is a little bit of something that could slip through the cracks here for Team Korea. I mean, when you think about the grand scheme of the tournament and the fact that they're no longer playing for that grand final, there is still going to be the competitive edge that is going to seep through from Team Japan. You're still going to want to take this as quickly as possible. But there's also maybe not as much of an effort or kind of like that wannabe and like, hey, we're playing for the championship still. It's like, all right, we're playing for the 3rd place game. You still have it there, yes. But it's not that dangling key that's sitting in front of your face going like, oh, I got to get it. It's shiny. It's like, okay, well, there's not really an objective here other than a little bit of like a, hey, we beat you guys, haha. And that could, you know, allow Korea to slip through, take a game, maybe even 2 games. It could push it to a longer series as well. So with not as much to play for inside of the series, I think we're going to see a different look. I still have the 4-0 for Team Japan because I mean, that's just how I've been all weekend. I pretty much go big or go home throughout all these games. But look, hey, Team Korea, give me 2, give me 3 games. All of a sudden, we're going to game 7. I'm happy with it.
Hey, listen, yeah, I wouldn't complain. I honestly wouldn't complain. If we got to game 7, it would be real fun. Obviously, we want these games to be as competitive as possible. We're going to get treated to another matchup for both of these teams. It kind of goes back to what I've been saying right, the entire time of PACAF, and not just with this year, but also previous years. With these kind of games, these guys are just having fun. Like they're just here, they're having fun. They're out of the tournament, right? And normally if you go to like any kind of regular old LAN event where somebody's knocked out, bro, they don't even want to do post-match interviews. Let alone play another match on stream. Like, and I think that just is a testament to these guys' resilience. They just want to have fun. Like, they are literally just here to play video games with their mates in a LAN environment, which is an experience they do not get anywhere else. So a massive shout out to Air Force Gaming for providing that, and of course shout out to 374. Bro, numbers are terrible. 374 for Supporter Squadron and Yokota Esports for supporting on site. With that said, then let's get into it. Our playoff matchup with the 3rd and 4th place teams to decide which will be the former.
Let's have some fun. Ballsy up the wall. Up with a nice, just a pancake on the back. Good defense gets it away for a moment. So now we go the opposite way into the red half. Got Dead Prez looking to make the defensive stop here for just a moment. On the turn back around, you got a bump inside of the goal, and there is no way we've got the Krabby Patty mobile out in the game. This is what we were talking about. Look, we're not playing for the championship anymore. It's time for the trolley cars to come out. I'm loving that.
There is something cathartic, isn't there, about unlocked egg coming out with the Krabby Patty right off the roof. I love that man so much. Oh, Christ. Alrighty, good start coming through. Connection being made by Babs the Boon. That's going to be a good start for Team Korea. I feel like underconnected. Bro, I can't take it seriously. It's like, I don't know what it is. It's kind of just like bro pictures on the team kind of meme or something to that effect, where it's just like, what are we doing here, you know? Or you know the meme of like the soldiers lined up against the wall and the clown is behind? That's what this is right now.
I'm more wondering like what the hitbox of this car is, because like it could be a Merc hitbox, but it's also like kind of compacted enough to be like a Fennec or an Octane at the same time. So it almost reminds me of like the Scarab, just like with a bit more of like a fleshed out body. So loving it dearly. But on the back wall of the yellow side, there is going to be an opportunity here for Team Japan to really set something up. Touchdown in the middle. The Krabby Patty will pop it up into the air. And now that we're men, we'll go back to the other side on an offensive push here from Team Korea.
Wolby unable to make contact with the ball. Babs Wolby back towards the corner it goes. Anybody there to collect towards the middle of the map? It looks like it. Up towards the air they go. Fires initially won by Uncooked Eggs. Follow up is good. Oh, hits the side. And nose dice at the moment here early on. That could have been 2-0. But the denial is good. Team Korea, they look pretty good here in this start versus Team Japan.
Well, I've just gotten an update, and I thank you to Just Staying Alive for reminding me that the Paddy Wagon has the Octane hitbox. So, I mean, this is realistically going to be the exact same car that most people are going to be using. You're kind of throwing if you're not using anything but the Octane or the Fennec. Although there was, I think, a debunk video that came out earlier about potentially those two having maybe just a slightly different hitbox.
I swear I've seen a few Dominus. I swear I've seen a few Dominus. Maybe I'm wrong.
You can use a Dominus or a Breakout. I mean, it's still possible, but for 90% of the time that you're going to be seeing Rocket League, it's going to be the Octane. And speaking of, how about a scroll inside from the Fennec, Dead Prez, with the ball just rolling directly in front of the goal. It's a nice 50 win and a double chow that works out in Team Japan's favor. They'll tie it up 1-1 here in Game 1.
That's what you want to see, competitiveness here. And literally dead down the middle of this game as well.
Yeah.
You've got half the clock available to both of these teams. Kickoff once again sent forward into the Team Japan side. Tapu trying to get it back through. In towards it. And there it is. The Krabby Patty comes through. Serve it up. And it's a goal for Team Japan. Yeah. Bro, have you not seen that? Wait, I saw that yesterday, but I didn't, like, I didn't associate. I don't know why. I just didn't think about it that much.
I have played Rocket League probably more hours in the past month than I have in the last maybe year or so, and I still have yet to see that. So that was awesome.
I played like 2 games of Rocket League today. I saw it today, honestly. Impressive. Absolutely. You'll love to see it. Who doesn't love Sparkle SquarePants? Well, Squidward, I guess. But regardless, anyway, 2-1 up. Team Japan right now looking for another one. Across the way it goes. That's not going to go anywhere. Need someone to collect from the other side of the wall. Goes Babs Baboon. Might actually get a chance with this one for the clips and a 50-50. 2 for 2 we go. Back and forth for Team Japan and Team Korea. This is proven to be on nail bias so far.
Yeah, you got the little flip back there. Good touch on the follow through. You expect maybe one to cross all the way in front of the goal. Instead, you had all 3 defenders from Team Japan just set up on one side of the goal. So realistically, all you had to do is beat one out, and if they tried to cross it through, you had your car in the best position possible. So With that goal again tied 2-2. What a saves were in the chat after it as well. You're going to get a long, high clear. Ballsy will be the first one up for it. The mid-touch is going to go directly back to a Team Korea player. And back on the offense they go. Paddy Wagon gets beat, undercooked on the back end. Babs now trying for a cross ball there. Shot hard, pass into middle. And now a contestant on the 50 will go to the right wall, trying to get back in the middle. It's going to be undercooked once again, trying to set up for the rest of the team.
Moving forward here, almost immediately off the back of that play. Their press is good for the meat. Towards the air, not going to win the boost. Will actually win the whack though off the back of it. The bump will take that car out of the play. Keeps it in the air. Does play it from the middle of the map. Perhaps the Boon to bring this one down. It's a venomous shot and it's almost immediately collected there. Right back at it from Striking Dawn towards the middle. Bounced away. Now the race back towards the other side. Dead Press is there for it. Not going to be able to do anything. We hit the 1 minute timer left in this game before we get the overtime. And it is first or last trying to clear it.
Oh, good bound shot, upper 90, great save on a read from the post, but it's just going to be another player there. It's Ballsy who's up and close. 50 seconds left here, but a third goal going in off the shot from the Paddy Wagon of Undercooked. And realistically, it's all about making sure that you have pressure still hitting from the mid side. Get the last player back on rotation, should not have gone any further out. They almost got a lucky pinch off the post as well. That could have very poorly worked out for Japan there.
All right. 40 seconds now. Team Japan with the excellent goal. Potentially gives them a start in this series now. An opportunity now to follow up on that once again. Unprotected, trying to get this one away. Could be in front of a goal. I'm not going to get it. He's stolen from him in the middle of the air. First or last is doing, I don't even know what that is. Like a dance of death of some kind. That's the kind of move that I'll be pulling off from Rocket League. Dead Press towards the air. This is an opportunity here for Dead Press. This will put it away. 15 seconds. That will put it away from Ballsy. A strike to the goal and a strike to the hearts of Team Korea.
Dagger shot in. Dead Press puts it in the tough spot for a save. You just pop it straight up, and a bump on the back end finds 2 for it. So after the weird little flip from first or last when he was trying to commit the half flip over in the corner, it turns into a flop fest where Team Japan are pretty much able to put this out of contention. And now the Paddy Wagon pushing maybe for just one more cheeky goal before this thing's up.
Yeah, why not? Come on, guys. You might tell us the secret recipe of the Krabby Patty burger. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm asking too much at this point. Never mind. It's Team Japan starting off strong in this one. Oh boy, it feels like we're in for a slugger of a best of 7 here. And Team Japan just looked a little bit better there in multiple moments, constantly keeping up the aggression versus Team Korea.
See Team Korea, all smiles and everything too. Even after Team Japan won, it's just good vibes over there. See top right, I believe that's Ballsy. Just kind of chill. Actually, I think that's Babs. Just enjoying himself. It's always nice when you just have that like resting grin. You don't want an RBF all the time. You look to Team Japan, and I mean, how are the vibes that far down? You expect after a win like that, especially when you're sitting there using the Paddy Wagon, there's got to be a bit more smiles all around. Maybe it's because they're not playing for anything. I don't know, but it just, dude, it seems like someone just got like knocked over in front of them.
I just, dude, I still can't go over the Krabby Patty mobile. Oh man, I need to rewatch that movie. You know, just like at some point soon, I need to like take some time out of my day. It's like a dopamine hit that I think I particularly need. You know, like just something like that in my life would be great. Either way, it does kind of show the vibes are high right now, doesn't it? For Team Japan, they've taken game number 1 and they did it with a massive smile on their face. And fortunately for us here, the entertainment will continue. The Krabby Patty is still in play. Babs the Boom with an immediate miss here, and almost immediately it goes through. But an epic save with Striking Dawn keeps this game alive.
So we get the Paddy Wagon on the opposite side. Bab says, you know what, I'll do you one better. Pulls out the Merc, big body car, opportunity every time to win the 50. So much meat and muscle. When you got the Merc coming directly at you. It's Demo City, it's Bump City, and you have so much power on every flick.
There you can see it. The 50-51 by the Krabby Patty this time. Krabby Patty always stronger. Second Dawn looking to follow up. Almost gets it off the backboard. First or last now opportunity to do so. Little bump over. Takes it level 1. You're not going to take it any more than that though. Babs the Boon has to be good for this one. Tries a block in the air. Preemptive does not work out, so back it goes towards the other side now. for Team Korea. Opportunity, trying to put towards the middle, and, well, they will get denied once again. So right back at it now are going to be Team Japan.
First to last, thought about challenging for a second there, thought maybe a little bit wiser of it. And across the midfield, I believe that was Babs who just goes flying all the way away. Shot in the back, what a save, 2 bodies put there. And off the back wall, it was a double pinch between both of the teams. A 50 that just kind of sits in the middle, and now Team Japan have the opportunity to do something special here. Well, think about it, mistake from the opposition on the defensive side. Now it's back to the middle of the map after a long clear, and this is going to be an opportunity here for Team Korea to put it on goal.
Looks like it. Down. There's the bounce from down low. Undercooked Egg just didn't know where that one was going to go. Here we go. See it from Ballsy's POV. The shot through. Immediate goal from striking Dawn. Ballsy just not prepared for that whatsoever. Totally caught off guard. And that is Team Korea striking first here after a minute and 35 and the clock has been reduced. So this is what we wanted to see. Advance back here for Team Korea. They are really starting to find their groove. I was actually going to say that even before that goal went through, as it feels like Team Korea now starting to find themselves, and just as I say it, I have cast a curse the living hell out of them because they leave an open goal about as wide as a really wide river. I don't know which one I'm going to go for.
I believe that was first to last on the opposite side post, and just not exactly sure where the rotation was coming from there. Maybe thought the shot was going to come a little bit further to the left-hand side, but it's just top middle of the goal, and there's not much you can do there when you're playing forward. Maybe a situation where you go boost instead of ball, but I mean, that's just a really awkward spot for them to be in, so I guess that'll be something they can deliberate within the team internally. 1-1 though, 2 minutes off the clock, up for the ball. It's a double commit out from Team Japan, and now as it goes back to the middle, the Merc has the dribble on top of the car. He's going to get it past 1. Can he get there in time to tap it in? The defense with 2, and they get it in, striking Dawn. A bang inside the net.
Oh, let's see this one again. Oh, goodness gracious. I've not seen so many plot twists since an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Oh, whiff after whiff after whiff. Team Japan, no doubt about it, should have had that save, and they didn't. Beautifully executed from Team Korea. You can see them start again as they mean to go on. Team Japan, almost immediately trying to get the equalizer through. No, denied, says Team Korea. Back towards their half. Striking Dawn, giving himself a little bit far reserved here. Will not win that 50-50 and actually finds himself out of position. Ballsy not going to be able to get 3 cuts through. So should be an easy clear for Team Korea. The problem is you have to have someone there to meet it through the middle, and that is a very easy recollect coming through from Undercooked.
And Ballsy's been reading a lot of these touches off the wall. Just not enough boost for him. Set up opportunity. Tries to get the double tap down as Undercooked. Now it's back up. Ballsy. Great shot. Put on net. Squared it perfectly to the top center where nobody on the defense could climb to get it. And it was a triple commit there from Team Korea that forced an extremely weird rotation from first to last there in the back half of the goal. So, again, just small mistakes coming in for the Korean side of things that have put them in really precarious spots.
We go. Oh, almost immediately here on the side of the car. Ballsy almost carried it through towards the goal. Now we'll have to deal with the aggression here. I don't think anyone's going to be there to stop it. Yeah, no, it didn't look like it whatsoever. They'd all committed towards that triple attack here. Little pinch play that doesn't go in favor of Undercooked Egg, and that's unfortunate sometimes. Immediate follow-up does come through from Babs the Boon. And once again, it is going to be Team Korea in the lead here. This has been a very high goal game.
Right, that's the advantage of the Merc. You win the 50, you get the hard pinch to the left wall, read it well, and then so much power on that next shot that comes through, top of the crossbar. Knocked and batted down by Undercooked. Now you can turn it back around the other way. Demolition comes through from Babs. Back on the defensive side, is hard off the top wall. Can you get the second touch? You can, but it's just not squared up the way you would have wanted it. The Merc will win it once again. Back the opposite way. Last defender, going to put it into the left-hand corner. It's a pinch play that goes directly over the middle, but Undercooked will knock it all the way back and across. It's going to be in the yellow half, but control and possession for first to last could just give Team Korea the chance they need to score once again.
Opportunity here for Team Korea. This would really put this one to bed. At least it feels like it would for sure. Babs the Boon going to carry it across, and I would have thought that was actually a good teammate, but I think he carries it just a little too far. Instead, puts it right back into the danger zone. Oh! And Deadpress almost sends it home for a 3-3 scoreline, but no, right back at it now. Our Team Korea with 60 seconds on the clock, back towards the middle of the map. Someone there to meet it. Back again off the backboard. Effort 50-51 here by Japan. In off the backboard, not able to touch off the tops as well for the reshot from Undercooked Egg. constant aggression from Team Japan, but none of it connecting for the goal.
Off the back wall there. I thought for a moment maybe the play wouldn't have gone through. I think that pop went up a bit higher. And Undercook was hoping for the rest of the team will go ahead. Continuously pile the back right wall and the back wall itself. And Dead Prez is on the rotation here. You look to Ballsy maybe to find himself a bit of possession and to clear out towards middle. It's Dead Prez though who's there instead. First to last on a demo. Still towards the goal on the opposite side. Dead Prez won't get the timing. And the problem that Team Japan has had is they aren't filling out middle. They're filling out the left and the right walls, but they're not able to get high volume shots over the middle. This could be the game here if they're not able to score it in off the wall. And a shot is good. Ballsy with 7 seconds left on a missed play on the defense.
Oh, you would have thought the first one doesn't connect. It's done. Good save. There just isn't enough. The demo takes the third player out of the play. And Team Japan are able to equalize here with 7 seconds left on the clock. How about this? Imagine this goes 4-3 before overtime hits. It would never happen. Never, ever happen. Surely not. Surely not. Overtime again. Sometimes you just gotta make it, you know?
I was thinking maybe if I can get it off that wall, get an air dribble touch to middle, you give yourselves a chance to get it to a teammate. Instead, it's a pinch on the ground. You tried to go for it. Ricochets back and flies the other way. Dead Prez is up to it first. He's going to put it in a good spot over middle for somebody to be there for a touch, but now it's the Merc sending it back the other way. Babsaboon needs to be in position, but Dead Prez is there on the rotation. It'll be a cook, it'll be a catch, and it'll be a play off the wall. Now trying to bait out Striking Dawn, and that's exactly what they'll do as they get a shot on goal. Is anybody going to be back? The second touch opportunity there, puts it off the top of the crossbar out to the left.
Just a little bit too high. Dead Prez, unfortunately, not able to get there quick enough to actually capitalize on the play here, and this is going to leave them high and dry off the back of this play. Team Korea opportunity now to strike back. Striking Dawn, you keep yourself back for the play. Means he's not there to collect on the follow-up. Might be able to win this 50-50. At the very least, takes it from a couple of players. And that's just a double commit coming through. So all this down to Ballsy off the back of this play. Even he's not able to win it. And now right back at the base. Undercooked Egg sends it away. So solid here are Team Japan. Right back towards the middle they go. Anybody good for it? Defensive play is great. Demo makes this difficult now as Team Japan right back on the offense.
Corner 10, Merc touch to the corner. Oh, it wasn't able to be played off the back wall from Undercooked. It's going to force Ballsy to have to step up, and he's got no boost to work for it. It's a starve up the left side. Lots of pressure in now from Team Korea as they're going to put it off the right-hand corner. Dead Prez there. Going to fake the challenge out for one. He's going to put this on a hard cross to middle. They got to be able to read it. The first one's not there, but it's Undercooked once again, making the hero play. And a touch back down. Steal on the opposite end. It's Boost Star City right now for Team Japan on the opposite side. And they've got an opportunity through the middle. The Merc can't win it. Second touch. It's whiffed out. Undercooked's not there for it. So they go back the opposite way, and the defenders are out of position.
And again, another opportunity for Babsaboon. Oh, I think it's a nice touch there. That's probably good. And the issue is, of course, he's out of the play. Someone has to save him for it. So it's all down to the third man, and he's just not there. But really undercooked there for Striking Dawn. Right back at it now is going to be Ballsy. Deaded it in towards the corner. Follow-up being made here from Undercooked Ed in towards the middle. Is Dead Prez there? No, not ready for it. Ballsy's going to send it right back through. It's a shot from afar. Easy collect coming through from Undercooked Egg. The first and last, right back in towards contention. Aggression once again. Sent away from Ballsy. This time straight back through the corner from Babs. And no. In towards the other side. An immediate race for it here. Dead Prez looking for something to try and get it back towards his teammates. Over the top, but no! Wide once again. Constant aggression. Somebody should be there. It's Babs for the moment, but it's a little slow.
Dead Prez will slow the pressure down. Ballsy will put it off the back wall. Nobody there for a jump contest, and this has been the problem for Team Japan. They haven't had bodies there. They're still getting these passes in through middle, but not a single player has been able to connect on it thus far. It's spooky there for a moment as Dead Prez is forced to go ahead and pop himself up on a rotation. Through the back of the net, Undercooked will put it once again into the corner. You know, to keep this safe for just a moment's notice. Still going to be players here, though. Striking Dawn. Great shot popped up off the backboard. This is the opportunity to put it back in. Instead, it goes the opposite way, and now the Merc has to fully rotate back. It slows the pressure down. He goes off the backboard. Another wonderful save, but it's Dead Prez still here, putting the pressure on the back wall.
Goodness me, Babsaboon just saved Team Korea's bacon here in this game. And to do it again. It's that wide body that he's got on him. Ballsy, dribbling, real wide. That's okay. He's controlling the ball. You've sent a couple of players out of position as well, so it's not exactly like Team Korea are positive just yet. The counter-attack, shot from afar. Somebody has to collect that. They will do. Send it away once again. Overtime continues now. We are almost an entire game through towards overtime at this point for Formula. It doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon unless Striking Dawn to do something. No, that's again an easy save for Team Korea.
Oh, but here it is. You're going to get the 50 back over to the corner. And time after time, both of these teams just sending so much away from the middle of the field, just trying to get into the corners to stop a play being made, but it's starved there. So Ballsy's going to have zero boost to work with here. It's all going to come on to the contingency of being able to win the 1v in middle map. But you would see what Team Japan are right now. They're playing a bit more passive. Not a lot of them have boost. This is going to be the first time that Dev Prez is really, at least in the last 30 seconds, able to make a play over towards the goal. That one got hairy. I think there was a bit of miscommunication of who was going to actually get out on that ball. And now you're going to drop it straight back down. You have the play in the corner. Overcooked goes a bit wide on it. It's a bump there for the moment, and that might just give them enough to get out of their own half.
Again, perhaps going to have to self Chinese discussion to salvage this one. Not going to salvage that one though. Wasn't ready. Hits the backflip with undercooked edge. Serves up a full course meal for Team Korea here in overtime. It takes 4.5 minutes to get it done. There it is again. A couple of backflips. Neither will serve enough to stop that one from being shot in 90 miles per hour. I don't know. I made that speed up, but that's what it felt like. And it is undercooked egg of all the cars in the lobby to finish out that overtime.
And it was a hard dart in there too. And that's what I was calling for from Team Japan. What I wanted to see is they were getting lots of opportunities to get that second touch over middle. And instead of that happening, a lot of the wall play that they had was just kind of being able to get up and on that rotation out instead of being able to get that quick turnaround or maybe keep another car pushed forward. They really were just playing back to the half on the sidewall. So once they finally were in a position on a missed touch from Babs there that put a hard shot that ricochets off the corner wall, you finally have a body that's there to put a good shot on goal. Gave yourselves a little bit of time, gave yourself the positioning, and then were able to just square it up and pop it over the other team. Shots like those, they seem pretty rudimentary, but they're really hard for the defense because you got to react extremely quickly. And if you're not the one in position and you miss that first ball, good luck on being able to scrap something back to it.
That could have been the map. That really could have been the map. We talk about our predictions, right, McCall? You said 4-0 to Team Japan. I said 4-1. I thought the Team Korea might collect at least one game. And it does feel like, you know, in game number one, that was relatively convincing. Game number two, though, Team Korea, tit for tat, they constantly had themselves an advantage until basically the dying breath of regular time. And it was, what, 7 seconds left. That's when that third goal went through for Team Japan that sent us there. And it was very overtime that followed. So, 2-0 now is the result regardless for Team Japan. That might crush the hopes and dreams of Team Korea getting third place here in the PACAF esports World Championships. Tech already to start this one. That was a volatile save for sure, but any save is a save.
That's a weird position for Undercooked to be in as well. You really expected at least one of your teammates to be able to get in for that, and it's just on the other side of the field. After the demo comes through, it's just demos in the opposite way. So neither team really getting all that much out of that. You're going to get another touch in the middle. Undercooked just puts that one way off center and over on the right wall. It's probably a shot, and at least a touch he's going to want to have back if this game does start getting out of hand in the opposite direction. But plenty of time until that happens. Team Japan now pushing the opposite half. 50-50, one off to the corner. It's going to be Ballsy who's here for the touch. Good control on it. Going to basically just fly pop it all the way across. Striking Dawn, playing off the back wall. Is going to be able to save that out to the corner. Just another long scathing touch and a bit of a cheeky miss there.
All right. 2-0 now. Minute 20 in towards this game. Undercooked trying to get something going. Not going to happen. Shot from afar. Good. Rotations have been pretty good on the whole here. For Team Japan. Oh, barely missed it. About the boon. Unfortunately, that shot was going to be too high. Striking Dawn's not going to be able to reach that ball in time. Teammate will do. They're trying to stop this one. Not able to prevent the momentum. Somebody going to have to be there for it. And Ballsy will be. Now Babs the Boom. Next shot up. At least he met. This is constant aggression here from Team Korea. The pressure is starting to boil over in the pot, and it does look like it's going to be a clear of said pressure, as now it's Team Japan, the ones with aggression. They try to get a shot through, and it was a triple commit. They are going to be racing back for defense.
Back wall touch. That could have been an up and over. Little waterfall shot that could have worked out for them. Instead, the float doesn't come in. So you reset up. You got a player out through middle. You try to go for the bump on the back end, and you get the pinch on the floor, but it's just a slow roller. Now Ballsy back the other way. Late little flip, and get a double on it there for it. The power slide in the back isn't going to be able to make anything happen. And the defender coming across the goal was just a half second too shy. But I think that little touch there on the roll through the flip That was just enough to give that little bit of oomph to get the defense guessing.
A couple of players in the plate sometimes can obfuscate things. What happened there? To add insult to injury here in our third place playoff in the PACAF Esports Championships. The Rocket League. Beck wants to make it 2-0. Shot's going to be wide. No real reason to collect it other than to try and send it away momentarily. Ball's going to be straight back towards the middle here. And it's going to be out of the play. Teammate also went for that one. Striking Dawn needs him an open net, but it's not really there to do anything about it. Babs the Boom, can he get the 50-50? Yes, he can. Matt's going to put it straight back towards the middle of the map. The problem is, now everybody is on the other side, so they're going to have to race back now towards it. Right-hand corner. The undercooked egg, ready for it, backing away here. Team Japan, they're steadying themselves for the attack. Team Korea now coming from the other side, all the way through. No, it hits the bottom. Babs the Boon, I think inadvertently actually just got in the way.
He absolutely did. I think he was trying to get the bump there before it is, and well, it's going to be first to last. Who not only puts it in, but I think it was a known teammate that actually bumped the save out of the goal. So I know it was Striking Don who comes back, and I don't think Undercooked probably would have been able to save that, but irregardless, Striking Dawn knocks it out. First to last, puts it in, ties us back up at 1 apiece. Only a minute and 50 left. This game's gone by quite quick.
100%. This one feels like it's been a no-biter regardless. Team Korea finally get it done with that bump in the demo. Protect has been paramount, it feels like, to Team Japan's success in this game. Babs the Boon also has been, I feel like, very important to the tactical play from Team Korea. And I say the tactical play, just bump and dump as much as humanly possible. That's not a thing. I'm making up my own terminology. By the way, Dead Press trying to get it across here. This could be a goal. He needs to collect it off the backboard. Oh, just barely wide. And his teammate also misses as well. Opportunity gets passed here between the Team Korea players. They're going to have to place one a little bit more tactically than that, though, because Team Japan, they're back on their base.
And a third man back there. I thought it was going to be at least enough for a rocketing pass down through. This one's going to go bounce hard out, but it's Striking Dawn was able to just get a piece of it. So that makes it a much more manageable position for Team Korea to be in now. Second shot opportunity goes through. Long clear out through middle map. Stopped at half field. Up off the top, long arching pass. Undercooked doesn't opt to cover it off. Instead, wants to play it off a hard touch to the left-hand wall. Dead Prez is up forward. Good shot on target. Tries to go for the dunk on it. Off the top ropes. Can't find anything for it. Babs the Boom now want to opt to play it back the opposite way, but the catch still not there. Shot, bottom right corner, not there off the back wall. 30 seconds left, still tied 1 apiece.
Now constantly trying over and over again. To no avail. Maybe Ballsy can get it done. Nope. Right back towards their side. That's not going to get caught. That's not going to get caught. No one's stopping that all the way from the other side. It's a long court shot from Undercooked Egg. How about them apples, or should we say them eggs? All the way from the other side. An attempt to catch it from up high. And that was their only hope. It is squashed once again. A late one from Team Japan. And Korea just continue to get crushed in the late game.
And Team Korea, they got caught sleeping there. Instead of recognizing that touch from middle map was going to go back the opposite way. All it was just a simple pass back to the teammate and a hard arcing shot directly across the field. And when Babs wasn't able to be there for it, it all fell apart. That ball's going to stay up for the moment, though. A 0-second opportunity now. You get the pop-up on one. Undercooked will keep it alive here for a moment. There's still a chance for Team Korea to tie this up and send it to overtime. Back the other way. The catch and a bump to the ground, but it won't be enough. You try to go ahead and get it on the top of the Fennec there. Maybe give yourselves a shot back the opposite way. But instead, Undercooked and Team Japan will once again reign supreme inside of Rocket League. 3 straight games, match, series, and third place point.
Every time. I mean, the first game, all right, fair enough. That was just your box standard 4-2 dub for Team Japan. But, you go towards the second game and now the third in this best of 7. And both times it does kind of feel like Team Korea had their destiny stolen, ripped out from right underneath them. They were up in both times, and just late goals coming through from Team Japan are the ones that seal the deal. This has been really competitive for both sides. Team Korea have absolutely had their moments, and they are a really well put together squad. It's just feels like the consistency's got to be there. Their backs are now up against the wall. They've got to pull off the reverse sweep if they want to place third here at the PACAF Championships.
just seems like every time Team Japan just put themselves into a corner, they get back the opposite way. And it is like either they make some crazy goal or it's just something so rooted in fundamental like Rocket League to where it's like it almost seems like way too simple for it to go in. Like that pass back into the goal, like those are little things like that like don't seem super crazy, but again, it just catches the opponent sleeping. And when you're able to do that, you capitalize on a huge shot. Final 30 seconds of the game. And all of a sudden, what could have been a 2-1, or at least going into overtime, tied 1-1. You get the opportunity on the double tap on the back there, but to finish the point, it very easily could have been Team Korea's game to win.
Could have been. Woulda, shoulda. Team Korea now have to just get it done. Put that one to the back of their mind because you are up against it. The time here, the PACAF Esports Championships might be about to be over. Okay, ooh, Asuka for a late save. Oh, I really thought he got that for a second, but it isn't as solid of a touch as you initially think. Now it's a deceptive one. Look at this one coming up. Babs the Boom wins 50-50 up high. Undercooked Egg gets some good connection on it, but not good enough. Not enough momentum to actually stop it. And how about this for a tale as old as, well, the start of this third place playoff matchup. Team Korea in the lead once again.
I think it was just a very, like, non-calculated, quick left trigger hit right there, and he just pumped on the brakes a little too much. I thought he thought the ball was maybe going a bit slower than it actually was. What an angle from Dead Press off the corner, though, to be able to tie us back up. We're going to look at this one more time, but you see it off the wall here, and I mean, if you're going to give an opportunity with an open net like that to Dead Press, he's going to take it every single time. The wall challenge just was not there quick enough, and no rotation from the back opposite post. That is just a free goal that you're going to take every day that you can.
I believe the terminology we'll use there is acute. And I'm not calling it acute. I mean it in that's a very tight angle to take the goal from. Look it up. Anyway, 1-1. Once again, Team Korea, they have the lead and it evaporates. Only a minute into this one already. Moving to an eventful game number 4. Babs the Boom trying to send this one from afar. That should be an easy catch for Japan. And it will be. Babs the Boom now going to have to redirect himself towards potential defensive play off the ceiling. Dragon Door not ready for it. One player is going to be ready for it. Ballsy now on the other side here. Demo thought that might happen. Dead Prez is now going to have to make his way back. Demo for himself. Demo after demo after demo. Is there any cars left on the buddy map?
Well, first to last is going to try to make his statement known on the opposite end. Fortunately, this time in the red half. It just goes back on the defense. Good touchdown middle. Bump opportunity was there. Came up just shy. But a floating touch over the top. You want to go off the backboard here. It's a better touch, though, from the defense. As now with about 10 boost. Undercook will try to win the 50 on this. Puts it dead center, dead pan, dead shot into the goal. Ballsy gives the lead to Team Japan again.
Be sure eyes on this one, folks. From up high. Yeah, another one through. Undercooked Egg doesn't need to get involved in that play because that is a pretty classic one. Get it into the middle. Somebody from your team is there to collect. Ballsy, the one responsible for that. And Team Japan now have themselves in a position where they could be about to win the third place playoff matchup right here, right now. They've just got to survive for 3 minutes. Undercooked Egg. It's a pretty good start. Sends the initial kit away. Follow-up coming through. Babs the Boom now has to be in a position to potentially stop this one. Should be able to. Does it momentarily. Gets the bumper towards a player as well on the exit. And that should be in a position where he could hit this one. Nope, never mind. Another player gets towards first. And, well, going to have to work a little bit harder for it.
The game of positioning, Team Japan are all over the ball. They are aping it at every opportunity they can. First to last on the back wall, bump into Undercooked. That could be trouble, and it is. Dead Prez gets the read off of it, and what you thought might be a good play on the bump there up the wall ends up being the worst possible thing that happens because Undercooked just gets a small tap of a touch that puts your defender inside of the goal out of position and allows Dead Prez to come up over the top and put it in.
Just keeps getting worse, doesn't it? Keeps on getting worse. Team Korea, can you do the impossible? That demo probably not going to make it great. Shot on goal from striking drawn that really wanted to go in. That's going to do something special for us. Overheats a little bit. Send it towards the other side of the net instead of anywhere actually. Dead Prez. Now going to make this difficult. Dead Prez. Now going to make it even more difficult. Good save from Babs the Boon. Sends it right back. Undercooked Egg not going to win this 50-50. So he's going to be well out of position here. Dead Prez actually sends that towards a manageable position for Team Korea, but nobody's actually there to capitalize on it. So once again, we're in a situation here where Babs the Boon needs to come and save the day, get that ball the hell out of it.
I think Babs is doing like the quadfecta right now. I think every single map he's had a different car. First map it was the Octane, second the Merc, third it was the Fennec, and now he's in the Dominus. Is the flat belly car going to be able to help at all here? It's a jump up and a congestion that came in, but Dead Prez, although the shot was a bit on center from Ballsy there, and it looked like he was probably going to put that one in, he steals the show, and the glory is all his.
And now this is starting to feel out of reach, isn't it? You've got 90 seconds to perform 3 times. And demo off the start might just be a good indicator of how this is about to go. It's Dead Prez once again responsible for it. From the top rope comes undercooked egg. Not going to be able to deliver just yet. Having to try harder. Dead Prez trying to reproduce the angle that he had earlier on. Shot once again from undercooked egg. Ballsy there to put it right back in towards the career half. Have to work harder. Again, all of this feels like just to extend the clock at the moment. Yeah, any kind of bump, any kind of play. It's just to keep Korea from scoring, and every second that drains off the clock is another second where it feels like Korea are done.
Miscommunication there for Ballsy and Undercooked. Neither one wanted to take the ball. They said, no, after you, sir. No, please, after you, sir, I insist. And they'll continue to just play it in the corner right now. Time wasting. Pinch off the back wall. Up in the air is Dead Prez to make first contact with it. Waits for the drop. Ballsy pushing tempo up the field now. Down on the ground, they try for a little pinch play between the two of them. I put up a defender out of position. Ballsy will be here for it, though, on the congestion. Dabs the boon up the wall. Little touch into the corner. Trying to go for the dunk challenge on Prez. They'll take it again into the yellow half. Still pressure at midfield. Shots not ringing through. Just 10 seconds here, Brody.
Oh, we get one. Babs the Boom brings one in to the bottom left corner. Maybe a consolation prize coming through here in the closing moment. Striking Dawn gets it all the way across, right over the top of Ballsy. There's a desperate effort to keep it from going in, but desperate or not, now kind of need a kick-off goal. We need it real quick. It's not the connection we wanted, and Striking Dawn not there to meet it. 4 seconds, does not matter what happens now. Team Japan have secured third place. Oh, imagine the ball goes in for the third goal. We go to the kickoff, and there's a kickoff goal with brother. Imagine that. That would have been insane. A fortunate series of events for us, but no, that is like, that ball was 99.999% over the line. That thing was basically in the goal. Rocket League Epic Games, look at me. Let them have that goal. Like, let's rewind a little bit. Let them have that goal. That's unfair.
I think in the hearts of us, we saw the brilliance that came out of there. Babs, a great follow, and then just that touch off the backboard. I mean, those are really hard shots to hit, I'll be honest. Like, the ability to get up there and then not only position and angle your car into the perfect spot, but be able to get that direct beeline down, it is very difficult to hit. So Babs, it was just seeing his face when we went to the cams there. Just sitting with a deadpan stare, a little grin on his face. He's like, bro. He's like, dude, I'm peeking, and it's not going to happen.
Can we get that? Yeah, I was gonna say, can we get that final ball shot in the replay? I want to see how far over the line that was. Again, I don't know. I'm fascinated by it. I feel like I'm fascinated by it in the same way that like people are fascinated by Jurassic Park. You know what I mean? I just want to know what the hell's going on over there. Like, who decided that bringing dinosaurs back was a good idea? Who decided that letting a ball like that get as far over the line as that and not be a goal was a good idea? You know what I mean? It's fascinating things going on. Either way, for Team Korea, I think the story throughout that entire best of 7 was just ultimately that they couldn't keep up with Team Japan. There were so many times, innumerable times, where it felt like they were the ones that struck first, or they were keeping even with Team Japan, and then towards the end of every single game, Team Japan would come out and do something silly. Just unfortunate in a way, isn't it? Another 4-0 here. I hope that's not where we're going for the grand finals.
I mean, it was just more mistakes that were being made by Team Korea, in all honesty. I think yesterday, the one thing that we noted for Team Japan was it was a bit difficult for them to really get the aerial plays going against Team Alaska and being able to rotate effectively. There were a few double commits that came in, and the demos were really putting a lot of pressure on their half. So I think when the demos weren't as prevalent here against Team Korea, when they were able to slow it down and really set themselves up for touches, that was kind of the keys to success coming into this game for Team Japan. And I think it worked out wonderfully for them. That's why we see the 4-0 scoreline. And that's why we're going to see them at least be the third place here in the PACAF Esports Championship.
Yeah, massive shout out to Team Japan. They are going to be our third place team. We're going to have an interview here in a second when one is ready with one of the players from Team Japan. I don't know which one we have. Let's bring him in. I believe we've got the player from Team Japan ready to go. So let's bring him in. Who do we have? God, it feels like a lottery. It's Undercooked Egg, one of the best names I have ever. Listen, there's a Call of Duty player called Man of Chicken, which I thought was one of the best name I think I've ever seen in esports ever. You have surpassed that. And that's my first question to you in this post-match interview, obviously. First of all, congratulations on the dub. You guys have got third place. Secondly, everyone has like a name, like a story behind their gamer tag, right? I need to know where Undercooked Egg came from. Like, what is the origin story of Undercooked Egg?
I can't lie. I just came up with it while I was eating eggs, and they were super undercooked. They were a little runny, and I didn't really like them. And I couldn't think of a better name, so I'm like, all right, we're going with Undercooked Egg. There it is.
Alrighty, there we go.
And it
now
was
I
just
know.
perfectly
Like
undercooked. It was very slightly, so that's why it's a very slightly undercooked egg. It was just on that point where it wasn't good.
Not good, not good. Dude, I feel like I know Batman's origin story now. I'm satisfied. As far as I'm concerned, I've got all the narrative I need in my life.
Undercooked, you had a paddy wagon out there inside of game 1, 2, 3, and 4. Everybody was loving it, myself included. I mean, the stakes weren't crazy high or anything like that. What happened though in game 2 when Babs pulled out the Merc on the other side? Did that catch you off guard at all?
No, I figured the Merc was probably his main car because he's not very good at the game, so I could see him wanting to run the Merc because he probably thinks that's like tech, that's probably a good car, but the paddy wagon's actually where it's at. He just doesn't know ball knowledge like I do, so that's why he lost. He got swept 4-0, unfortunately, so he'll have to enjoy fourth place, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, look, for the amount of humor that you have in you, there was a very real lack of reaction from you guys as you were playing inside of that series. I felt like every time we would like pan to the cameras, you guys would just be sitting there just deadpan on the screen, just like it didn't phase you, like you guys weren't even enjoying yourselves. What was it kind of like the live look into the comms while you guys were playing? Were you guys actually enjoying yourselves, or were you just playing Rocket League to play Rocket League?
Well, we didn't really expect to be playing for third. We were only supposed to be playing for first. Like, the fact that we're playing for third is honestly an atrocity, and this should be redone entirely. We do not deserve to get third. We don't deserve even second. It's first all the way. So the fact that we didn't get first is, honestly, that's on all the other players other than us. We're just the best.
Oh man, Egg, listen, I've spent about 3 minutes with you and I think I love you more than my girlfriend. Alrighty, look, listen, she didn't even know. She's not watching this broadcast right now, that's all I'm saying.
I won't tell her.
Anyway, alright, there we go, exactly. Anyway, listen, this is the first year that we have Rocket League in competition for the PACAF World Championships. You know, let's kind of go big here for a second before we let you go. Listen, this is the first time we got Rocket League. What are your thoughts? You know, how awesome is it that you get to kind of go out to this LAN event here in Yokota Air Base and play frickin' Rocket League in a LAN environment?
I think Yokota should be honored to have me out here. I'm so happy that they could bring us out here. And I think it's a great opportunity for them to realize that we're the best. And that's all I really have to say. Not for real, though. It was great. It was fun being able to hang out, meet new people, and it was a great time.
Yeah, well, it's been awesome having you, dude. Before we let you go, is there any final shout-outs you wanna make to anyone back home or back at the airbase?
Shout out to the 909th AMU over at Kadena. They are the GOATs.
All right. Listen, we think you're the GOAT, buddy. Thank you so much. Again, congratulations on third place. We loved watching you play.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all.
Oh man, I love my eggs in many ways. All right, I love scrambled egg. I love runny eggs. Right, soft boiled eggs. I love getting dipping the bread soldiers in there. Alrighty, I'm a child at heart. I love fried eggs. I've now found a perfect way. My favorite form of egg, which is undercooked egg. What a man. We love that guy, and we loved watching him play in that game. I love it. I love it so much, man. It feels like you get that guy on SNL or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, we have that here, by the way, in the UK. That means I can actually make that joke. Either way, again, congratulations to Team Japan. They are going to be winners of the third place matchup. That means our first match here is done of our final day of the PACAF Esports Championship Championships. Let's bring up the schedule for you guys to show you what the rest of the day looks like, of course. If you're a fan of Rocket League, we are not done. We've got the Team Pacific Islands versus Team Alaska in what is going to be an incredible grand finals. Of course, these guys went head-to-head in the group stages a couple of times, and the second time, it went all the way to a Game 7, although it should be said it could have been a 4-0 to Team Alaska. So, I don't know how that's going to go. We haven't done our predictions yet. We'll have a chat about it here very soon. But, McCormill, that's exciting.
It very much is. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm still not off the Overcooked interview that we had with him, because that was that's my type of humor right there. So like just being able to have him on here and just kind of chop it up, that was fun. So yeah, apologies. He's gonna be stuck on my mind for the rest of the night. Whether that's a beneficiary thing or a bad thing, we'll find out. But well, I mean, hey, you already said he could be in the place of your girlfriend right now. Well, to be honest,
you know what I'm saying?
Watching, I might have to send that clip to her.
Everyone, she doesn't need to know about that. She doesn't need to know about that. Everyone loves a bit of the undercooked tech. You know what I'm saying? Everyone loves it. Anyway, alrighty, that means we've still got more Rocket League to come, folks. We got that grand finals coming up between Team Alaska and Team Pacific Islands. It's gonna be an incredible matchup, I promise you. And if I'm wrong, sorry. Anyway, alrighty, we got more Rocket League coming up, folks. First of all, we're going to send it to a quick break. On the other side of this break, we've got Team Pacific Islands versus Team Alaska. Only one can make it to the DAF Esports World Championships. We'll see you there for the best of 7 Rocket League Grand Finals. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Air Force Gaming PACAF Esports Championships. We are down to our final 2 teams in our Rocket League portion of the tournament as Team Pacific Islands and Team Alaska battle it out to decide who will make it to the DAF Esports World Championships in July. My name is Infinity, and I'll be casting all of today's action alongside my good friend McCormill. If you're just joining us, you've already missed one of our matches of the day. That was, of course, the 3rd place matchup, which Team Japan did manage to take over Team Korea. And really, the highlight of the day so far was hearing Undercooked Egg in the post-match interview. So things are going great over here in Rocket League land, and I can't wait to see this grand final because it's going to go even better.
Oh, it absolutely will. And Team Japan, congratulations to them as they placed 3rd overall as well. Want to go ahead and just one more time shout their names out real quick. But as we look ahead to this grand final, Team Alaska, that was the team they beat yesterday in Team Japan. It was a 4-0 victory. But that was a team that had a little bit of struggle, or I guess I should say Alaska had a little bit of a struggle against earlier on in the round robins. But yesterday they made mince meat out of them. And for the most part, it was just a complete outpacing of the opposition, and that's what I'm looking for here today against Pacific Islands, because if they're able to do that, then they might just be able to upset inside of a series against the Pacific Islands. But just a little bit about Pacific Islands, they have pretty much gone all the way through this tournament relatively facing any challenge. They ended, I believe, at 5-1, and the only team that was able to beat them was this Team Alaska roster.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's been crazy, honestly. Team Alaska almost did beat Pacific Islands, obviously, in the second, portion of the tournament, second day of the tournament, whatever. And they lost in a game 7, right? They were literally 3-0 up. They could have won if it not for an overtime goal from Pacific Islands that could be started the comeback and ultimately the reverse sweep in that series. So, yeah, I think this is going to be a banger of a grand finals. And that really is, I think, our storyline. You look at the last few days of action here in Rocket League and Pacific Islands, they have relatively been dominating everything, and they've only faced very little resistance. The little resistance they have faced has mostly been from this Team Alaska roster. So we literally do have the 2 best teams in the tournament going head to head. All right, with that said then, we've set things up. We've told you guys how we got to this point. We had the group stages. We got towards the single elimination bracket. We're down to our final 2 teams. Let's start talking about these teams themselves, starting with Team Alaska. This Team Alaska roster has looked incredible. You mentioned it. They've gone from strength to strength, and I think them almost beating Team Pacific Islands. I think Team Pacific Islands are coming into this grand final as favorites, but Team Alaska not to be underestimated whatsoever. They did also take a loss to Japan back on day 1, and I think from there then it kind of shows that this roster has gone from strength to strength, and they never looked better than they did yesterday.
Well, I mean, we'll talk about Spills first and foremost. Somebody who started playing on an iPad, playing Minecraft, moved to the 360, where he completed locally with neighbors, friends, and Call of Duty matches. He later upgraded to the Xbox One, spent a lot of time on Battle Royale, switched to Rocket League, and then all of a sudden, Rocket League became the main game where he continuously got better and better and better. Gets himself into a spot where not only he can play Rocket League at a competitive level here for the Air Force, but in a position to get to a grand championship at the DAF Esports World Championship later in July if they're able to go ahead and best the Pacific Islands here in this matchup. He's, of course, joined by I Don't Know and What's Ahead. I Don't Know. He was also an influential part of this roster yesterday when they beat Team Japan. 6'3". You don't see usually the tallest of players when it comes to being at the upper echelon. For whatever reason, the tall guys always used to be playing basketball or something else like that. Not always esports, so it's cool to see him at 6'3". He probably gets asked all the time what he played when he was younger, and he gets to tell people he played competitive Rocket League potentially for a grand championship and a world championship later in July. And then, of course, finally rounding out this Team Alaska roster, we're going to talk about everybody in depth since we have a little bit of time, and it's our grand final. He was, again, as we mentioned yesterday, a Halo guy when MLG used to be a thing. Yeah. He's been playing games for about 22 years. He started back on Mario or Super Nintendo playing Mario World and all the other kind of stuff. 2006, a RuneScape player with friends from school, played off for a few years, and well, he has 20 years on RuneScape with 330 days actively played. To say this guy is a casual gamer would be a travesty to the entire gaming community.
Absolutely. Look, these guys are gamers, capital G gamers for sure. They have got so much experience under their wing. You wouldn't know that they are Rocket League, basically pros at this point. They are just that good at the game. So Team Alaska, they are the ones here effectively coming into this grand finals as contenders. But who are they contending? Well, on the other side of the picture is Team Pacific Islands, coming from Hickam Air Force Base. Olaf, Insane Lion, and Mark Wizzy. Those guys, I think, are very, very good at the game, and the amount of times that we've seen these guys just perform out of their minds. We've seen a couple of interviews of Mark Wizzy where this guy is confident, and for good reason. The team chemistry, I think, in this roster is just crazy. Their rotations are on point. They're constantly setting each other up, and it just shows in the gameplay, right? I mean, they're just the trust in one another when they're on point, and we saw this in the back half of that matchup versus Team Alaska. They are impossible to beat.
All three of these members on the Pacific Islands are members and have been in the Honor Guard. So, I mean, that's a high regard for each and every one of these individuals. Between them, they have about, let's see, quick math, 17 years of service within the Air Force. But really, for why, and I guess you could call him Mike Wizzy if we want to, for the sake of in-game gamer tags, new to competitive play, has a red and blue ped shrimp. But realistically, we talked to him in the interview yesterday, and he just seemed extremely happy to be able to be in a position where he can come out and compete for not only for the Pacific Islands in this Rocket League tournament, but just for the Air Force in general. And I think that is something that we've had as a common sentiment for a lot of players throughout the entirety of the PACAF Esports World Championship. And then we looked at the rest of the roster. Insane Lion was a name that we touched on a couple of times yesterday. We never really called him out for some of the flashy or big plays, because he was always the one setting them up. He was never the spotlight guy. He was always the one putting it in the hands of the guy in the spotlight. Think of kind of like maybe a Dennis Rodman to a Michael Jordan, or a Scottie Pippen in that regard. Still huge in the roster impact. Maybe just not the one that you remember off the top of your head, not the one that you scream out as the GOAT. But I mean, hey, he's tried out for Rocket League in the last few years in the tournament, and he always ends up playing Rocket League in scheduled tournaments. So look, for him to be here in this situation after trying, and then now putting himself in a great spot, I mean, what more could you want?
Absolutely. He loves riding motorcycles, apparently, as well. Repairing electronics and shooting his traditional longbow. Can we get this guy in COD? If he's shooting longbows, I'd imagine that he might know how to play both games. You know what I'm saying? Like, he might be insane in more than just one game. Yeah, I mean, I love this Pacific Islands roster, just straight up again. I think Mark Wizzy in particular, right, just the confidence that this guy has. He knows exactly what he's doing in every situation. And again, it's just, whenever, I know you talked about Insane Lion being kind of setup man, right? But we do have to give him some love. It does very often feel like Mark Wizzy and Olaf are the ones that are constantly on the back and forth, right? Constantly in amongst it. Whenever there is a goal involved, they are probably the ones that are going to be scoring it. So really excited for this matchup, folks. Team Alaska taking on Team Pacific Islands. Again, a reminder, only one of these two teams can be our champion and will make it towards the DAF Esports World Championship. So it's all to play for here in this best of 7 grand finals. But we have to make a very difficult choice, Gorm, because we've got some good predictions throughout the entirety of the tournament so far, and they've been relatively easy to make. I would say this is the most difficult prediction we have made the entire tournament and will make the entire tournament. And I believe we've gone different ways in our predictions this time as well. Let's talk about it. I'll let you talk through yours first. 4-2 for Team Pacific Islands. You have got faith that they're not going to let any sort of close matchup happen again here. They're going to bring this one home.
Yeah, I think yesterday we saw the Pacific Islands playing with a bit of strength that we hadn't seen throughout the majority of the week, and I think that they're kind of hitting form at the best time possible, and especially with Team Alaska. I think the difference between these teams really does come down to the aerial versus the ground play. I think Team Alaska are very comfortable doing both, but I think a lot of their set plays really come from being able to not only have good carries, but good sets from the ground play, the demos that lead to open nets on the opposite end. I think Pacific Islands are going to be privy to that, as we saw in that previous Game 7 that they had. You could see throughout that series they got more and more adapted to being able to play higher up in the air, get the ball further away from Team Alaska within that capacity, and I think that's going to turn that into a little bit more firepower when it comes to the offensive capabilities that they're going to have. That said, the defense is still going to be quite tricky for them, especially with Team Alaska's physical play. I still have them in a 4-2 victory, but it's not going to be one that doesn't feel so close.
I just have a feeling that Team Alaska can guys pull off what they were unable to do previously. I just go back to that previous group stage matchup, and granted, the stakes were totally different, right? At that point, Pacific Islands were already basically guaranteed the first seed no matter what. But, you know, Team Alaska, they were 3-0 up against Pacific Islands. They could have 4-0'd the roster, and I feel like this one's going to be closer. This one feels like it's got Game 7 written all over it. But I just got this feeling. Alaska, I think they can do it. I love watching this roster. Spills, I think in particular, is just wondrous to watch in these games. And, you know, as you said, if they can just get these things unlocked, make sure they got those aerials unlocked, make sure they got the grounds unlocked, just be 100% perfect against this Pacific Islands roster, they will be all good. And you can see them there. Team Pacific Islands on the left, Team Alaska on the right. They are locked in here. It is all to play for. Smiles for Team Pacific Islands. I think from Mark in particular, that guy is always on a high. And for good reason, because, you know, he's so damn good at the game. I'd always be happy as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you're able to say that you're in the top percentage of a video game, it is a wonderful, wonderful feeling. For us here up on the caster desk, Brody, you and I have our fair share of days of competitiveness, but we never were at the top of our game in anything. Competing for championships, that's not something that you and I have been in positions for time after time, so being able to call it at least makes us feel like we're a part of something bigger. What's ahead, though, will be the first one to take a touch from the opposite side of the Pacific Islands, putting it on towards red. It's going to be a carry and a dribble back to the opposite end. 50-50 goes the way of Spills for the moment, but it's going to be Olaf now pushing the pace a little bit further forward. What's ahead on a back off, and a challenge from the back wall. Should be able to get it. Uh-oh, that got scary for a moment. The offense could have been there. Defense gets lucky.
Alright, still a thing. You got to be careful here. Tries to carry it back through. There's somebody from Team Pacific Islands. Team Alaska now going to read right back through it. Still is good for the block. Follow through from Olaf. Gets immediately rejected. So back we go towards the middle of the map here for Insane Line. Is that a good setup for Mark Wizzy and Olaf? The latter ready for the collect. 50-50 lost in towards the air. He goes. Insane Line going to keep it out of contention for Team Pacific Islands. Or Team Alaska, excuse me. And they're trying to move this one forward. Nobody there, really. The setup not very tight at the moment. The demolition, no! Makes it close. So I don't know. Stops that one from going through, but that is just how dangerous Pacific Islands are. They set it up, they get the shot through in the demo, and they are very unfortunate there for another player to still be able to stop it.
And Mark wants to take it back the opposite way. We'll get the bump on the player in middle. The demo, is it a bit too late? Answer, no. Up on a defensive shadow, good shadow defense allows them to take it back into the red half, and Spills trying to take it. The fake was there. His teammate comes in from the bottom to try and get a shot put on. Bit off to the left. It's still going to be defensive pressure inside a middle map. So ball sitting about halfway through. Good touch from Olaf. Wants to try and maybe make another play on it, and is able to do just that. Player inside of middle, waiting for the defensive touch.
Wizzy, no choice here, but just take this one. Despite the fact that he was already low on boost and not really in a position to do anything but just block it and delay, buy some time for the rest of the team to make it on the rotation. Pulls up play right now for Team Pacific Islands. Olaf, though, opportunity to send this one with Venom over the top. That's going to bounce. Somebody has to stop it. It's a double hit coming through. The save is attributed to Spills, but that is a double chow commit coming through from Team Alaska to stop it. Wizzy now with the dribble here. The second touch coming through from Olaf. Wizzy there for the connect. Oh, Olaf off the backboard to follow up as well from Insane Lion. Oh, that was dangerous. Demo from Olaf is going to keep this one inside the other half.
And the Pacific Islands are a bit fortunate there too, because 3 players were put out of position with everybody trying to jump up for the touch on that ball. Instead, with an attack from Team Alaska, they were allowed to get back on defense. The rotations came in, and now it's just kind of a slow crawl throughout the middle. 50 win, pop-up shot down low. Olaf will be there. Unfortunately, doesn't get the touch. Popping a fake. Now it's going to put Mark Wizzy in a really, really awkward situation. It's still up on the back wall. 2 players up now for the side of Pacific Islands. They'll clear it away for a moment, but there's still offensive pressure directly over the middle. Off the top. Another one directly over the top of the head. It's off the post and back the other way.
Oh, stalwart defense for Team Pacific Islands, and now they themselves get to play aggressors on the other side. Going to have to calm down here, as they are being brutally attacked at the moment. Team Mark Wizzy trying to push forward here. Olaf's going to send it away. Follow up from Mark Wizzy could be there, and Insane Line's going to hang back ever so slightly to make sure that the defense is completely exposed. Once ahead will stop that from being centered in front of the goal. Same line, bit of a weak touch on the flip. It's not going to be that helpful. So towards the middle, Mark Wizzy there to connect. That goes wide, so no real reason. Does actually pull a player out of position here. That could be good for Olaf, but even that touch is not what you wanted. It's not the best right now, and right back at it will be Team Alaska.
And that's why we give it Mark Wizzy his flowers. It's the ability to make those solo plays that keeps the defense guessing, keeps them honest, and has to play off the challenge, because if they don't, it could be a goal that sneaks directly in. You saw the skills challenge there. Idea, go for the bump and or demo. Allow your teammate to come up over the top. Gonna shadow the defense out here for a second, get the fake up. Now in a bait for I don't know. As it goes off the back wall. So allow for the catch. A bit of time to play with here. Good in on a demo. It's the teammate in the back line to clear it out. But this one's going directly towards the goal. There's not a bounty back for it. The save comes in off the post, though. Just in the nick of time.
Oh, goodness gracious. That demo almost made that a totally feasible play. So focused there on the attack that they almost let one through on the other side to Team Alaska. 20 seconds left before we see our first overtime here of the grand finals. Mark Wizzy doesn't want that to happen. It's a classic dribble. Hitting the flip reset. Not going to happen from the underside. He gets denied. 10 seconds now. It's time for Watts ahead. For a last minute Hail Mary over the top. Somebody there to collect. It's I don't know for the play. 3 seconds on the clock. And I don't know. Well, we know now what's up. Team Alaska, they will strike first here in the grand finals.
And you saw Mark Wizzy. He wanted to play the touch off the back wall, but in case his teammate got dunked on or was an awkward challenge, he wanted to come straight down. It bounces straight on the waterfall, and it's just a simple 50-50 win, but still an opportunity here. Olaf, not a ton of boost to work with. Back touch off the wall, and it goes in! Mark Wizzy there at the exact same time puts us 1-1. What a goal in the end of regulation.
Oh, what a game we have off the backboard. It's the pinch that's so unfortunate for Team Alaska. They thought that they were going to win that 50-50 instead. The presence of the second card all but guarantees an overtime. Oh, wait, hang on. Here we go. It's touching. Almost immediate aggression coming out here. Insane line, ready for the collect. Nobody there to stop it. Oh, the corner was wide. Never mind. Pacific Islands. They were 1 goal down with just 3 seconds on the clock in regular time. They score a goal, and it takes 9 seconds in towards the overtime. Pacific Islands strike.
0 goals to the first 4 minutes and 57 seconds. You give us, what is that, 3 in the last 12 seconds, including overtime at the very beginning? I mean, that right there, that one is going to sting every single time for Team Alaska. You think you've put it away, and heartbreak strikes at the very last moment. And it's almost poetic in a sense, how the last series ended with the goal being just inside, not fully coming to fruition. When you're talking about Babs from Team Japan, or excuse me, from Team Korea, to where that one at the end of regulation goes in on the perfect timing. It bounces off the floor, but it's already inside the goal. What a game one, Brody. That might have been the most exciting moment we have had in Rocket League throughout the entirety of the tournament.
That is brutal. That is just totally proud. I mean, like, it cannot be said how dejected that is. You are literally, I mean, 3 seconds. Brother, you know how, like, fast 3 seconds passes you by?
Very.
I mean, for everyone, very. I mean, obviously.
And there it goes.
Yeah, so. Yeah, exactly. Dude, 3 seconds, dude. You can do a lot in 3 seconds. Yeah, apparently you can score and force an overtime, and then in another 9 seconds, you can get another goal through. Team Alaska, you can see also. I mean, listen, everyone here, you know, given the fact that what these guys do for a living, are very cool-headed. I think Team Alaska are impressed by that, and for good reason, because it is tilting. Like, obviously, you and I have been in many a situation where, you know, in Call of Duty or in any other game, obviously, you, you know, Destiny a fair bit, where, you know, you're in a situation which totally goes against you in the last second, and you just sit there and you're all silent for a second, like, what the hell just happened? Like, bruh, I feel like Team Alaska right now, they need a fat game.
Those day one raids, you get that boss to just a smidgen of health. We'll talk about that in a second. How about we take one more look at this shot in from Insane Lion off the rip. And these goals are starting to rain in here for Team Pacific Islands. 2 players are back inside of the net. The first challenge didn't come through. You were expecting a bit easier of a touch there, and maybe I believe the 2 teammates back in the goal actually probably thought that first touch was going to go to the player in the corner. I don't know. And once he doesn't make that touch, it really just kind of hinges the defense and again, which puts them in an awkward situation. Weird touch out towards middle. Mark Wizzy able to be the first one there for it. Now a bounce down to the one and only Olaf. He's going for the 50 win on it. Good rotation back on a power slide. Fake challenge in. A good bump that follows through. So although it got scary for a moment, the defense holds strong and will reclaim an offensive push.
Ratcheting up the intention and the aggression. This one, the chances are coming thick and fast. Here's another one. Mark Wizzy gets another one. Trying to dribble in between two. See the centre of the ball. And it goes not far enough for Olaf to collect on it. So Mark Wizzy now going to have to put it back in towards play. And actually, a bump coming through. I think the Spills actually put it back in towards their own half momentarily. It's alright, they do recover possession, but the issue with that is I feel like Super Scarlets, this kind of roster, to never waste an opportunity for a shot. They are constantly going for it. Here's another one coming through. The collect is not good this time though. 50-50 loss. Olaf right back at it though. These guys once again trying for it.
Yeah, and you can see just how much they are rotating every time. I think Team Alaska, again, just off of that map one, very rustled right now. They need a little something to go their way. Reset opportunity off the ball. What's ahead doesn't grab it there. This one will ricochet all the way to the back line. You're going to be able to play this off the wall here. If you're, I don't know, a bit hard of a touch there. In all honesty, it doesn't allow you to play that on a solo challenge, but it does allow your teammate and Spills to be there out in middle a little bit faster to the challenge as Olaf as this one keeps going forward. Mark Twizzy a fake. Last defender has to be up for it, and it's good for one. The second touch won't be there, and the one and only Olaf is back for it. Plenty of players on rotation to the defensive half. The red side will now put it back to yellow, and it's still just going to be a 50 win. Dunk there. Defender up high. Has to go for a second touch and does.
Second touch. That's a double win now. Player on the defensive side, and now the follow-up coming through as well. Demo from Insane Lion. He's going to dead this play. You have to imagine, the blitz probably not going to help things. Mark Wizzy is fortunately there, and Insane Lion can actually follow up a 50-50 win to brute force this ball in towards the Alaska half. Effort there from Olaf to slide it through. Not going to happen. Shot. Oh, bounced away. What's ahead? He's going to keep it in play now. Opportunity once again. 50-50 is continually being won here by Team Pacific Islands to get this one away. What's ahead? Going to back all the way up. Also going to center it once again. But shots just not happening. They are very few and far between at the moment, Team Pacific Islands.
Yeah. And that was the best look that they've had all game. And you think maybe you get a bit more square on it. In his pressure-filled situations, it's really difficult to get the ball in the back of the net, especially against the defense as stout as this one. And as I say that, what's ahead? A well-placed ball. It was a chout off the back wall that you thought was going to be there. Insane Lion kind of just gives a free one over the middle of the map. And you give a power shot like that to what's ahead, and very seldomly is he going to be able to put it off the side. We saw one opportunity go away. They're going to make sure the second time they get one, though, it is not wasted.
90 seconds now. Demo coming through from Spills. They want to follow up another one. To even the odds here in the grand finals, that would be a hell of a way to bounce back. What's Head going to try it? Oh, that's really not a good connection on the pinch. Really not good whatsoever. A good save from Arano. That ball's still going to be in play though, rising to it, winning it will be Olaf, bringing it down. Is Mark Wizzy there for the play? No, maybe Insane Lion can be, but he has to instead prioritize the defensive play here. All on Insane Lion, and it's going to be Olaf actually, that holds on towards the play. So brilliant save, and now Mark Wizzy, he's just doing Mark Wizzy things.
Oh, it was the demo chase on the opposite end that you thought was going to come through, and credit where credit's due to Olaf, being able to get out of that defensive cascade that they had for him. Touch off the back wall, Mark Wizzy gets himself a nice opportunity to bring it through. You got to tip Spills on the shot that Mark Wizzy had. Could have been 2-1 to Team Pacific Islands. Instead, Alaska holds on, and now you have an opportunity for a double touch there over the middle. It's open, upper 90, gonna bar down and inside. Spills there for the shot. Team Alaska bounce back, but we know how much 36 seconds looks like. Team Alaska is on the defense.
The quick math's 12 goals for Team Pacific Islands.
Something like that.
That's how that works, right? Obviously 3 seconds times. Well, 26 divided by 3. That's a goal. Quick maths first. Team Pacific Islands almost immediately trying here. What's ahead is going to rise to the challenge, and the aggression, I think, has kind of characterized the early game for Team Pacific Islands. Is totally meted out here. Team Alaska might have found their number. Straight back towards Insane Lion. Olaf not ready for this one. Or I don't know. trying to put this one home. Redirect from Olaf is going to send it away. 10 seconds now. Here we go. One last effort. It's met by Spills. This one looks like it could be done, and we're going to see an equalization here. There it is. It touches. Team Alaska can breathe a sigh of relief. No nonsense last-second goals from Team Pacific Islands this time around.
You saw the idea. You wanted to play it up the right wall, try to get a good touch down the middle, maybe set up the 1-2 opportunity. But instead, the first touch that Mark had off the wall didn't necessarily go the way they wanted to. Defense reads it well, slows and thwarts the entire last push that Pacific Islands had set up for them. And Team Alaska, off the capitalization of a couple missed opportunities there from Pacific Islands, are really able to hammer it in. I thought that one shot that they had that went a little to the right on the goal, played off the post, was going to be something that was going to come back and bite them in the ass. Instead, it's Team Alaska who were able to get 2 more well-placed shots set up. You get one of the bumps there. You make sure you put the defense in a cage. And again, this is what happened against Team Japan yesterday when Alaska started to get that ball rolling, when they were getting those bumps, when they were getting those demos. It was making the other side start to think about where they were going to be at all times. And then those just half-second, split-second decisions, even that one gross misstep can lead to the one mistake that puts it through.
We have a grand finals on our hands now, McCormill.
Yes, we do.
Saw Pacific Islands barely win game number 1. It's worth saying, Team Alaska here, obviously, as we said previously, for those of you guys who are just joining us here, maybe this is your first time watching the PACAF Esports Championships. First and foremost, welcome. Secondly, to give you guys a rundown of how this has gone back in the group stages, the second time these guys faced off. Team Alaska went 3-0 up against Pacific Islands and ended up losing that series in a reverse sweep, with Team Pacific Islands taking it 4-3. So we've seen them capable. Never mind, I'll shut the hell up. What's ahead? Coming out with a dastardly shot right off the rip. Let's see that one again. Stick it on You've Been Framed.
And once more, you expect your teammate to hit the ball. You expect your teammate's challenge to come through, and especially with a powered shot like that. The last 2 players in the goal just don't have enough time to react to get to that ball. So now you're reeling already after the first 10 seconds to get the first goal for Team Alaska. Shot up, bounce down, not able to get there. Yeah, that's just too well of a placement from one and only Olaf. You'll see it once more here with the defender. He knows exactly where he's going to be. You just put it right in front of their car. You don't have to worry about a save coming through. It's awkward as can be.
Once again, Team Alaska have the advantage. It's truly ripped away from them. Out towards the middle here. Alright, I know. Trying to take it away. Demo coming through here from Insane Lion. Trying to keep this one aggressive. Mark Wizzy, that's not going to cut the mustard. Olaf's going to be there to collect, and even that's not going to work. He knows it as well. Almost immediately he taps the shot and puts himself in a reposition as soon as he knows that he's not going to get towards the ball. And now he needs to. 50-51 on Lewis. That's pretty good. Actually managed to speed out the second player as well. Actually bumps Spills out of the play. What's ahead is good for it, but it's not a fully secure shot. Somebody else from the team needs to keep this one away. Back towards their half it goes, and it is going to be met by what's ahead. Team Alaska trying to keep it away here for the moment. Mark Wizzy is going to center it though.
They could not get that ball out of their corner to save their lives. Finally, the long clear. The jump up congestion from Spills. If he can get this one put directly down, you think a shot opportunity is there. Instead, though, the good luck wasted. Another one, though, on a long floater. 2 players off the backboard, and one playing and maintaining that half-space presence. Ooh, Demolition comes in on the back of the net. This is going to force that rotation very quickly. They tried to go for another bump, but it's Mark Wizzy who's up again. Now back down low. You look to Olaf, who just tries to get it out. Another demo. It is just unrelenting at the moment here from Team Alaska as they have just battered the back end.
Now they continue to take that third man out of the play. It doesn't matter. There's always the other 2 ready to meet any challenge that comes their way. This could be a challenge here for Team Pacific Islands. Alright, no, trying to get it away. Right back at it. Giving another play will be Olaf. Mark Wizzy good for it at the moment. Here's the air dribbles that Mark Wizzy does best. Trying to flip it in towards the corner. Almost carries it all the way through. It takes a triple connect to keep it away. And that's going to make things difficult here, disruptive for the defensive side. Fortunately enough, nobody is good for Team Pacific Islands to collect it. But my goodness, Mark Wizzy almost put a blinder on it.
That was going to roll straight down. Even though the demo comes through, you still get a really good touch on it. And this is going to set up Spills off the backboard. Is there a teammate there down middle? No. So they have to suffice with it off to the corner. Next man up to bat. Off the wall, Mark Wizzy. Instead wants to play it off a long, hard-hitting touch. A demo will follow suit. That should be a shot on goal, but it's a wasted opportunity once again as Mark Wizzy just whiffs on the touch. It wasn't a fake there. It was simply just not being able to make contact.
Yeah, sometimes those happen. You miscalculate where you are with the ball. Camera angles can be a mean mother. Mark Wizzy, going to position. Olaf with a shot down. Unfortunate there for Team Alaska. I think there was a bit of a double chow on the initial. You're going to see that here. Yeah, two players trying to get the ball away. That miscommunication leaves the last remaining player in a bit of a forward position. Has to be ready for a venomous shot, and just there's no reaction fast enough in the world to stop that. Team Pacific Islands, they have tried to shatter the defense of Team Alaska, and finally it breaks.
Yeah, you see a car like that coming across the goal, your entire effort there on the shot is just making sure that you either put it directly behind that player or over the top to where they're not going to be able to react with no boost. There wasn't even a chance for Team Alaska to come away with a save on it. 2v1 on the opposite end. Mark Wizzy now next up for the touch. Trying to go through, run through on a bump and or a demo. It's going to force Insane Line and Olaf to be in the back. Ooh, awkward touch off that corner. Will force this into the hands of middle Matt. Mark Wizzy wants to be up there. Pre-jump of doom. Doesn't work out this time. What's ahead will be down to a teammate. Now a left side opportunity touch. Gets it up the wall. Can you put it off the back and find one more for it? You look to the jump challenge. Not there. Good clear. Good bump. Good save effort.
Ahead. It's the other side. Spills now trying to keep this away. All of a sudden, Team Alaska, but they were being unrelenting previously. Yeah, got played defense for a hot minute now. Mark Wizzy isn't going to be able to connect towards that one. Is the second player going to be able to? What's heads up on the wrong side of the ball, and now he has to race back towards the other side. Fortunately, Spills is good for it. Keeps this in contention. Off the ceiling, not able to connect. Goes past. Mark Wizzy sends it away. Will be a bumper towards Olaf. That might send out position. No, gets it. He's all good for the recovery. 30 seconds now, right back towards the Pacific Island side.
And you've seen for the last 35 seconds, it has been all Team Alaska in the red half with no out for the Pacific Islands. And that all came down to Olaf just having a touch that didn't go as strongly as he wanted it to the yellow side. And this is going to lead directly into a goal. It's 2-2, 14 seconds left. And again, all it takes is one mistake, one bad touch that gives the team on the opposite side possession, and you're going to be facing death.
Huge. We've been here before. 14 seconds on the clock. Anything can happen. Demo. That's going to make things difficult here. Mark Wizzy barely connects a bit. That was terrifying. Insane Line needs to win this 50-50. Can't do so. All of a sudden it comes down to Olaf, who actually does get back to it. Overtime we go. Nail-biting grand finals here for Rocket League. It will be Team Alaska that touch first.
So many times we talk about whoever wins that third game gets such a good look at the rest of the series. History will tell us a 2-1 lead, beneficiary about 67% of the time. Touch back out to middle. Mark Wizzy will be on the back end here. Slowly making his way forward. He's lucky he had a teammate back because I don't think he expected that touch from the player on Team Pacific Islands, though. You now have to go back all the way through and deal with the demo. Mark Wizzy, he's been the savior thus far. Can he do it once again?
Head. Gets met in the air. All right, I know he's going to bring that one back down. That should be an easy clear from the Pacific Islands, and it will be. Now Insane Line's going to lose 50-50. That looks good. That looks really good. Oh, but from the edge, Spills comes through. Olaf saves it. Oh, it looked so good. Looked like overtime was going to be over just then. Mark Wizzy now with a follow-up though, potentially. 50-50 moves it back towards the middle. A couple of cars in the same position here. Olaf going to have to dead the ball momentarily. Make it manageable. Now plays reactive for that corner. What's ahead should be good for clear, and he will be. Demo does come through from Spills, so that's going to weaken the defense ever so slightly. I don't know. Might be good for it. Both players rise, and once again, there does feel like there's a fair bit of double challenge on boards right now from Team Pacific Islands, indicating maybe a little bit of panic for the roster.
I mean, when you get off the demo like that, and you don't know where your teammates are, and you're just trying to scramble back to it, I can't necessarily blame them for being in a position like that. Comms definitely getting very chaotic at the moment as Alaska continues to put the pressure on the ground game. into the air. Spills will send a long clear out the opposite way. There's a man there for the catch and nobody back for the goal. What's ahead gives Team Alaska the 2-1 lead inside of the series with a goal a minute and 48 seconds into overtime.
Just a 50-50 loss. And that really can decide everything here in this grand finals. Yet another overtime and yet another nail biter as Team Alaska, they get it done. Oh my goodness. It does feel like we're playing a constant game of tug and war here in this grand finals, right? Or it's just like Team Pacific Islands. They're the ones unrelenting, attack after attack after attack. And when they get into the groove, they are very difficult to send away. And then Team Alaska, they have their moments where like, all right, cool, we've figured things out now. We're the ones that are on attack. And Team Pacific Islands, just no matter how much they try, cannot get Team Alaska away. It just feels like who kind of breaks first in those scenarios, and it has actually surprisingly been Team Pacific Islands here. And again, it has to be said, if it wasn't for what was an insane game number 1 comeback, right now it should be 3-0 Team Alaska, which is petrifying to think about.
Lads are going to take some sips of water on the Pacific Islands. Hopefully that can cool them down a little bit, stop them from overheating on some of the touches that they've been making. Not sure if it's a little warmer in the venue. I saw a player take their jacket off earlier. You can see why. He's just kind of, puffing that thing out there real quick. Tensions will breed heat. More importantly, Alaska can survive in the snow. We look ahead to what we see here in Game 4. There's a shot directly on target at the very beginning. And again, this is what we were talking about beforehand. There's a lot of balls put directly into the middle of the field. And right now, it's the Pacific Islands who are setting them up. They just can't convert.
Pacific Islands look a little bit rattled now themselves. We were talking about Team Alaska a couple of games ago looking rattled, and look how they've responded. So I don't think it really means anything at this point. Already though, in this one. Spills, what's ahead and co, just trying to keep that ball on their own base. Spills now looking for an opportunity early in this one. That's going to go all the way over. So now needs to reposition here for a reactionary play. Olaf is good to pick up. Spills might be out of position, but, well, they're getting it through. Oh, that was a good opportunity there. Unfortunately, though, for Team Alaska, nobody was there for the shot.
And you can see every time, it's a follow through. It's a bump and a demo, but it's this time the Pacific Islands will give Alaska a taste of their own medicine. And you'll see this one more time on a great touch from Mark Wizzy. Olaf just goes all the way through, flip shot onto the defender. Knocks him about halfway across the world back to the United States. And we have ourselves a 1-0 lead for the Pacific Islands.
Sometimes you just see those shots, right, and they kind of go in slow motion in a way. You're like, no one's going to be there to stop it. And it feels like the slowest shot in the world. You just can't do anything. Paralyzed. The Pacific Islands starting off strong. It means naught though. Team Alaska have come back before. Triple setup on the defensive play. What's ahead there for the connect? Got Chow. Again, Team Pacific Island not clean on these rotations at the moment. They are panicking to try and keep the ball out and protect their advantage. As a matter of fact, panicking so much, they send the ball back towards the middle. Team Alaska almost scoop that one up. Mark Wizzy now has to win the 50-50, can't do so. No juking now. Demo comes through from Insane Lion, though. That will alleviate a little bit of pressure, but Olaf can't actually deliver on the hit off the wall. So, for all the Demo did, and even that bump did, they're still under pressure.
The big thing, though, is that with all these demos, with all these bumps that we're seeing from Team Alaska, they are controlling a lot of the boost that's on the map right now, but that demo might have done them over. Up through middle, the last player back, and Mark Wizzy wasn't able to be there for the goal. This time, though, he's going to try and take it up and off the backboard. Good challenge and a contestation, but an even better save. The problem is Olaf is there for it. So you get the read and your teammate in position. The solo play sets up a wonderful shot. And a save that just had to happen. He couldn't even think about where he wanted to put it off it.
What's ahead? Couldn't see what was ahead there. Tried to save it, and he did, but could not be there for the reconnect. And to be honest with you, it really does take every iota of his being to even salvage that first shot. You're not going to be able to do anything about that second. You need assistance, and it is not present. Immediate shot coming out there. Easy one once again as the double shower comes through for Team Pacific Islands. Mark Wiz with the demo. Again, gives them a chance to breathe here. Shot, that's going to go wide. Oh, second there, I saw Spills coming through from the right side for the hit, and was like, are you going to redirect that to a goal accidentally? But no. It's all good. Sometimes you see it, and it's like, you know, you just have like a moment of panic. You're like, nah, please don't do that. We don't need that in the grand finals of our Rocket League event.
Oh, Mark Wizzy. And this is where he excels far better than I think anybody else inside of Rocket League that we have seen all week. It's his ability to read the touches of where they're coming from. It's his backboard ability. It's the solo plays. But again, it's the reads off the walls, the geometry of the map that he is just able to dissect immediately. And realistically, when you're talking about Rocket League, a skill set is that quick decision making, but being able to calculate everything at the same time, there's not many people except at the top end of Rocket League that are able to do that on a very consistent level. Mark Wizzy, he's one of those players. Somehow, some way though, a retaliatory goal comes through between two defenders. Not exactly sure what happened there. Obviously, the demo does come through, but where is that rotation and why is it so slow from Olaf?
I think Olaf just kind of got caught on the wall. Some, you know, that little angle just stole on the bottom side of the goalpost.
I'm not sure it can boost either.
Sometimes it can mess you up a little bit. Yeah, it really does throw everything off. Olaf wasn't ready for that one whatsoever. That's okay though. Team Alaska, they've got themselves a safety net. We're 3-0 up. So just 2 goals now. Team Alaska to close things and force yet another overtime. And Mark Wizzy comes through with the backwards flick to get this one in. How about this? Let's see it from the sidewall. Comes down to him from Olaf and flicks it right over her. I don't know. And again, I don't know. Had no idea what was going on there.
And this is where Pacific Islands can really start to get in the flow. When you allow Mark Wizzy to start feeling himself, and the rest of the team can just play complementary Rocket League to the style and skill set that he plays with. The grand finals can open up very, very quickly, as we've seen here in this game. The least competitive so far. Another goal tries to trickle its way in, but a wonderful save comes through on the back end, and Spills will knock it out to the corner once again. No opportunity there to go back and touch it, but gets the ground pop once up and over. He's got a teammate up in middle that'll play to it. And off the wall, what's ahead? A lot of pressure here on the offense. A waterfall in, it won't trickle on a float.
I think it's all Team Pacific Islands really need to do here is kind of just burn time off the clock, right?
Yep.
Before one up, all you got to do is just be as frustrated as possible. Any kind of touch will do, as long as it disrupts the play from Team Alaska. He keeps trying those, by the way. He keeps trying those ground dribbles. I don't think he's had been successful in a single one of those so far. He has lost it every single time. Team Alaska, unbeatable, at least in those challenges. We're just 35 seconds away here, folks, from the most convincing game of our grand finals yet. And it has been Team Pacific Islands that have been in the driving seat, pun fully intended, for the entirety of this game so far. It would be only right if they could get one more goal through. Mark Wizzy unable to hit the reconnect there. But Olaf. Do we even need to say what we just saw? Oh.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
I've been there.
You think you got a touch, you think you've got yourself on the corner of the ball, and it just misses by a fraction line, and you're going, how did I not touch that? And then you start blaming the ping, and it just becomes a whole mess.
Alrighty. Well, Team Alaska would have to score 2 goals in 2 seconds. Now, that's not going to happen. It's done. It's over. Team Pacific Islands, I said it and I mean it. That was the most dominant game we've seen so far in this grand finals. The 2 goals that Team Alaska did get, it really felt like they only got them because Team Pacific Island made some very clear errors. The second one was a simple mechanical error, just didn't touch the ball when he needed to. And the first one, obviously, maybe just an overcommitment, nobody there to stop the ball from going through. Either way, I mean, Team Pacific Island were in total control that game. And I'm getting kind of flashbacks in a way to what happened in that previous, matchup between these 2 teams in the group stages, right? Where Team Alaska were in control for the first 3 games.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly the better team. And then Team Pacific Islands just found another gear. They woke up and they performed to a level that Team Alaska did not have a response to. And they're starting to feel like that again.
I was even going to take it back to the beginning of the series. Now that we've reached the halfway point, I kind of just want to talk about game 1. What did we see throughout the majority of it? It was Team Alaska feeling relatively comfortable. Lots of shots that went towards the goal. Couple of hero saves that needed to be made, but they were able to do it without really breaking a sweat. They finally get that goal to go in with the last 3 seconds. We had played 4 minutes and 57 without a goal going in. All of a sudden, they score. Pacific Islands, they get one at the end there, and then they're just riding the momentum wave into overtime. Alaska's still reeling off the back end of it, but it doesn't kind of discount the first 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Game 2, same thing can be said. Although Pacific Islands were able to take it, the bounce back was there. It's been very, very close in both regards, but at least finally here, we're back getting tied up at 2 apiece. So as we took a little bit of a wide look out, we can go back on the micro once again. It was almost Mark Quincy able to play it off the wall, but this time it'll be Olaf trying to take his turn and flying sky high.
Alright, I'd like to see what reaction Team Alaska are going to have here to what was a statement victory in game number 4. We'll see whether or not we do see one. What's ahead? Trying to start as he means to go on. Not really able to get anything off the ground just yet. Spills trying to kick off the ground. Little bump on towards a player from Team Pacific Island. That's going to alleviate a little bit of pressure here, and that will do wonders for the team. Olaf not there for the follow-up though, so we'll now have to set off for a play. He's chasing the ball when his teammate is already there for it. Puts him in a relatively tough position here. Should be good though for the stop. Never mind. Doesn't even need to. What's ahead sends that very wide.
Oh, but there's no defender back here. If you can just put it in, you're going to be able to find it out. And as Mark Wizzy was able to put it in front of the goal, Olaf on the cross comes through to secure it. Spills was close. Tried his best with all the momentum that he had to get back and stop the first one from coming through. But for the Pacific Islands, what held true in Game 3 and in Game 4, once again holds true here. They are being able to score at will.
Again, an error. Just coming through from Team Alaska to not have anybody on the defense there. That was a full overcommitment coming through. What's ahead? Oh, Mark Wizzy sends it towards the goalpost to make sure that one doesn't go through. It looks inevitable for a second. What's ahead? Trying again. Nobody there to stop it. That is a venomous shot from What's ahead. The first one, he's like, well, the first one doesn't go through. I might as well just try this one again. Off the sidewalk. In it goes. And again, it's that same situation that I think is also Olaf that once again is not able to stop it on the defense. So brilliant play though from Olaf.
And you get the read off because you will think your teammate on the wall play is going to be able to charge it forward. You're going to want to be in position to make a wall touch, maybe a second play. If you play through the middle, then you're going to want to have a body there. And when you push too far away from your own goal and you kind of trust your teammate a little too much, although it's really weird to say, it puts you then out of position, and then you are the ones who have to reel off the back of it. So now Mark Wizzy will be up on a long flying ball that goes across the front side of the goal here for Team Alaska. You now have Team Pacific in a really awkward spot once again. But the Pacific Islands roster is just kind of all spread out. They get reset up, they're back onto it. Spills with a bump and a demo opportunity in the goal, unfortunately doesn't find it.
Deadlock at the moment. Demolition might break it from Spills. Insane line. Lose a 50-50 as well. Player demo will now respawn in. That demo from, I don't know. Bring this down to 2 players in the defense. Olaf sends it away. Not very far enough. Gets the reconnect. Mark Wizzy now trying to keep this one through. Hits an immediate reposition. Has to retreat as the ball gets hit by I don't know. Insane Lion actually going to lose the 50-50. It's okay because the follow-up is actually pretty good here. Back towards the corner we go. Olaf there for it. Dips it over. Left-hand corner for Olaf. Not ready for the pinch play. It's going to peter in towards the right-hand side now. Insane Lion trying to dead it, but instead gets demoed. Olaf now needs to try and stop this one off the back wall. Prevents the play. Hits with the ball as well. Actually plays this all the way through, but doesn't keep control long enough that he can get that in for a goal.
Good fake off the wall. Ceiling trickles down. On the corner, though, Mark will be able to catch. Dribble setup. Takes it around. This is a really hard spot to be in if you're a defender. He tried to get the bait out on it. I don't know. Really has to make a hard choice here. Do you put it on towards the goal, or do you try to send it back over in the corner? The answer was wait for the touch, bait it out, play a fake, and force the defense's hand on the opposite end. Pacific Islands, pinch play. Reminds you of the old Cook Sear from way back when in Rocket League. Deep ball shot to the corner, though. It'll ricochet off the back wall. Defense not in a position to make a real good touch off of this. Up, though, is the first player back. And I don't know, we'll put it down. Mark Wizzy tries to get a pass set up on a teammate, and they get it into the corner, keeping pressure on Alaska's half.
Seconds on the clock here. There's been a fair bit of jostling in this game between the two teams. Olaf now looking to try and get it away.
No.
Oh, that's it. That is it. Nobody there for it whatsoever. A full commit to a goal that you have no right to. Defensive player just not ready for it whatsoever, and that is an overcommitment and a half coming through from Team Alaska. They were fully committed to that goal, and it's a goal that never evaporates.
Yeah, I don't know. Was the one who was trying to challenge it immediately, didn't get the touch that he wanted. And then what's ahead, that's just almost ill-advised. And then you don't see that second player rotating back to get that long, hard clear away. But you have to expect it. It's what Pacific Islands have been doing the entirety of the game. And that right there, it felt like another really good look for Team Alaska at the goal. It's just that last car, almost too apprehensive this time in a really weird way. So, yeah, there's some mistakes that are being made over and over again by Team Alaska right now, but they're in crucial moments in games they just simply cannot afford to lose.
That's a venomous shot. Good save coming through from her, I don't know. That would have been the dagger. So now desperation starting to set in. Insane line just trying to hold it. Gets through from Olaf. Gets over from Olaf. Anybody there for the collects and the finish? Mark Wizzy does it! Olaf able to follow up not once but twice. Wins both of those 50-50s. And that's two players out of position. Two players that are not ready to deal with Mark Wizzy.
With only one defender back and the bumps coming through, Mark, yeah, I mean, that's just the easiest shot he's going to get all game. Easy pass from the corner, rides the wall. Left side of the goal, he'll say, check please, to take us to the very end of the game. And why not one more touch for Olaf? It was there. It'll still pop up far and few between. Good shot, upper 90 will bounce off the bar and down. Team Alaska, they were able to win 2 straight after game 1 didn't go their way in a heartbreaking fashion. It's a double bounce back here from the Pacific Islands. Now on final match point and series point of the PACAF Esports Championship. The grand finals could be over in one final map.
And that's back-to-back games where Pacific Islands have had control pretty much the entire time. Obviously, we had a kind of a 3-minute period or so there where Pacific Islands and Alaska were going back and forth, but we get to that final minute or two and Pacific Islands just totally locked in to close out that game. Back-to-back goals, and especially that last one, just, man, smallest of changes, and maybe Team Alaska are in the play, but now your backs are up against it because you're up 1 game away from booking a place to the DAF World Championships in July. Team Pacific Islands have been so consistent throughout the series, and they've been consistent the way that they're winning as well. They've had competitive matches, they've had competitive games, but when it comes down to it, they always find a way to lock in.
One more time. Do you have it in you? The Alaskan pride that's coming from these gentlemen representing that region here at the PACAF Esports World Championship. One final game to prove your might to at least stay in the series. You're going to have to win one more inside of Game 7 if you want to go the distance and be crowned the champions yourselves. Olaf going to be the first one to look for an offensive play and set up here. The Pacific Islands putting pressure in the yellow half once again. It goes off the left post and it's on to the shot from one and only Olaf as he's able to put it in the back of the net. 15 seconds off, and again, it just felt like after Game 3 ended, Pacific Islands has walked all over Team Alaska any opportunity they want.
Well, how about that for a start to what could be the final game of the PACAF Esports Championships for Rocket League. And almost a follow-up from what's ahead. That's too acute of an angle. Spills now, looking to try and follow up on it. Back towards the centre it goes. That's actually going to assist Mark Wizzy. Fortunately enough, he uses the 50-50 to what's ahead. Straight back at it from where I don't know. Nobody there for it. I thought deceptively, obviously, that there was a player in the path of that shot, but they get to it late. And now I don't know, slots that one home.
Yeah, insane line. He went for that touch. It was a demo from Spills that came through as he was taking that route all the way through the spawn. They stole the boost, they got the demo, and they got the last player that was already out of position trying to rotate back from that right-hand boost pad. So all of a sudden, what felt like it was starting to spill a little bit into the side of disaster, Alaska's able to bounce back with a fiery passion. One and only Olaf trying to chase on Spills for the demo here. They'll go across the goal. You got to be careful when you do that. But still, at least for now, they'll be able to clear it all the way through.
Just a little bit here. Oh, There's a bit of chaos. Fortunately for Team Pacific Islands, there isn't an Alaska player to meet it. And I will say as well, there's also chaos on the other side. Nobody here to stop this one initially. Mark Wizzy tries to slow down the ball for somebody in the middle of the map. And insane line. Hits the backflip before he can do anything else there. Mark Wizzy at the very least will now have to slow down the ball to allow time for the rest of his team to make their way over. Olaf straight back towards the Alaska side. Into the air it goes. Mark Wizzy, you just know he's going to be the player to try and catch it. Not going to be able to do so. So it will now be back in towards the Alaska half, towards the goal. Good save from Insane Lion. Mark Wizzy there for it though. Sends it in towards the air at a 90-degree angle. Somebody has to be there for collect. Olaf barely touches it. It's still high in towards the air. Insane Lion has to hang back here. Can't afford to allow a defenseless goal. And that's not going to happen. Ball back over towards his air side. Mark Wizzy for an attempt. Brings it back towards Mills. Nobody good for the collect.
Both teams are doing a really good job of playing that mid-back defense right now, but the bar down from what's ahead. I thought for a moment it would have just been just too hard of a shot to find the back of the net instead. Just gets the car rotated backwards enough to be a soft touch off the tires, and then the bar down. There's just nobody in the position. So as soon as I credit the teams for being able to get back mid-goal on the rotation, unfortunately Pacific Islands get caught now.
All the hallmarks of a classic under the floodlights. Team Alaska now in the lead, looking to force us to a Game 7 here in our grand finals. Carrying it all the way through. Mark Wizzy denied. Now it's the counter-attack. Insane Lion has to stay online. Can't do it! And it's a double chow for the defense. Goes over both. Spills looking to cement the Game 7 here. You can see it from another angle. Double chow, neither able to do anything about it. Olaf already couldn't really get it away as best as he could. Team Alaska, double goal advantage now.
Another spot where Insane Lion gets too far pushed up and doesn't recognize that the pressure is coming from Team Alaska. Ends up being the one that pays the price for it. 1-3 deficit. We've seen LeBron James do it before. We've seen Kevin Durant blow these leads. Does Team Pacific Island have it in them to be able to tie this one up, or are we going to go to a Game 7?
Team Alaska continuing their aggression here. Again, it's all about running down that clock. I feel like we've seen that same kind of venom from Team Pacific Islands in this one, where they've kind of had that continual off the sidewall in towards the middle. The chemistry hasn't been as good. I don't know, trying to slowly poke it in towards the goal. Spills is going to get it back off the wall in towards the mid. Demolition is going to clear out the cover, and there it is, the follow-up. Spills almost gets a bump as well. Olaf not falling foul to it. But he's going to have to get the follow-up himself. 50-51. That's going to come off the back wall. Maybe a collect from Mark Wizzy. Just a little bit too high. Insane Lion now. Can't be good for it. But that's a challenge. That should have gone in if you're Pacific Islands.
And then you saw Insane Lion. He tried to get that second touch on it while his teammate was already up in the air. So that put both of them out of position. They're lucky to be able to stay here in the yellow half and not be reeling on the back end of defense. But this is going to be a long touch over on the right-hand side. Mark Wizzy quick enough to get there on rotation.
I don't know. Collects it from Mark Wizzy. Loves it in the air. Probably doesn't like it like that. Demolition comes through. Open goal. Fortunately enough, Mark Wizzy off the backboard. Good for it. 65 on the clock. Spills. Not going to win 50-50. Back in towards the Alaska half. You've got to get on quickly if the Pacific Islands here. If not, we are going to be looking at a Game 7. 55. Time running out. 50-50. Back towards the middle. Mark Wizzy wants it. Waits for it. Goes over him. Back towards the defense. Pacific Islands go.
And this is where you need Mark Wizzy to be the one to take advantage of every opportunity given to the Pacific Islands roster. Everybody else needs to be playing a supporting role here. Let Mark Wizzy do what he does best. Set the opportunity up for the team. Put something in the back of the net. Give yourselves at least 20 seconds to get the second goal.
Up in the air. That's where Mark Wizzy does his work best. Olaf has to collect this one. Can't do so. It's a touch from Alaska. Time runs out over. That would have been the dagger. Denied. Down to the final 10 now. What's ahead? Trying to keep it away. I don't know. Not able to touch. It's going to be a touch from the save from Spills, and I think that should surely be all she wrote. It's in towards the Pacific Islands half. It's a save. You just needed to touch the ground, and we go to a Game 7 here in our Rocket League Grand Finals.
And that's what we wanted to see. Selfishly, biasedly, who cares? We all wanted that final game. This series has just been way too close between these teams up until this point in time. Every single player here with a burning passion, the ability to come up in the big moments. We've seen Team Alaska backs against the wall. We've seen them in a situation previously against the Pacific Islands where they went to a Game 7. The storyline for them ended very, very heartbreakingly in an overtime. It was 4-3 for Team Pacific as Game 7 expired the clock. This time around, Team Alaska has a chance not only to beat the team that bested them within the round robin, but send themselves to the DAF Esports World Championship with one more win. The series has been back and forth. They got to do it one more time.
Where do we go? Where do we go from here, McCormill? We are looking at a Game 7, 1 5-minute game of Rocket League, plus any potential overtime, to decide who will be going to Worlds. And who, of course, will be our PACAF champions. It is all to play for. It all comes down to this. One more game of Rocket League. Who will take it home?
Oh, cheeky opportunity. And a look early on. It's a little bit of a whiff there, and somehow it's Mark Wizzy who's able to be off the back wall, take it off the side post, and clear it out for now. But they're giving them more and more moments to get something going over the middle. Wrap back and Spill set up on a... Realistically, he just got a golf tee that for his teammate. Now you look to the left wall here. You got to win a 50-50. You get it out towards middle, but this is a really good setup. A direct touch in the middle, a demo that comes through, a shot that actually gets touched by Insane Lion. Puts it in an awkward spot, wins it back the opposite way. If he can land correctly, he might be able to get there, but the touch just good enough from, I don't know.
Bump, keep it in play. Mark Wizzy whips. Everyone, goodness gracious. Something touched the ball. Jesus, this is the grand finals here. Best of 7, by the way, and we're in Game 7. Can we have a little bit less sloppiness, please? Somebody? Sorry. No! Oh my god. That would have been absolutely bloody dreadful, but in the end it is saved. How about that for a series of pretty freaking terrible events? That's not terrible. Shot goes through. What's ahead for the save? And we are back to normality here. These guys, they're professionals.
You can see the nerves and the pressure, though. Rudimentary touches that come oh so often to these individuals. Feel like they're almost impossible on some of these angles. There's nobody back on the defensive end, and that would have been a free goal if you would have been able to put on the touch. And it's actually an own goal that comes in off of Mark Wizzy's just tap back over on the right side. You'll see it once more here. Mark just gets the little itty bitty of touches, and Spills is trying to be in a position where he plays off of it. Instead, he's the one that puts it in his own goal. 1-0 for Pacific Islands in Game 7.
That wasn't going in. It maybe would have filtered through towards the goal inevitably, but at least it wasn't going in if it wasn't that final touch from Spills. Spills has to make up for it now. You're on the back foot. Or the back tires, I don't know, whatever. Insane Line trying to bring it towards the middle. For the follow-up. Goes wide. It is now to the Pacific Islands back to their usual norm. Aggression from them. Insane Line brings it back off to the side. I don't know, should be good for this one. Instead it's carried through the middle of the map. A little bit of a juggle coming through here from what's ahead. Brings it far enough here that there's an opportunity from, I don't know, off the back wall. Is Spills there for the connect? He is, but, well, 50-50 not one. And now it goes towards the other side. That's going to go wide. That's not going in. You just have to be ready for the clear, and it doesn't clear. Back towards the middle it goes, and it's Insane Lion for the follow-up. Team Alaska just cannot get it out.
And every single time it looks like something is going to go the way of Team Alaska. The Pacific Islands shut down an offensive push. They fly it back on the other end. And realistically, both of these teams should be counting the lucky stars for some of the goals that haven't gone in yet right now. Just making better out of the chaos of the Pacific Islands. It's a hard shot to the right side corner. Won't be able to get it bottom 90. This takes it back the opposite way. The Pacific Islands up on the wall. Continue to hold it in the half of yellow. Alaska just trying to go ahead and get this one out. They want control of the ball. They're just not being afforded it.
Halfway through our final game of Rocket League from PACAF Esports Championships. We have 2 minutes of Rocket League left, unless Team Alaska can perform a miracle. Get a couple of goals and force us to the overtime. Perhaps. We can go on that. Olaf. Not going to win that 50-50. Insane Lion will. Keep this one in the air. We don't often see Insane Lion with the dribbles. Trying to keep it away. Not to happen. Backed away towards the middle here. Time starting to be drained off the clock. Team Pacific Island doing a good job at keeping Alaska away. That bump from a player, not going to help, I don't know. As a matter of fact, it's most certainly going to hinder them. He's going to have to get back here, especially as Olaf's now on the attack.
Ceiling shot, wants the reset, try to go for the flip and inside. But at the corner of the post, he will be met there. The ball won't even have an opportunity to sniff the inside of the net. What's ahead? We'll look to play the touch up off the wall. Instead now goes for a bump into a teammate on the back end. There's two on top of each other directly here on Team Alaska. But the Pacific Islands now allow what's ahead to get out behind Spills. Right side, off the roof. It's going to roll perfectly. 50 challenge. This one's up in front of the net. They have to get there quick for it. They're going to be able to do so. Off the back wall. Second touch. It's pattering. It's blowing against the back wall, but no one's able to put it in.
Fortunately, it will be right back towards the Pacific Island side. 60 seconds left until we crown our champions. And Pacific Islands, they're doing everything they can. Demolition through from Spills, alleviates the pressure. 50-50, that's not good enough. What's ahead needed that clean out, because now it's right back towards their half. Spills, shot across the way, goes wide. Connection made. It's going to be saved by Mark Wizzy. 40 seconds to go.
And what a continuation across the goal. Didn't give up on the ball once. Now it's going to have to be a really, really strong touch from somebody on Team Alaska. Instead, it's a fake. This is going to allow a long cross and a hard hit back to the opposite side, but they need better looks on the goal. Those long arcing shots are so easy to save, and you're going for the demo. Instead of going for anything else, it's going to give you more pressure. You can get the boost. We have 17 seconds left. It's got to be a goal now.
Has to be now, or it's over. 14 seconds left. Shot in. It goes wide. 9-8. Have to get this through. Somebody get it in now. No, it goes away, and it feels like it's done. Towards the bottom, Team Pacific Islands up. They are your PACAF champs here for Rocket League. They will be going through to the DAF World Championships.
And you saw the instant reaction from them. Everybody standing up. Instant rush of joy. Happiness on all the faces. Fist bumps all around. At the end of the day, all love. Walk over to the opposite side. Pat them on the back. Say GG's. Everything in between. Hard fought series for the Pacific Islands. Alaska, once again, they get to the finish line. They force the Game 7. And they'll fall short just before they get the opportunity to close it out and go to the DAF Esports World Championship. Man, that one stings. I won't lie. For Team Alaska, seeing the defeat on the faces, you never like to see hard competitors have to face a loss like that, especially when the series is so close. It makes you feel for them. It really does.
Yep, absolutely. A massive, massive, massive congratulations to Team Pacific Islands. I'm so glad that went to Game 7. That's the first thing I'll say. Yeah. Honestly, like, obviously, we've been under the threat of 4-0s quite a bit this tournament so far. Obviously, you know, the playoff matchup wasn't exactly close. So, you know, just incredible. Genuinely incredible. What a grand finals, and what an introduction for at least me to Rocket League. Here's a look back then at the entirety of that best of 7 grand finals. And we started things off. I mean, honestly, I think that was a real tone setter for how the whole thing was going to go down when game number 1 ended with a 3-second last-minute goal coming through from Pacific Islands, and then almost immediately a 9-second goal in towards overtime to open things up. I mean, if that was not an idea as to how this grand final was going to go, well, I mean, I think this... we should have known. We should have known.
I mean, one of the best shots of the tournament that was hit was the very last second of regulation inside of Game 1. And again, if that wasn't an indication of where we would go for the rest of the series, I genuinely, again, agree with you. I don't know what else could have been, but that one right there from Mark Wizzy, you put it down. What a save, though. I mean, from what's ahead, being able to not only have that, like, just have himself set up in that great spot to be able to pop it out, but an even better come up and follow from Olaf to be able to sneak it right in with no defenders back. You put everybody in a really weird spot to have to challenge out directly. But how many times did we say it for Team Alaska? Just gross missteps and over challenges that came through that allowed a long arcing shot back to their net with no defenders there. Those are things that you feel just can't happen in pressure-filled, intense situations, and especially a tournament with as much stature as this.
Oh, wow. I don't even know what to say, brother. What an incredible grand finals, all the way towards a Game 7. You really just have to tip it. It is a tippable performance there. From Team Pacific Islands, and honestly, I think from a narrative perspective, it feels like that's the only way this could have gone. Right? It kind of makes sense. It feels crazy, but that's just it's wild. It honestly is wild. I'm so incredibly happy that that's how our Rocket League Grand Finals has gone down. Again, a massive congratulations to Team Pacific Islands. They are your champions here for the PACAF Esports Championships in Rocket League. We're going to do an interview, but we're doing things a little bit different this time around. We're not interviewing one player, we're interviewing 3 of them at once. Let's start off our interview with Olaf. We've had a fair chance to talk to Mark Wizzy already, so I want to talk to Olaf first, because first and foremost, you know what we're going to say. Congratulations on the dub, boys. You absolutely crushed it. It was awesome to watch what was an incredible grand final, so massive congratulations. We're going to talk about before the grand finals first and foremost, though. For you guys, and Olaf, I guess this question is for you. How did you guys prepare for that grand finals? Because obviously, previously, you guys faced Team Alaska, and you almost lost that game in groups. Obviously, you beat them once pretty convincingly. The second time around, though, you were 3-0 down. So was this a match you guys were really preparing hard for?
Yes, it definitely was. So the past couple of days, we've actually just been kind of just sightseeing, enjoying Japan while we're here, especially in group stage. We're not really, super worried about it. But after yesterday, especially with almost losing to Alaska the first time around, or the second time around, we definitely spent like 3 or 4 hours just rewatching tape, just watching what they're good at, what they're bad at, what we're good at, what we need to fix, all that stuff.
Awesome. I'm glad that you guys really did come prepared for it. It showed in a lot of the ways that you guys were kind of moving around the pitch together. Olaf, this is something that it's at least a little bit new to you. You're new to competitive gameplay. You're new to competitive gaming along the lines of Rocket League, at least. How does it feel not only to be able to come out as kind of a new and upcomer, but be able to say that you're able to take the entirety region of PACAF and be able to play for a world championship on land?
It's unreal, honestly. We didn't expect any of this, but not when the tournament started, we were confident. I mean, we started beating all the teams, and we were like, we have a real chance at this. So we just kept running with it, kept training, hours a day, and we ended up taking it all. It was a good competition, though, so it was really fun.
Yeah, it was great watching you guys be able to get out there and really have some fun with it. So again, congratulations to you. I guess we'll do this the old school way. If you'd like to, could you pass the headset to Insane Lion real quick so we can go ahead and get a word in with him real quick?
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Congrats again.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Look, we got to come do the same thing to you that we did to your teammate previous. Congratulations on the win here for the series. You guys are going to play on land for a world championship against the rest of the CONUS region and the USAFE regions. How does it feel not only coming into this, but just as yourself, how did you mentally prepare for a series as big as this one?
Oh, it feels amazing, bro. We came in kind of just expecting the worst. Like, hey, we've never been to this. Worst that can happen is we go and have fun and we lose. But we came out on top, so we got the best of the best. And man, I just think we're all so excited on top of it right now.
Awesome.
Yeah, the blood is pumping through you guys right now. That's still we know that adrenaline. You guys are feeling it at the moment. Obviously, you guys literally just won a Game 7. I do want to talk about the Grand Finals a little bit, obviously. Ask you guys kind of about a couple of specific points in that Grand Final. First and foremost, literally Game 1. From our perspective, it was an incredible way to start the Grand Finals because you guys were down 1-0. 3 seconds left. You guys get a goal, force overtime, and then 9 seconds in towards overtime, you follow up with a goal for yourself. Talk to me a little bit about kind of how you guys were handling that in kind of that moment where you're about to lose the game, and then all of a sudden, you completely turn things around.
Oh yeah, that was probably one of our highlights of the start. And we were just talking about, we still have time, just got to calm down and make some good plays. And the dynamic duo ended up pulling it off right there, and they're freaking amazing to watch and stuff like that. That was wild. I was almost jumping out of my chair watching that.
We were too. Thank you so much, Insane Lion. If we could rotate that headset back around, bud. Again, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Let's hear it. Let's hear it from Mark Wizzy. This is a guy we've been interviewing over and over again. The man who was so confident that they were going to win, and for good reason. You guys absolutely crushed it. So first and foremost, congratulations. I want to talk about your guys' kind of flow, because your flow state that you guys kind of seem to get in a little bit. We noticed it in games, I want to say like 4 and 5 of that grand finals, where you guys basically dominated those games. Talk to me a little bit about kind of you guys getting into that flow state where you're rotating properly. How does that feel for you guys in the moment when everything is clicking and you know you are the best team in the entire tournament?
Yeah, so our team sometimes, well, me and Olaf especially, we take kind of a while to warm up to the flow of the game and just to the original play style of the other team. So we have a cold start for sure. So usually by like game 3, game 2, game 4 was when we start to feel a little comfortable. And then when we start feeling comfortable, we start going for more challenges, better defense, better offense as well. So when we're feeling it, like we're comms is just like very snappy. We're just going up. Like when we see an opportunity, if we happen to double commit, we just be like, okay, just recover and head back to net. And then we're just going to be like playing defense as much as we can. So as you guys can see from the first 2 games, we were basically on our half like almost the entire time. So that's how it is.
Absolutely. We I think that we mentioned that a couple times where it was like you guys just really felt like there was a ton of pressure on your half. It kind of felt like you weren't playing your game. I kind of just want to talk about those final moments of the series as you guys were closing in on victory. At the end of game 6 going into game 7, obviously you guys had just lost that big one. You felt like you probably should have closed it out in that map beforehand. What did it feel like going into that game 7 and throughout the entirety of it? What were the emotions like on the team? Did you guys know that you were going to win about halfway through, or was it kind of just playing hard all the way until the end?
Honestly, we still knew we had a chance to win. We just got to stop. Like we kind of changed it from overcommitting more, and just instead of just like overcommitting, just head back to net, play defense, play it solid. Don't try to fall for all the bumps and demos. They were trying to have us pressured on our side of the net, but yeah, that's how we were trying to play it. So
awesome. Well, look, you're going to the Daffy Sports World Championship. You're gonna have an opportunity to win a world championship on LAN as well. So I'm assuming for you guys, job's not done.
Job's not finished. Let's go.
Well, look, I know you guys want to get out there and celebrate. You don't want to be talking to us here on the interview, so go have fun, go celebrate with your team, and congratulations again.
Congrats.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it for having us.
Absolutely. That's cool. Great interview with the gentleman from the Pacific Islands here. And yeah, I mean, you can just feel the energy. Like all it takes is one more person to bring a little hype into the room and everybody's back up at that 10 again in intensity. So that was awesome grand finals all the way to game 7. And again, you just feel bad for Team Alaska. That one stings. It really does. But you can't help but feel a little joyous for Pacific Islands at the same time. Bittersweet.
Yeah. 100%. Pacific Islands, they absolutely deserve that. And I guess we should take a moment to talk about Team Alaska here real quick, just to say we have to give those guys massive props.
Absolutely.
The amount of times that they came from the back foot to get the dub in that grand finals, and they are a phenomenal team. And I'm sad that we're not going to get to see them at the DAF World Championships, because they are just that good of a team. So shout out to I don't know what's ahead and Spills for giving us an incredibly entertaining grand finals. Second place is nothing to scoff at. You guys are a phenomenal team. Okay, with that said then, I believe we're going to show you guys something here real quick. We're going to got a little content piece, talking you through everything that's happened in what has been an incredible tournament here in Rocket League. Let's roll that VT.
Yeah, I never let nobody with no motion try to hold me. I'm an OG, and that's the old me. The way I'm sitting nowadays, the money stay 9 ways. I'm sipping on a latte, why they all call me bougie. I don't want no prayers from no haters, probably waiting on my downfall. Mad that we made it in my wins on time. Why you trying to delay it? And they say it's authentic, but they wins look plated. They fake though, and I need all my cheese, queso, provolone, to get all of my dogs out the trap like Home Alone. And Creed said I'm locked in, I really got no options. Standing on business, I need mines off the top then. Let them go ahead and count us all out. We just running up the numbers, watch us hit another level. Hey, can't hold me back. Put the city on the map, boy, how you love that? Boy, they thought that I was playing, but I hit another level. About to hit another level, had to hit another level. Hit another level, hey, hit
I feel kind of hyped. You know, I don't know.
Oh,
I'm
same.
watching that video. These guys are getting in positions. Do you guys have Hole in the Wall in the US? Have you ever had Hole in the Wall in the US? The TV show where like a wall comes at you and there's like shapes in it. And you have to like
no.
you have to like get into the shapes to make sure you don't go in the water, because if not, the wall's gonna drag you into the water. I kind of feel like some of the positions that those guys were pulling off in that VT was like they were preparing for Hole in the Wall. Like they were ready. Like they had to get into specific positions. I don't know. Just my brain does weird things. So sometimes.
That's okay.
Either way, that was a really cool video, and it was awesome to see exactly how the hell that went down. We do know though, our team who are going to go to the DAF World Championships, again, massive congratulations Pacific Islands. That means that the Rocket League portion of this tournament is done. Let's run you through what the remainder of the day looks like then. Yes, we've had one grand finals. We've still got one more damn grand finals to go. Call of Duty is next up. We're going to kick off with the third place matchup between Team Korea and Team Alaska. That's going to be a best of 5 before we go back to a best of 7 for our grand finals. It's Team Pacific Islands versus Team Japan. I promise you guys, it is going to be incredible. It's basically the same grand finals that we had last year. It's going to be awesome. Trust me. I can't wait. You guys will not want to miss it. If you're a Rocket League fan and you don't like Call of Duty, I don't care. Watch this one. It's going to be great.
It really will be. And you said it's basically a rematch of last year. I would argue it's going to be even better simply due to the fact that the teams and the rosters themselves look even better than they did last year. Both teams have already notably said that with the Green Grid Edition for the Pacific Islands, and then you look for IWEPT at the same time over on Team Japan. Both of those changes to the rosters have really, really like kind of almost shifted the foundation of how these teams play, and they have gotten so much better. So that being said, I am genuinely beyond excited for that grand final, Brody. It's going to be a fun 7-game series. I'm going to be honest. I think it's going 7 games.
I think it could go 7 games as well. Who knows how that is going to go. Get your popcorn though, folks. Get yourself ready. We're going to take a break. On the other side, it's Call of Duty time. We're going to start things off with that third place final after this break. Welcome everybody here to the PACAF Esports Championship. We are done with Rocket League for the day, and now we move on to Call of Duty to decide which other team will be making it to the DAF Esports World Championships in July. We are, of course, live from the Listed Club at Yokota Airbase in Tokyo, Japan. My name is Infinity, and I'm joined by McCallmeal for Call of Duty. It is time, McCallmeal, for some fun. We are down to our final two teams. Before we get there for that grand final, though, we have a third place playoff matchup to get to.
Yes, we absolutely do. These two teams, no strangers to the broadcast at this point in time. We saw them plenty of times inside of the round robin. We've talked about Team Alaska in depth. We've talked about Team Korea in depth, so there's plenty of room for us to dive a bit more into the happenings of each of those teams and their tendencies that they have on the map of Call of Duty. But as the best of five is concerned, I believe it's a best of five for this third place match, if I am 100% correct. Yeah, so as far as the best of five is concerned, I don't think you and I are too far, kind of stretched away from how we think this series is going to play out, but still a lot of deliberation before we get there.
Now, who knows? Alrighty, well, you might be wondering, how did we get here? Well, we got a video to explain just that.
Welcome to the 2026 PACAF Esports Championship.
Subbing in for a ragtag team we had to throw together. I'm getting a violent introduction to competitive COD. I'm just trying to make a small mark.
It's hard to motivate, especially when you're getting dog walked. I would like to say that we have more heart than all the other teams combined. I don't think some of the other guys could have performed the way we did in our situation.
The vibe is pretty good. We know we can get into other teams' heads when we get loud, so that's why we try to keep the energy up. I think we can compete with any team here. We're going to come out tomorrow and win. We are better than our record.
I think all my teammates, Y2, Mossy, Big Mike, we do it together. I'm also the only player here at the tournament that beat a Conus team. I don't think anyone here can stop me.
Last year we placed top 12. We got dead last at Worlds. Felt horrible for me. The Air Force gaming community accused me of cheating online because of how poorly we performed at Conus. And now everybody can see that when I have a good team around me, I'm able to fry and play my game.
If you believe that we are the best team here, as long as we just put all the pieces together, then I don't think anyone can stop us. We are the best team here.
I'm always going to be confident that we're going to win. We are the best team here. I know that. I know that they can lose. We can win. We should win. And now we just got to keep it that way. We're still the team to beat.
I remember winning last year and what that felt like, and I'm just here to chase that again. I'm the reigning champ, and it's still raining. Going back to back is going to feel real sweet.
He's the reigning champ, and it's still raining, brother.
Bar.
I got chills. I'm sitting here like, oh, I don't know, bro. My hairs, and I've got a lot of hairs on my arm. Honestly, it's probably the hairiest part of my entire body. They are all standing on end right now. Sweet is just that guy, and there is a lot of fire out there in the pit here for the Conus Championships. The Pacific Islands, they're confident that they can win the tournament, but I don't think that their opposition are having any of that in that grand finals.
I don't think so. And I mean, you heard it from Nasamichi, you heard it from Green Cred. Both teams think and know that they are the best team here. So I think not only, like, it's not necessarily that there's bad blood, but both of these teams have been the fiercest competition, not only for each other, but for the entirety of the PACAF region throughout the last 2 years. They have a lot to prove. For Team Japan, there's tons to prove on their side, especially being the reigning champions. On the opposite side, they want to resurrect what they had last year and not place a second place finish again. They want to be able to take the dub this time. And Green Grid coming over from Conus knows what it takes to win. They're going to want to will them through. But we'll see that matchup later on for our grand finals. Let's go ahead and talk back current for our third place matchup here between Team Korea as well as Team Alaska. Brody, you and I, again, as I said before we went to that video, are in fair agreement of what we're going to see as this game goes forward. But we'll introduce Team Korea first. Big Ice T there with Big Mike, Mossy, and Y2K.
Yeah, this is, of course, for the most part, are players that we've seen before competing in the Air Force Gaming PACAF Esports Championships, specifically over towards 2 times Big Mike, Ice-T, and Mossy. Mossy, of course, did play for Osan in 2025. Two Times coming over from Anderson Air Base, and Ice-T did actually get 4th last year at Worlds with Ramstein. So all in all, it's a pretty good roster. However, when it did come up to their matchup, when they went head-to-head with Team Korea, actually not Team Korea, my brain's disappearing now. My notes are all over the place. I don't know what's going on anymore. When they kind of went head-to-head with Team Japan, it just kind of all fell apart. And I will say this much, even though they kind of got dominated in that matchup, we noted throughout it that like it didn't really reflect how close the situations were that this team actually found themselves in, right? Like a few different errors. I think I go back towards that Colossus hard point at the start of the best of 5, right, where Mossy flips out the spawns for P2. P3 was already, it kind of felt like an unencroachable hard point for them. They couldn't manage to get control of it no matter what they did. And so a little spawn flip like that, can totally be like a 60-point swing, because then you lose the P3 spawns that you otherwise wouldn't have done. So it's just small little errors like that. That's the reason that Team Korea are here right now. So I totally believe that they're going to have the confidence to win this series.
Yeah, I do as well. But on the opposite side, we will take a look at Team Alaska, the team they will be going up against in this 3rd place best of 5 series. As we've said throughout the entirety of the week, Team Alaska just happened to be here, realistically speaking, put together 4 days before the tournament start. They were kind of just a filled team that we needed for the tournament. A couple players weren't able to make it, so they were able to step in, and it took a lot to get them out here to Japan to play in the PACAF Esports World Championship. Buckets on the right-hand side there, absolutely jacked individual.
I was going to say.
He has been kind of added onto this roster as he was supposed to be a volunteer at this tournament this weekend, and he ended up having to play it instead. Hopefully he's been having a ton of fun. The games haven't necessarily gone all his way in a fair amount of the bouts that they've had against their teammates, but who knows? Maybe that turns around here today against Team Korea. But he, of course, is joined by Nuxer, Beamed, and the Royal American. Nuxer, we got to talk to the other day. He is just a great bit of joy to not only be around, but he even gave us a little smile on the camera as he was walking around the venue yesterday.
I mean, I'm still focused on Bucket's biceps, if I'm being perfectly honest. That guy, I mean, he needs to change his name to like, Can we get Buckets off the screen, please? He's super distracting. Honestly, I got to be perfectly honest. That guy has. I need to know what regime he's got going on. You know what I'm saying? Like he gets the controller in his hand. I can probably imagine he snaps that thing in half, to be honest, just by touch. If we're being frank about it. Anyway, here's like for the best of 5 for this 3rd place matchup. We are going to kick things off on Colossus Hardpoint, and that's where things went awry for Team Korea yesterday. Should be said though, I don't think they're going to have that much problems with Team Alaska. Obviously, we talked about how difficult it has been for them to get really any points in Hardpoint, so I feel like Team Korea should be perfectly fine. For the remainder of this best of 5, this is actually pretty much a total carbon copy of Alaska's map set versus Team Pacific Islands. Obviously, that was a double exposure that they ended up losing 6-0 and 8-0 respectively to Pacific Islands. We didn't even see what would have been a carbon copy of an exposure hardpoint and raid search and destroy. I'm shocked that this is actually a carbon copy.
I'm a bit surprised that this entire series it looks like this, because Alaska has played, I feel like, this map set almost every single time that they have loaded into a series throughout the course of this week, and it has not been good results at all on any of the maps. But I mean, honestly, the definition of insanity, I'm not going to beat it like a dead horse, but I will say, if you're just going to keep banging it out, I mean, at least one of the times it might have some success, right? So maybe that's the thought process going into it. Maybe it's their best maps overall. Colossus Hardpoint, they were at least able to get a bit, what was it, 60 to 70 points off of the Pacific, or even not the Pacific, the Pacific Islands roster yesterday in the first semifinals matchup. So if they're confident to get 70 against them, it's not going to be any easier against Team Korea, but maybe they can go ahead and put that up to 100, 120, make it respectable, and look pretty good doing it.
Yep, that's all we want at this point. Team Alaska, last chance to prove themselves here in this tournament. We got to prove ourselves with predictions for this best of 5. I feel like we both are going to say the exact same thing here, McCall, because saying anything else would be kind of silly. Again, no disrespect to Team Alaska, but whatsoever. We said this last time, and I mean it the exact same way. The fact that these guys are here in itself is turning water into wine. So we're just happy for them to be here. I'm sure they're happy to be here as well and get to compete in this environment, having fun with all their friends. But this series is probably not going to be fun for them. Let's call it for what it is. There was knives coming out in that exposure search and destroy. Okay, they were on the opposite side of a Michael Myers horror show. I don't think that we're going to see anything that dissimilar here.
Maybe not. And honestly, I hope that in the hard points we see those GAs getting broken again. Instead of waiting until the search and destroy in the control, or the control, man, I miss it. The overload instead. I'm hoping we see a sniper pulled out. Why not? Give me some smokes. Let's run 4 on each team. Everybody grab a smoke, throw it out on the hard point, and let's just basically play like we're playing Marathon. We're running thieves down.
Yeah, all right, that's all we want to see. Alrighty, let's talk a little bit about hardpoint for you guys here. Game number 1 is about to get underway. I believe we're going to explain what hardpoint is before we get into game number 1. I think we're doing that here. I'm pretty certain we're still doing that. Let's do it. Let's talk about what hardpoint is.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
All you got to do is get to 250 points and you will win the hard point. Game number 1 is about to get underway here, folks. A reminder, this is the 3rd place playoff. Both Team Korea and Team Alaska, their tournament lives end here no matter what happens. The path to the DAF World Championships has already been closed. They've dug that thing up. They've thrown it to another country. It doesn't exist anymore. I'm excited for this one. I really want to see Team Alaska come out swinging because, their previous performances left a lot to be desired.
I mean, yeah. I think that's the sentiment across the board here. Just to come out, have some fun, make it a bit competitive. And you can see buckets. I mean, the man just cracked his knuckles. He's locked in. You got Nuxer top right in the corner there as well. He looks locked in. The 2 on the bottom, they look locked in. Now, once we get to the map, can they actually shoot back? That's the real question.
All right, well, that is going to be the question here. I think on the flip side, again, like a Team Korea are by no means a bad team, right? Like, again, we go back towards that Colossus hardpoint, and it was a 250-93 victory in favor of Team Japan. Like, again, it just doesn't tell the entire story. Like, just one small error gave up a 60-point swing, and like, what is that? Like a 190 to 150 game at that point? Like, that's manageable, right? Like, that's something that can totally change the entire way the game is going to go, and I think they know that as well. So I really enjoy watching this Team Korea roster. I enjoy watching Big Mike. I think he's, like, for me, the X factor on this roster. Y2K has been a pretty solid addition to the team as well, but Big Mike is the guy that feels like he's like the big, most consistent performer. I also still don't know, having casted him for like over a year at this point, I still don't know if his name is a reference to Chuck. I don't know if you've seen the TV show Chuck.
I have not, no.
There's a character called Big Mike in Chuck. I hope somebody at Air Force Gaming or in production appreciates Chuck. I don't know. Maybe I'm rambling here, but I hope that his name is a Chuck reference. If not, he might just be called Mike. And
I was gonna say he's massive, so like if it's just a reference to his name of Mike, I mean, he's just jacked. He's a big man, so yeah. I would assume that's probably it, but I mean, hey, I'm not. Was that British television? I have no idea.
It's American, brother. This guy. I can't deal with him today. Alright, let's go to game. I believe game is getting underway here, folks. So we're jumping in. Look at this. There's crabs. This map has crabs.
They move?
Brother, this map, the Air Force Gaming is showing me things I didn't know I ever wanted to see. There's crabs here on Colossus. Never would have seen that coming. Anyway, right in towards this one, McCormill. And we are kicking things off already. Team Korea are in control of the hard point.
Look, the Big Mike. They recognize, still spawning over by blue. Royal American will be the first one up for a gunfight. Nuxer back inside of P1. Stun check around the right-hand corner. Knows a contest is coming. Good shots in. Some significant time and getting a little bit of pointage early on is Team Alaska. Ice-T on the jump down now. Gonna be able to find 3 straight kills. Rat back on the top side into the pushback of blue. 24-6. It's about going to be the score line here as the last 3 seconds of the hardpoint tick off. A break going to be needed over by P2 and into the backside of the left-hand portion of your mini-map. You can see that flank coming all the way through from the Royal American. Looking for one. You saw the knife around the corner. Got scary for a moment, but the hardpoint still held down on the P2 side.
Yeah, I was going to say there, split spawns coming through for Team Korea and Team Alaska momentarily. That triple from Ice-T completely shuts down what would have been a prospective situation for Team Alaska where they maybe could have got those back spawns. And this is something that Team Alaska was doing pretty well, I will say, against Pacific Islands. I think Royal American very specifically had recognized this flank that he needs to put together. It's just following through for the kills, and already he's taken some premature shots that now puts him on the back foot in this fight versus Mossy. Y2K is going to come for the flanking play. And look, again, it's concepts of a plan that are being put together by the Royal American. And the follow-through is just not that great.
You got to win the gunfights to the front. Nice T. He will show you a clinic how to do that. On the rotation, out over to P3. You can see who it is. It's Mossy. He's the one who's always aggressed that front line forward. He's got the first gunfight that goes his way. Second one there. Wide slide. He's going to be able to lay down to find yet another kill. It has been all blue in the feed. And by the way, Y2 just sneakily has gotten himself up to 10 straight kills. He's in double digits on his streak.
Korea really starting to snowball here in this game. Alaska are going to get split spawns through. Again, Royal American, the route man for a Team Alaska, might be able to disrupt things in favor of the roster, and this is where things get dangerous because you've allowed the snowball to happen. Y2K was on a 10 spree. He'll get cut down off the back of this, bringing this thing in, and that building is super annoying to deal with. He will find one for it, and while the spawns did flip in favor of Team Alaska here, Korn, it doesn't really matter the match. I mean, they've bled so much time on this side.
Yeah, they really have. That Hellstorm doesn't do anything for their warriors either. But up through P1. Beam's going to get a good timing. Check inside of the green tunnel. Doesn't get to turn back around onto Ice-T as they're able to find yet another succinct session of kills. Buckets who gets on the board for his first one, though. So, hey, starting to tee up just a bit here. It's a rotation where he's got him by himself. They're holding down through P1. The problem is they're just not pushing out the back line of spawns, and that's going to be what kind of comes back to bite them in the rear.
128 to 8 is the scoreline. And that lead continues to grow. All players in the right positions at the moment as well. Everything coming up Millhouse for Team Korea. Team Alaska just feels a little bit individual here. Those kind of trades are not going to benefit you, especially when all it takes is a double for things to go awry. Again, Team Alaska doing a really good job of getting like 1 or 2 players through to be annoying as hell. It's Beamed that's going to step at the plate to do that, but it's mostly been the follow-through that's been the problem. And there's another perfect example of it, right? Beam getting to the North Hardpoint, finds one, but he just can't get any more than that opening blood.
I mean, if you want a little bit of chip time and make it a bit more respectable, I mean, hey, I'll tip it. I'll tip anything they can grab after some of the hardpoint performances we have seen out of them throughout the week. Ice-T on 4 looks to make it number 5. Good turn back around on a Nuxer. So the back scrap time will go their way. Up into P1, the rotation here for Team Korea. Y2 will go ahead and drop back around. Great snap on a Nuxer, though he's got teammates to help him through. Beam now going to be the first one to push on in. Ice-T gets a great timing in through the door. Turns back around. Nuxer, we'll say goodnight to you. Back to the respawn block. They're going to read the spawns out well. 15 seconds off of P1. Second set of rotations. Once again, going all Team Korea.
I wonder if things are going to go better this time around for Team Alaska. Those decisions, not particularly enthused by them, to be honest with you. And you can't spend too much time. They're actually going to get away with spawn in. I was going to say, I was wondering whether or not Team Korea had to play a far enough back that those spawns are going to be blocked. The answer was no. So Team Alaska, they've been given a gift. Can they do anything with it is the question now.
Oh, back 20 seconds. He'll take it here. Not going to really do much for you when it comes to trying to chop down the lead or cut into it by a significant amount. But anything you can get at this point will be nice. Y2, hop up, hip fire shots. Got help there from a submachine gun who is pushing all the way back blue. Now as you wait for the initial push to come here through the front of the hard point, the player pushed up first is going to be Mossy. He's got one on the board. Snaps to the second. How about a third one for you? Ooh, shots in. Forces Beam to escape into green.
And again, we talk about this spawn flip. It's probably one of the most important spawn flips in the entirety of Call of Duty Black Ops 7. And Team Alaska held these spawns for just a moment. I think it was another player coming to Team Korea. I want to say it was Ice-T that made the flanking play happen, and not a single player was even watching that container side, that P3 side for the spawn flip. And well, I mean, obviously Team Korea are going to take that freebie all day long. They are once again in control now. They can't finish things here on this hard point, but this is starting to feel inevitable.
And on the back line, you're still causing a bit of a ruckus if you're Nuxer. Beam will fall. Bad timing out through middle map as Buckets falls once again. The full set of trades will basically come through. I mean, if you're Nuxer here, you're not really doing anything except playing for the rotation. At this point in time, you're just trying to get as much pointage as you can get. So I wouldn't have minded if he would have ran around, because he doesn't even get anything on the rotational trade there when he lays down on the outside. So really just kind of wasted his life for about 40 seconds there. And with the rotation here, it's pretty much done and dusted. It should be a GG.
This one's going to be all Shiro. Team Korea chasing Ice-T. Stop it. They've been through that enough. They've had their slicing and dicing. We don't need to do any more of that. Team Korea, they start very strong in this third place matchup. And it just, I mean, at no point did it feel like Team Alaska had a pinky on the steering wheel. It was consistently Team Korea in the driving seat over and over and over again. And even those moments where maybe Team Alaska had something going for them, it just fell apart. Again, it's just, I think a good test of how good a team is that PC rotation on a Colossus hardpoint. Like, I think it's just a perfect test of what do you need to do to flip the spawns early on in any given hardpoint game. They just, unfortunately, were not able to capitalize on that. And, well, there you go. Team Japan, just much better at it.
Yeah, I think you can also tangibly kind of like bring that conversation to P3 as well. Like, how well are you able to read that flip that's going to come through from middle map? Are you going to read somebody maybe making a long flank around through P4 to kind of flip out yellow side too? So again, although Colossus is a small map and you and I have both kind of displayed our grievances with the actual map itself, there is a lot of good that you can take from it, especially when you are trying to at least micromanage a lot of the communications and positioning from your team throughout the entirety of it. So we'll watch the replay package once more. Lots of replays for Team Korea. Not so much can be said for the opposition of Team Alaska. It's kind of what we expected coming into this. This is what it's been like throughout the entirety of the week. But as we've mentioned time and time again, I have to keep saying this because I don't want it to seem like we're dogging on Team Alaska at all. It took a lot for them to get here. They're a pickup team that basically got put together right before the tournament started. So the expectations weren't there to begin with. And unfortunately, they really haven't been able to swing any of the storylines in their favor.
And again, like, there are moments, right, where we do have to give Alaska some kind of props, because I think just they kind of know what they need to be doing. I think a good example here is, right, this little flanking play from Beamed, right? He understands that the best play he can possibly make in the situation is trying to flip those spawns out, get a kill in towards a hard point, and really flip things out. Of course, I think the follow-up to that is that he also kind of doesn't understand that when he pushes in towards the hard point, if nobody is towards the back line, well, then Korea are just going to keep on spawning in. So he doesn't anticipate getting pushed from behind almost immediately. It's minutia like that that really does change the way you play the game, and it really does change things in favor of Team Korea. So shout out to Team Korea. They're looking good at the moment. We go towards exposure, search, and destroy, and this is where the fun begins, because I got a feeling we're going to see knives coming out again.
Well, hopefully so. You know, it at least made for a fun matchup between them and the Pacific Islands yesterday, at least talking about Alaska's point of view. But yeah, I mean, on the Expo here, the one thing about Search and Destroy for Team Korea is this is kind of like the game mode where they shine through the most. I think being able to take that raid, Search and Destroy off of the Pacific Islands when they played them in that second best of 5 series on day 2 was the highlight for them of the weekend. It was a down 3-5 deficit. A couple rounds they stringed together. They really worked on getting those first bloods. They took advantage of a few players on not only Team Japan in the Search and Destroys, but Team Pacific Islands as well. Just pushing up a bit too aggressively. I think a lot of players kind of get in their own heads of, all right, well, we've been running it down against them in a lot of ways. Let's just keep running it down against them. And they're not necessarily respecting the gunfights, because Nuxer and Beamed both at the same time also are very, very good individual players in their own right. The rest of the team might not be able to help them out as much in a lot of ways, but I mean, you and I have talked about it throughout this, and we've noted it out to the viewers at home as well. Those two individuals continue to make hero plays time and time again. It's unfortunate when you're put in a situation where at times it can feel like a 2v4.
All right, well, believe it or not, folks, Search and Destroy isn't actually meant to be played exclusively with knives. I know that obviously the last time we were on Exposure Search and Destroy, you would be forgiven for thinking that that's the case. However, if you were in that frame of mind, get out of it. And if you still are, even after me telling you that you shouldn't be in that frame of mind, we've got a video to explain how Search and Destroy is supposed to be played.
It's
Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
Alrighty, that's how you play Search and Destroy. Did you watch that video? Go on.
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay, just obviously, you know, I figured that video was made for you, so.
Yeah, it's a little difficult for me sometimes. I don't know where my teammates are on the map, and I get kind of scared.
Alrighty, well, Team Alaska can't get scared towards this S&D. They've been here before, they got slashed up, and this time, at least things will be more manageable. And there's the opening snipers from Y2K. Can we get a Y2K POV, please? He's got the sniper rifle. Please, somebody, show us Y2K.
We'll hop on board with Beamed instead. He'll find Ice-T up to the middle of the map. That'll be good enough for a 3v3. A double that comes through, all of a sudden takes that first blood off the board from Y2K and makes it basically non-existent. However, he's able to find buckets on the outer right side challenge. Will escape into the spawn side. Bomb has downed. And this is a really, really manageable position from Y2K, especially if they play it over on A. Oh, I don't know if I like this.
They're going to get it down before he can stop this, so it's all about getting the exits now. He's spotted out one, and they've spotted him out as well. And that makes this really difficult for Y2K. Of course, he still hasn't picked up a regular weapon, so going to have to do this pistol or snipes.
He's going to take the sniper out. One's going to challenge directly inside of Zig. He got the worst timing possible. Was expecting maybe somebody to come in for the P3 on a wrap back around spawn. Both of them going to be playing the right side cut here. One down below in P3 bottom building. The other just on the outside. With this being so tucked together and only 16 seconds left, Y2 really has to make a very tactical decision. Do you go for the challenge on both? You know exactly where they are. First one there. Ooh. Wonderful bait and switch. That's the best damn thing I've seen from Alaska all week.
I was going to say, hello, Fundamental Call of Duty. Nice of you to show up. That was beautifully done, especially from Beamed as well, who had a phenomenal start to the round to pick up those first couple of kills. That really turned the tides in favor of Team Alaska. Lovely little bait and switch to close out that Search and Destroy. Of course, also kind of unfortunate for Y2K that he had the sniper rifle in hand, was the last remaining player alive. Right decision making from Alaska. You get that bomb down as quick as possible. It kind of really does ratchet up the ante onto Y2K, and there is no escape in that situation. So Team Alaska 1-0 up now in Search and Destroy. Team Korea now I think can give him a lot more respect.
Who else but Nuxer and Beamed? One player haphazardly kind of throwing caution to the wind in middle map, challenge out on Team Alaska. As Team Korea look to execute this B hit, it's only going to be really the bomb player that's pushed up here. Bosty with the pistol challenge out. Ice-T will get aggressive towards the bottom side of P3. That's middle map completely opened up, and as well as top middle, as buckets will fall as well. Now the Royal American will force himself to have to rotate inner as he throws a nade directly in front of himself. It's Beam last alive in a 1 versus 3.
I was going to say Beam did actually read pretty nicely that initial flanking play. Oh, Kie! How on earth has that happened? I'm going to see that from Y2K's POV. But yeah, Beam at the very least had kind of made the read that people were flanking. Found the first one, but the follow-up he wasn't ready for. This is going to be disgusting, by the way. Yeah, with the pistol. Yeah. Oh, God, he broke his ankles. And he broke his stomach as well, it would seem. Yep. That just happened.
Yeah, he was already weak, though. To be candid. He did get those shots in the inside at first, so we know how good the Jaeger 45 can be at times, but irregardless, still a great snapback to the right side. Like the play that happened there from Team Korea. Stick to your guns, don't give anything away early on, and, well, you just play up middle map if you're Ice-T. Plenty of positioning to go along with it. You don't look back after you get 2 free first bloods that are perfectly gift wrapped to you. And the inner side of Solar on the opposite side, though. Team Korea will be looking for this initial push. Nux are going to be laying down on the cross to try and find one. And through middle map, they have no pressure, though. So this is a free flanking opportunity here from Team Korea.
Team Alaska is going to completely grind to a halt over here. They'd have to try and get through the double entendre of Ice-T and Mossy on B site. Both of those lanes being watched, and that's not great. Y2K gets Knocks it through the middle of the map, and, well, the halt that Team Alaska had found themselves in, they're being ground even further down to the ground.
Once again, it's beamed in a 1v3. Last time he wasn't able to make it stick. This time, it's going to be the exact same fate he was afforded in the second round of this search and destroy. Jump challenge across the screen. AR hard to win a gunfight against a submachine gun at range inside of Black Ops 7. I say that, of course, that's not completely true all the time, but you would hope so in a COD game.
You would hope so. All right, about to count for a second. So. See what's happening. I'm still kind of reeling from that first round, if I'm being perfectly honest. It's like, I don't know, Team Alaska kind of like all stood up for a second, like Scump subbed in, something to that effect. I don't know. It was real weird. We haven't really seen much of the same play since then. I would like to see something very similar from Team Alaska. Just kind of forfeit something as a team, but you're going to automatically lose the first blood here, and now kind of everything is in Team Korea's hands. They can do what they want.
And you feel kind of bad for Beamed here. Gets the unfortunate timing. Doesn't spot the player that gets up through middle map. I think maybe you get behind one and can walk away with the equalizing trade. But it's still a 4 versus 3, and so far across the map, Team Alaska is spread out. I mean, you're hoping you get one here, and if you do, I mean, congratulations. But Mossy, he's going to get good timing on one directly from behind. Has the pistol out, will spot a second one. He says, okay, hold on, maybe I can't challenge the same way. And if you play with your food too long, it's going to get cold, and it'll turn on you eventually. It's a heart full of steam there, though. Allows the 2 versus 2 to happen. Ice-T, 6 in a row.
Brings us down to a 2v1. The Royal American is on the other side of it. If he gets good timing against Ice-T, this should be fine. He certainly is, but maybe not in the way that he initially wanted. The timing was meant to be for the kill. Instead, he's managed to get a perfect flank in behind enemy lines. Should be able to catch a player off guard.
Yeah, they're spread across the map, but they were playing for the bomb checks, and each one is in a position for the post-plant setup for Team Korea up in the backside of P3. Yeah, the player top, who unfortunately just gets the worst of the timing. On the turnaround, you don't expect Big Mike to be making the flank all the way through like that, but as soon as he gets the bomb down, it's that zig cut. Wanted to get that power position anyways, and a limp body in front of him will give him all the signaling in the world that Team Korea is on a roll.
Yeah, Team Korea really found their stride now in the search and destroy. Ice-T on 6 in a row. Team Alaska gotta pull something special out of the hat now, if I'm being perfectly honest. I think we really see something unique. Honestly, one of those things where if I was Team Alaska, I'd just full hit sight at this point, right? Because what are the chances that Team Korea are actually going to kind of double up, triple up on a site? And that's it perfectly. Ice-T has no idea that hit's going to come through. They've got the numbers now. Get that bomb down over by B.
You see, it's easier said than done because that bomb is still making its way up through P2 right now. So his buckets will slowly and methodically make his way over towards the site. Y2 is going to be able to connect for shots on a flank. Unfortunately, though, does not walk away with the gunfight. Mossy last alive. We've seen him love to fly at the opponent. But I think a 1v4 may be just a bit too much to overcome.
I don't know. I don't know, dude. He's gonna hurry up. I'll say that much. You gotta sit there staring into the infinite space of nothingness. You have to actually try and hit the bomb site. Oh god, this would be sensational. Please don't let him do it. All right, we're all good. I honestly, I had a look into the infinite void, and I think so did Mossy for about 5 seconds of that 1 versus 4, and I thought there's a chance here. There is a real chance.
The thing is like, as much as I want to give him the credit where credit's due, you're still shooting up against Nuxer and Beamed. And as I said beforehand at the very beginning of the S&D, they are still great opponents to go up against in their own right. They're not going to give you a free gunfight on the map most of the time, and especially in Search and Destroy, that's kind of where like the bread and butter for them has been, because they can play their lives a bit better. They don't have to rely necessarily on their teammates all the time to be able to make the right plays. So this is where they're able to shine the most. That's why they have 2 rounds right now, both of them being able to come together, especially in that first round where we saw that bait and switch come through. Ice-T, though, will look for shots with that sniper on top 3, almost able to go in for the connection and through the wall. If he would have got the wall bang to connect there, I probably would have dropped my pants.
Can we go back in time and make sure that happens?
You're a freak.
Maybe I'm asking for too much here. Anyway, Big Mike with the bomb in hands. Team Korea trying to get aggressive here. Space has already been bought by Korea. Y2K holding a lot at bay right now. And he runs right into position. That's a great comm from Nuxa to anticipate the push through towards the window side. And the second kill comes through as well, McCormiel. This is starting to look an Alaska round.
That really is. Chase down from Beamed and a turn on to Mossy. He was in this situation last time, but the defuse is coming through, and he's got to wrap all the way back around to the bottom side of ring to get there in time. All of a sudden, what looked like a round where they were going to be able to get a ton of position in the middle of the map, get that bomb down, and work a full post plant. It was just a really slow round from Team Alaska that works out perfectly.
I'm so confused. I don't understand. This Team Alaska roster, I'll be perfectly frank about it. They're basically on course to get more points in the search and destroy than they did in the hard point. This is insane. I know that's not actually feasible, true, but you know what I mean here. Like the spirit of what I'm trying to say is there.
Would have been true against the Pacific Islands roster because they only got one of that exposure.
That's true. It feels weird. It feels like Team Alaska have kind of woken up from a deep slumber or something. Like it's just taken a hot minute. Obviously, they woke up a couple of days ago and then just took a while to actually fully get the campaign hit or whatever. Anyway, opening engagements, that's not good for Team Alaska. And this is where they do start to struggle when they're in the hole and getting flanked already as well.
Oh, the timing goes his way. Oh my God. I get it's buckets, but still, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I don't know who that is on Alaska that's shaking their head, but I would be shaking my head as well.
Get somebody some toilet paper ASAP for Y2.
I'm going to give a baby wipe?
I mean, either way, he just got, you know what, yeah, he got pooped on. We'll say it in the PG way.
Mm-hmm. Love that. Absolutely love that. Again, what I was kind of saying there, right, was that Team Alaska, it feels like when they do those first bloods, when they are in a bad position, it's very difficult for them to kind of get themselves out of that hole. They do somewhat panic a little bit. Talked about them being a team that looks competitive here in Search and Destroy. They still feel slightly out of depth. But who knows? Maybe I'm Yappadappadoo. Team Korea. Feels like when they get the bomb down, Team Alaska struggle to deal with it, and they're going to struggle even more when Ice-T is starting to fry. Surely not, Ice-T. Don't do it. These people have families. Never. Okay, maybe this is fine. Has to go to the pistol. Okay. The extension of that fight, I mean, it gives Beams the trade.
30 seconds. Beamed into 1v3. Gets a spot out on Mike, but he's smarter than that. Veteran in his craft will back all the way through middle map to the rest of his teammates, and they're going to be able to play this together. Nobody's going to give a free one, or will they? No, they won't. He's going to run right at him with a knife. Great timing on the bottom. Shout out to the Boston Breach skin. Team Korea, it got close for a moment, and then it didn't. And now Korea's back in the lead by 2. Got a face full of nuts. Holy.
Jesus. That gun was doing tricks, you know. I know, that gun was starting to look like a list of you out there. I Americanized the reference. There you go, guys. I can do that.
There you go.
See, I can do
sir.
things. It's probably a few weeks late of a reference, but you know, whatever. You guys can appreciate it anyway. Either way, Team Korea, one round of Search and Destroy away. I have to give Team Alaska some real love here because this has been a phenomenal performance from them. They've held back the flood, but you can only hold back the water for so long. Team Mossy really feeling it now. Team Korea. Ooh, I'll tell you what. That's a great read coming out from Nuxa to read that Y2K is going to push you in the way that they do.
Pretty sure Beam spotted Ice-T out top window as well. Nah, well, I'm kidding. That certainly didn't happen, but Nuxer's here. The timing went the right way. The knife gets pulled out, and Nuxer, before he can even realize what's going on, is dropped to the floor into oblivion. In a 1 versus 2 for the map, 14-6 performance, runs out with the pistol. I'm actually surprised he was able to get the knife out that quickly before he could even YY back to the sniper, gets it out, and slits the jugular of the opponent in front of him. Team Korea, it got spooky for a moment. It was a 3-3 game, but then they were able to rattle off 3 straight rounds, take the Search and Destroy, a 2-0 lead here, 1 map away from a 3rd place finish at the PACAF Esports Championship.
Yeah, just really well played, I think, from Team Korea on the whole. Obviously, they kind of you expected that, but equally well played from Team Alaska because the adaptations were there, right? The fundamentals in COD were also there. It was very peculiar, I think is the way that I would describe it, right? Like, I think, even starting from that bait and switch that we saw back in round number 1 to the perfect reads of where Team Korea are going to flank from, like, honestly, Team Alaska, again, I have to give them such massive props because it did feel like, it's kind of like when a baby discovers, what's the phrase for something when you realize that if you can't see something, it's their object permanence. Kind of like when a baby discovers object permanence. That's what I feel right now for Team Alaska, is that they've discovered elements of Call of Duty. Obviously, they've always had this, but it's the first time we're really seeing it, right? Where it's like, oh, Team Alaska, they're actually really damn good at the game. Like, this is a really competitive search and destroy, and I'm very, very glad that we did just see it, even though it ended in such a bizarre fashion with that final knife kill.
Yeah, I mean, plenty good to talk about, plenty good to take away. But now they go into an overload where we have seen consistent struggle from this team. The S&Ds actually were something that was a bright spot already coming into this matchup. They have been able to steal a couple rounds here and there, even against Team Japan as well as the Pacific Islands. So being able to see them do that once again, but in a more emphatic way, I think was definitely something that obviously made you smile, made me smile, and hopefully you at home made you smile a little bit too, because again, I think when Nuxer and his teammates of course, Beamed is able to get going, that is when you start to see the bright spots on this team. So honestly, maybe if we're able to see kind of a rerun of Nuxer and Beam maybe coming back for another year next year, obviously it's way too early to kind of say that. I wouldn't mind seeing them with 2 other dudes and being able to maybe make a deeper run. It's not to take anything away from Royal American and Buckets, but again, they're fill-ins and step-ins, so it's not necessarily the full-strength team Team Alaska would have wanted.
Yeah, there are bright spots of light with this team, for sure, and we do have to give them their props for that, for sure. Either way, we saw how the first respawn in this best of 5 went back in map number 1. It was not kind to Team Alaska whatsoever, but it is going to be a different game mode, we'll say that much, right? Obviously, map number 1 was Hardpoint, and Overload plays incredibly differently, and you might be like, what's Overload? I haven't heard of Overload before. We were playing CTF just a few games ago. That's not true, by the way. You're just old if you remember CTF. Either way, with that said, we've got Overload. But let's explain it if you don't know.
In Overload, the map is split in half with opposing teams respawning opposite each other throughout the match. To earn a point, teams fight to secure the Overload device and deliver it to one of 2 enemy detonation zones. Only one player can carry the device at a time, and if the carrier is eliminated, the device falls to the floor for anyone to grab. If it is successfully delivered or lost out of bounds, the device will return to one of 3 centralized spawn points. Matches are split into 2 halves, the first one ending after the timer expires or either team scores 4 points, after which the teams will switch spawn locations. Teams can claim victory by reaching 8 total points or having more points after time expires. If the final timer ends with both teams tied, sudden death begins, a 2-minute no respawn round where the first team to eliminate the other or score a single point wins the match.
Okay, that is Overload, and it could be the final mode that we see in this series. Team Korea, as we said earlier, even though it's a very different game mode, they ran through Team Alaska on Colossus Hardpoint. Exposure Overload also didn't go well for Team Alaska versus Team Pacific Islands. They got 8-0'd in that map. To the point where we were like, yeah, this is over very quickly. Like, you kind of knew what was going on. I will say, I think with Team Alaska garnering some confidence off the back of the last game here in the Formula, I feel like there's a chance that this could be more competitive than you might think.
Don't say hello to Beam, as he's already made his way up through the middle cut. By 2, good read though. We'll be able to shut him down, and that gives full middle map clearance to Team Korea. This is going to allow them to push the bomb really wherever they want to. A or B. It looks like A is going to be the destination here. They got to win a gunfight in the backside of Zig. It looks like they're going to rotate this back out through middle and out to dirt. So south side of the mini-map, keep watching number 2 and that EMP device. First line of defense is going to be Mossy here. Can't find the second one on the slide through. Actually love this wrap back here from Y2. Knows his teammates are going to be in through middle map. They weren't able to win the gunfights, so they're going to try and force this up north to the top side of the map to bring it over to B.
Team Alaska's response to this has been to kind of swarm behind. Leaving Beams high and dry. Misses the follow-up shots as well. Can Y2 get this pass? Hits the reload at the wrong time. Oh! How on earth has that reversal happened? The stun will connect and prevent Y2 from making the trade across, but I am shook at. by that. Picking up the EMP device probably isn't the best play, though, in this situation. It keeps that EMP alive, and even again, you could just let everything reset, guys. Or maybe just drag it away. Actually, never mind. This might be the play from Nux. Never mind. I'm sorry. I misunderstood your game, or whatever the phrase is. Nux now trying to get away, get it done with the pistol. This is carnage inside the Alaska base, but they will eventually at least send the EMP away momentarily.
Nuxer, yeah, you can see his gameplay in there. It was full steam ahead. I'm going to punch you until you're dead, or you're going to kill me. That's the only way that this is going to go to the opposition side. 2x Big Mike able to line up one in front of him. And it was actually funny over on the B site on that attempt from Team Korea to get it in. I don't think Y2 expected to win that gunfight, because after he got that pistol challenge, he just kind of sat there and waited and kind of looked around like, huh. But that half-second hesitation didn't allow him to get that first goal in. It's another goal line hit here. Ice-T can't snap back to the right. You got another playing pushing up through Zig right now, but for the time, the goal line stop for Team Alaska.
Alaska done a good job at stopping Team Korea from running through them into this overload. Even though Team Korea have had the vast majority of the control from behind Mossy with the pistol. Why do we have the pistol out? Mossy, what are we doing? Did he run out of ammunition in his primary weapon or something? He's not exactly got the EMP device, so he doesn't necessarily need to get that through, but whatever, I'll just shrug. Mossy's now being the front man here, the lead blocker for this EMP device to go through, and finally it will do. And now if you're Team Korea, you're happy with the position you've got. You've got all the players in the right positions. You've just got to start to change those pawns in between.
2 pistols, no problem.
Oh, what was that?
2 times a Big Mike, even better. The Royal American trying to make a flank all the way through the opposition side. I promise you it's not going to really help all that much. Your teammates have to do the most of the heavy lifting over on the point here. Beamed will escape with life and 70 HP in tow. Pistol challenge up to the top. Y2 will drop down. He's got every single player behind him on the flank. Where is the team in the backside of spawn? If it's not Beamed, who is it? No, it's no one.
All right, Team Korea. Overload again. They're doing a really good job at kind of battering Alaska and over again. The issue is, with a situation like that, right, you kind of almost have to have a blocker ahead of you. You can't just brute force the EMP device through. You have to have players ahead of time. Y2! Oh, he's shredding them to bits. And now Y2 becomes that blocker that we were talking about. That is a guaranteed overload right there, folks. And they are just one away from locking in here. Nuxa will lock it himself. Lovely triple to actually answer that. And well, they will alleviate some of that pressure. Maybe an opportunity here for Team Korea to, or our Team Alaska, excuse me, to actually get an overload of their own, because they haven't even had a single swing so far.
They're going to push this directly up through middle map. Unfortunately, they don't recognize that the pushback in the spawn-in has come fully through from Team Korea, and that they're going to have every bit of power position in their favor. It's going to be a little bait to the north side, and this is actually going to allow player 3 to slip through. So as Ice-T gets into the back line, he's able to find himself top plat, is able to not only knock down 2, but fully open the space to the A site. They're not going to be able to watch the cross in time. Halftime strikes here on exposure. 4-0 lead, Team Korea.
Well, I mean, it is more or less the same result for Team Alaska as they got versus Team Pacific Islands, albeit this time a little bit more drawn out. And that's the key thing, I think, for me, is that fundamentally speaking, Team Alaska were doing the right things, right? They were wrapping back to make sure that anytime that EMP device was making a way towards B, they could at least attempt to stop it. I think it's just what happens after that kind of double or triple commitment to the defense goes awry, because then Team Korea have the players in the right positions to pretty much consistently get that EMP device through. 4-0 for Team Korea at the half here. It literally is as good as you can possibly ask for so far in this overload. Team Alaska haven't had a single swing. That is the bold, italics, underlined thing here. Team Alaska haven't even tried to get the overload device through once.
Through the outside of tank, the trade battle at least was won initially by Team Alaska. I gotta push in through L to get full control of long. Still gotta worry about Ice-T. He was able to get one, get out with his life, get through the middle, and find another one. Hip fire shot connected. A couple bits of chip damage on the Nuxer. He'll escape out to P2. He wants to be the lead blocker over to B. They still have to grab the device and get out with it, and that comes down to winning some of these gunfights around the right side. Bucket gets knocked down. Y2 and Mike will pair for the first 2 inside the middle map of Assault. When he gets around the top P3 window, he at least shuts down the first player once, the second, and more.
Being really weak for this play, and yeah, you're not going to win that in a month of Sundays. Team Korea at the moment just trying to hold Team Alaska beyond arm's reach. Them away from the EMP device and really away from doing anything of substance. However, those 3 kills, that might be it. They can now again do the kind of age-old thing of having the lead blocker through. They actually are going to do this without lead blocker. Nobody's stopping this as well. Y2K with a slide. Oh, and he gets the kill off the back of it as well. That's nuts. A full 4 down. This is the worst case scenario here for Team Korea. If you're player number 7, or the Team Alaska, excuse me, if you're player number 7, the Royal American, I don't know what you're doing right now, but that flank is not helping.
He did the same thing on the opposite side, too. it let that B side open up on the other end, and they're able to score it, and Deja Vu will strike once more. 6-0 lead. This time much quicker. Minute and 50 seconds is all that has ticked off this extremely excruciating clock. And as Mossy looks back for the challenge on the bottom side of ring, he's got 2 more players directly in front of him. It is Spawn City across the map for the entirety of Team Alaska because they are getting pushed out so far away. Score 7, 1 more will end it.
1 more overload. That's all that Team Korea needs. Streak's coming down. It's Ice-T to get it done. He's had a sensational game. Mossy, no. Come on, buddy. He's doing it raw. Team Korea getting it through, and it's done as Team Korea do it raw to Team Alaska. That's a 3-0 here in the 3rd place playoff matchup as they guarantee it here in the PACAF Esports Championships.
Sweet whispers and sweet trios. A bedtime story written and starred by Team Korea. We'll see the replay here. The best play of the round, Ice-T, 28 and 14, double positive, 2,800 damage with the dropkick in hand. And he was quite literally just up in behind, quite literally, the entire other team.
Yep, and again, all I can really say is positively for Team Alaska here, you have to give them some love, ultimately. Again, you know, we'll keep on saying it. Massive shout out to Team Alaska. They came into this event with just 4 days to prepare, with players that were not meant to be on the roster. You know, they basically built a team out of nowhere, and we have to give them some love for that. You know, really, really, really do. So, you know, massive shout out to those boys for participating in the tournament. But it's not all about participation. You've also got to get the dub, and they could not do that. They convincingly could not do that as well, as they end up losing to Team Korea, not just in a 3-0, but in a very, very convincing 3-0. Take a look back then at that series, and honestly, Alex, it was crazy just how much control Korea had throughout the entirety of it.
Yeah. I mean, from start to finish, Ice-T, you saw what he was able to do in the hard point. It was a lot of time that he was able to suffice with a quite a rampage of kills through and through. Y2 was right along there with him the entire time. Really, everybody on Team Korea was frying throughout the duration of this best-of-5 series, short as it may have been. We got to see a lot of fun and exciting plays from Team Alaska on the same stretch, though. The Search and Destroy, I know we hit on it a couple times while we were inside of the map and even afterwards, but there were a really good couple of rounds that came through. Some bait and switches that we saw from Nuxer, as well as Beamed in some of those 1v2 situations that they had for each other. And I think if we're able to see, you know, that kind of tenacity out of those two, maybe they build a team around themselves, give themselves a shot going forward. But I mean, obviously the future is, you know, never determined in the present. But we shall see what happens as we move forward with that team.
Alrighty. Well, massive shout out to Team Alaska. They tried their hardest, but they could not get through here. They get 3-0'd by Team Korea, so they will finish in 4th place. Team Korea, even bigger shout out to them. They looked phenomenal throughout that series, and they were worthy competitors, I think, throughout the entirety of the tournament. I go back to exactly what we said previously in their last matchup, where, look, you know, they got 3-0'd, and they got pretty convincingly 3-0'd by Japan, but a couple of different decisions there in that series, and that series is a lot closer. And that doesn't surprise me. With the caliber of talent on the roster, obviously, we got a chance to look at 2x Big Mike last year, and he was pretty consistent on Anderson. Ice-T, obviously, you mentioned him being a standout player this season. He was last year when he dropped 4th at DAF Worlds in Ramstein. And Mossy, of course, was playing for Osan last year as well. So it's players that we know. We know what they're capable of. We know what they can do. And they look really, really good. So, yeah, I'm really happy that they got 3rd place. I think it's nice to have a consolation prize like that, because when this tournament is as competitive as it is, it gives them a chance to shine.
No, it really does. And just being able to play one more little series on land, too. I mean, any experience is good experience, regardless of win or loss. So them just being able to sit back, get to enjoy the atmosphere once more. It's not every day you get to play on land. And as you kind of mentioned yesterday, specifically one that's kind of purpose-built for you and the teams that are around you. So them being able to kind of get into that situation, be able to take as much time living in the present as possible. It's a cool experience, not only for them, but for Team Alaska as well, because the same thing can be said, regardless of how well or how poor they played. And specifically with Bucket stepping in at the very end, you're thinking going into the weekend, you're going to be a volunteer. Hey, now you're playing. So I'm sure that was fun for him to play, even if he was getting smacked around a little bit. I'm sure he still had a smile on his face at the end of it. And at least from yesterday when they were taking the camera around the venue, I know that was true.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we want to talk to somebody from Team Korea about that dub. Let's bring in Iced-T for the post-match interview. First and foremost, Iced-T, nice having you here, bud. Congratulations on the 3rd place victory. I know it isn't making it to DAF, but it is awesome to see you guys get a dub. I want to talk about kind of your preparation for this matchup. Ultimately, I know obviously there's an element of kind of fun here. We've talked about that kind of to death, how you guys get to be in this LAN environment, and it's just a real fun time. Anything you guys kind of did differently coming into today to prepare for the matchup versus Team Alaska?
Not really. We kind of just we knew who we were playing. We just wanted to have fun with those guys. Kind of sucks that they found out last minute. So props for those guys for sticking out this week. They were in a grueler all week, but glad they got to come out, experience this LAN event for the first time. Just proud of my team for driving through, even though we didn't place where we wanted to. Just happy we got here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, over the course of the weekend, you guys played a lot of, really a couple close series with some of the better teams here, like obviously Japan and Pacific Islands. When you guys took that search and destroy off the Pacific Islands, we were giving the praises. You guys played a really, really fun search and destroy throughout the entirety of that. Kind of just throughout the week, what was the mental for the team in some of those hard losses?
Kind of just had to bounce back. We knew we could come back and win against any of these guys. We just got to check our mental and keep going forward. To these guys that everybody's beatable. I am the only person here that beat the Conus team last year, so I know that I could do it. But it just wasn't our weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, I'll stop with the hard COD questions. Let's ask you about the entirety of the weekend. How has it been in the experience, not only on land, but being in Japan and just being able to enjoy some company with everybody and the boys?
It's really fun. It's nice meeting. I never met Chain before, a couple like Wept. I never met those guys, but we played in the Discord together. So it's really cool seeing those guys. And then coming out to Japan, we don't have a LAN. So being able to do a LAN here before Conus, it's really fun. It's also my 2nd time in Japan, so it's nice to be somewhere else and experience this for, I guess, free on the dime of the Air Force and having fun with the boys. Really like it. Hope I can do this again next year, and excited for the future.
Hell yeah, shout out the tax money.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, dude. Anything you can get for free, man, you just absolutely go for it. I'm exactly the same. Anytime I'm like, yeah, hey, I got to go to this place for work. Oh no, what a shame. Oh yeah. God. Alrighty, listen. Obviously, you guys have finished in 3rd place, which is an incredible finish for you guys. However, that doesn't mean you're not going to be able to represent the region in the DAF World Championships. We have the grand final coming up. We've got Pacific Islands versus Japan. If you had to choose, if you had control over who is going to represent Conus at DAF Worlds, who could be the best of the best, who would you choose? Which team would you say would represent PACAF?
I know we've been talking about the guys all day about who we think is going to take it all. To be honest, I think it's a coin flip. I think it's whoever takes map 1, they're going to roll. Might check the mental of the other team, but I think if Nase and Sweet can perform, and if Breadwinner and Wep can do what they need to do, and then also those guys like Chan and Goldfish, They really just got to do what they need to do on the map to help them out. I think Japan can take it, but I also think the Pacific Islanders, they can probably come and do upset.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Listen, I appreciate you giving us your opinion there, and I appreciate you being here for this interview. It's always awesome to speak to you, mate, and it's good to see you competing again this year. So congratulations on the 3rd place.
Appreciate it. Can I say one thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Give any shout outs you want to, bud.
Sorry, I just want to shout out my wife, beautiful wife, back at home.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me come out and play games, even though it's I had to leave you back there in Korea. Shout out the boys watching me at home. Shout out the office. Shout out my commander for taking us here, letting me and Y2K come out here. And thank you, the Air Force, for giving us this opportunity to play games for fun.
Alrighty. And thank you, Ice-T, for joining us in this interview. You're absolutely awesome, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, mate.
Thank you. You too.
Cheers.
Oh man, everyone's so sweet. You know what I'm saying? Everyone, we love everybody here. Yeah, everyone is just like the kindest people on planet Earth. We love these guys so much. However, love doesn't do everything in life. You know, it sometimes it is actually about war and not peace and love. Team Korea, they will finish in 3rd place. Team Alaska are going to finish 4th here in the PACAF Esports Championships. That means we've got one single match left across both of our tournaments here in the PACAF Esports Championships. We've got Pacific Islands taking on Team Japan in our grand finals. I cannot wait for this matchup.
Yeah, I am just dubiously excited, as you are as well. This is going to be a wonderful, wonderful best-of-7 series that we have coming up in front of us. But until then, Brody, go ahead and send us to break.
I will do exactly that. All right, we have one more break, guys. Get yourselves braced, because this is going to be an incredible grand finals. If Rocket League earlier on is anything to go by, we know that this one is going to be just amazing. It's Pacific Islands, it's Japan. Only one can represent PACAF at the DAF World Championships. We'll see you after the break to decide who it will be.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
In Overload, the map is split in half with opposing teams respawning opposite each other throughout the match. To earn a point, teams fight to secure the Overload device and deliver it to one of two enemy detonation zones. Only one player can carry the device at a time, and if the carrier is eliminated, the device falls to the floor for anyone to grab. If it is successfully delivered or lost out of bounds, the device will return to one of 3 centralized spawn points. Matches are split into 2 halves, the first one ending after the timer expires or either team scores 4 points, after which the teams will switch spawn locations. Teams can claim victory by reaching 8 total points or having more points after time expires. If the final timer ends with both teams tied, sudden death begins, a 2-minute no respawn round where the first team to eliminate the other or score a single point wins the match.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
for the final time tonight. Welcome back, everybody, here to the PACAF Esports Championship, live from the Nista Club at Yokota Air Base in Tokyo, Japan. We have one more match of esports for you. We are going back to Call of Duty, and we are about to send one more team to the DAF Worlds Finals in July. My name's Infinity. I'm joined by McCormiel for this final best of 7. First and foremost, how are you doing, mate?
Oh, I am doing just super swell, Infinity BL. Thank you for asking. I'm genuinely very excited for this grand final. It feels like over the course of the week, this has been the culmination. And ever since we got that first taste of Japan versus Pacific Island all the way back on day 1, it feels like everything has been kind of like anticipatory towards this point. So now that we have finally reached the climax of the show, it is time to find the resolution. And I can't wait to do it over the course of 7 games.
Yeah, I cannot wait either. It's going to be an awesome matchup. I absolutely cannot wait for this grand finals. We have 2 storied teams within not just PACAF, but also within Air Force Gaming on the whole, with Pacific Islands versus Team Japan coming up. But before we get there, we want everybody here to get hyped about just how important this grand finals is. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome.
Confessions over these 808. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, playing with the games, bitching with the chest. Beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances are quite unlikely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Man, I feel it, man. These videos are great. Can we can we get me and Alex on a couple of these videos? That's all I'm saying. You know, we can prop her in there as well. He can be like a guy that we carry, or just chuck him around a bit. Like,
what's your go-to pose?
What's my go-to pose?
Yeah, what's your go-to pose?
You know. Alrighty, this is why I'm at the casting desk and not one of these players. Alright, let's do this grand finals. Let's start talking about these teams. I want to start the conversation with Japan because this is just an epic roster, of course. This is the successor to the Misawa Air Base roster that won PACAF in 2025. Team Japan are effectively our reigning champions. They are an incredible, incredible team, and they've only gotten better, which I think is the scary thing, right? Like, already last year, Sweet, Nase, Michi, and Goldfish were phenomenal, right? But it often felt like maybe they were lacking firepower in their 4th player, and I mean, no disrespect to Nighttime whatsoever. He had his moments for sure, but if I think Chain is just phenomenal, right? A new player coming from Yokota himself, so he's already kind of at home here playing in the PACAF Esports Championships, and Chain, you know, kind of matches the firepower that Goldfish, Sweet, and Nase Michi bring to the table.
No, he absolutely does. And we, I mean, when we talk to Sweet, we talk to Nase, like all they continue to do is just give Chain the flowers for being able to come into this roster and not only elevate them, but put them in a position where they can go back to back and really have a chance to take it to a CONUS roster if they are able to make it out of PACAF for the Esports Championship here this week. Just talking about a couple other players, though, I mean, we looked to Sweet immediately on this roster. You and I have talked at length about him. We talked to him in the interview yesterday, and he feels more confident than he's ever been here throughout the weekend, especially with the team that he's got behind him to really make a push. A top 250 player within his own right, but even just from some of the changes that they've made throughout this weekend on this roster, how they played Search and Destroy differently, how they've approached their respawns differently, and just the insight that he was able to give us yesterday to some of those changes really was eye-opening, and I think that puts Team Japan in a really, really good spot here in this grand final.
Absolutely. Well, Team Japan, they are a titanic team. Of course, they did go 50-50, though, with one team in the group stages, and that was Pacific Islands on the other side. A roster that's also gone from strength to strength. Now, it's worth saying that this roster is equally as effectively is kind of a successor to the Hickam Air Force Base roster from 2025 with Seaskirk and Breadwinner both returning. And the latter of those two players has a chip on his shoulder, right? You heard him talk about it in kind of the video earlier on today, where it's just like, he talks about the fact that a lot of people have been saying, he must have been hacking online, because when it came to LAN, when these guys pooped the bed on LAN, it didn't go well. He did not show up compared to what he did online. He has something to prove, and he's already come out here and done that. But I also want to give a lot of love to some of the new names on the roster, like Greengred and iWept. I think they're phenomenal additions to this team. It almost kind of very similarly to what Shane is doing for Team Japan, these players are doing for Team Pacific Islands.
Yeah, Greengred coming over from the CONUS region, was over at the Dover Air Base in Delaware. He has made his impact on this PACAF championship bright and early. Same thing can be said about iWept. I think this is somebody who I've looked to as kind of an X factor for Pacific Islands. When we started at the top of the week, this was kind of our wild card team. When we talked about iWept, he was really new to AFG. He hadn't played in any Air Force Gaming tournaments beforehand, but all of a sudden this young guy comes out and he's frying. They play that first matchup on stream versus Team Japan. He came out the gates and he was running it down with the submachine gun map after map. And that allowed Breadwinner, that allowed Greengred, that allowed Seaskirk to really be able to come into their own as players. And so now Breadwinner, yeah, he went from being accusated online, but he was just saying, hey, look, I didn't have the team around me to be able to succeed. Whether that's just personal ego or just being and telling the exact truth that he needed, he's going to get to prove that here with this roster. Can they come out? Can they take down the reigning champions and be able to move on to the DAF World Championship?
Who knows, man? This is going to be really difficult to kind of pass how we think this matchup is going to go. But we want to know what maps we've got for this best of 7 grand final. So we're going to see like a best of 7 map set graphic. What are we cooking up here? It looks like we're cooking up something tasty. Goodness gracious. Get your reading glasses on, folks. That's a lot of maps in quick succession. There's also a lot of maps sandwiched together back to back. We are kicking things off with a Blackheart Hardpoint, and then you're going to get a double dosage of Den, and then you're going to get a double dosage of Colossus, and then you're going to get a double dosage of Exposure. This is a phenomenal map set of all the favorites of Black Ops 7.
The one thing I will see in here right now, and that you can see all the way down at the bottom of your screen, is the map bans. When we talked to the Pacific Islands about what they needed to do against Japan in a series, it was to not let them get a Scar, because Scar is the map that Japan reigns supreme on. That is where they have been able to take the side of the Pacific Islands in map after map after map fashion. It was a reason that they had a struggle in the last best of 5 that they played against them, and that's the reason that they lost the Overload in the first series that they went up against the side of Japan on the first day of the tournament. So the fact that they are confident enough not only to ban all 3 of the Scars, but showing that they are going to be able to take it to them on any other map and mode combination, at least to me, shows the degree of confidence for this team. They wanted to make sure that everything that their opponent was good at is taken out.
Okay, well, I like the veto process coming through from the Pacific Islands. They're trying to tip the scales in their favor here for this best of 7. And so we are going to see a second hard point no matter what in this series. Where will we go any further than that is the real question for me. Because it's going to be difficult. It's really, really difficult to gauge how this series is going to go. It's literally, it's so tough because both of these teams, obviously, they beat each other once in the group stages. So when teams like these go 50-50, it is incredibly difficult to actually tell how things are going to go when push comes to shove. But push is about to come to shove. We do have to find out how these teams will split here in the grand finals. We have to make one final prediction for said grand finals, and we have once again gone with different predictions. No sitting on the fence here, no copying each other. We had to go separate ways, like Vin Diesel and Paul Walker at the end of Fast and Furious 7. That's what we have to do for our predictions. I've gone for Team Japan 4-1. I feel like Misawa Air Base are going to do it again. I've got this feeling that you've got training from Yokota. This improved the roster tenfold. I feel like if these guys won last year, there's no reason they can't win this year again.
Well, I'm going to go on the inverse. I have Team Pacific in a 4-2 victory, and this is to take nothing away from Sweet and the rest of the Japan roster. I think they are a very, very talented team, and I could very easily see this going to 7 games, but I just wanted to be a little bold in my prediction here. I think Pacific Islands, from what I saw throughout the round robins and throughout the group stage that we had before we get into bracket play, there was just a little bit missing there when it came to the search and destroys, and I think that they've taken a lot of effort to go ahead and mitigate that. The fact that they've taken Scar out of this map set gives them a better chance going forward throughout the entirety of this best of 7. So behind Breadwinner, behind Green Gred, behind Seaskirk and iWept, I think that 4-man roster as a completion here is going to be able to bring Breadwinner back to a land to prove himself once again, but more importantly, let the young guns fry and get Green Gred back to beating Conus again.
Absolutely. All right, well, there's our predictions in, and there are the teams locked in for this best of 7 grand finals. Fist bumps flying out here. I got a feeling we're not that far away. We might be loading in to the Blackheart hardpoint. I'm really glad, by the way, that we're starting off this best of 7 grand finals on the Blackheart, because that is like the map, right? I mean, it's just it's such a fast. It's the Bacage of Black Ops 7 in a way. It's so fast paced. It's also incredibly fun. You know what? Actually, I think it's kind of grown on me over the course of Black Ops 7. I actually, to the point where, you know, it used to be one of our auto vetoes as a team when I played the game. I actually kind of enjoy playing Blackheart now. It's a ton of fun, and it is a proper sluggerfest. Let's get into our grand final, folks. Only one team can make it to the DAF World Championships. Will it be Team Japan, or will it be Team Pacific Islands?
Let's have some fun. It's a 4-man hit directly inside of the middle here. Nobody playing outer long, but it's going to be a double back in dub. Breadwinner will be by his lonesome inside of the point. It'll be Team Japan to strike first as they wipe the kill feed clean. Spawns red out over by P2. Sweet, in a great spot to improve that streak from 3-0 to a few more.
It will connect. Beautifully done so far here from Team Japan. Early on towards this hard point, they know the one choke point the Team Pacific Islands are going to come down, and it's the perfect setup coming through from Team Japan with players watching every single point of ingress. The big issue here with 18 seconds left for Team Pacific Island have to find a way through, and goodness gracious, Swede is putting all sorts of movement plays out that Team Pacific Islands don't exactly have a response for.
Yeah, after 18 seconds going off, though, you are completely fine with taking the scrap time. You know that the spawns are going to be across the map. You don't see a lot of players in the backside here. But the problem is, there's going to be an immediate flank that comes through here. They have to be ready for the pressure over by P4. Sweep with the first one on the Seaskirk. It's a 1-to-1 trade that goes immediate the way of Team Japan. Breadwinner in the back, unfortunately, falls to the demise of Goldfish. Inside the initial point of time, iWept is there. He'll back out for a moment, but the rest of the team are going to spawn in. Chain's going to have a difficult 1 versus 2 as the pinch comes through. Can he find the first? Answer, yes. Surely he gets traded here, but the teammates are there for the help. Seaskirk was looked the opposite way. He was trying to cut down long.
His presence inside the hard point is going to pull one player away from the front of the point. That's going to alleviate enough pressure here that Team Japan will be able to get back through. What a flurry of events. All the way from the 3 hit towards the back line from Team Japan to, well, Chain holding him long enough that Japan can get back through. Now it's going to be Team Pacific Islands in control once again. We get the 20-second mark on that hard point, and it now becomes a point at which, yeah, it's probably not worth sending any more investment in towards it. Chain's already tried for it. He's weakened from the fight. There's no real reason to go too hard at this one. Just got to rotate for if you're Team Japan. And I will say, they haven't exactly solidly done that just yet. With this gunfight from Goldfish, though, now this rotation's about to be locked in.
Yeah, they might not have been able to rotate all that well, but their break percentage right now is basically 100%. As we've gone across 1 and 2. Initial time, though, to Pacific Islands. Green Gred slides in. Was looking to the right-hand side. Knows the challenge isn't coming just yet. Going to challenge out the left. And Goldfish on a nice hop-up will be able to make a couple players fall to their knees. The 1 versus 1 on the point for time is another one off the spawn is going to be there for help. Breadwinner is doing a great job of just wasting so much time here. Letting it sit contested. The reinforcements are back. It's 4 to the front. And now the trades can come through. Green Gred with 1. iWept another. Nase Michi, the last alive. Yes, the spawns are deep, but the break once again in from the Pacific Islands.
And now you've got to try and flip up those back spawns. That's why they're desperately hunting Chain. Chain might have actually just threaded the needle perfectly between those players. You know, that's what we were looking for now. For Team Pacific Islands is just locking down these back spawns to the back 15. Unfortunately, as far as rotation is concerned, that's not going to help you that much, but you do at the very least steal time away from Team Japan. So we go towards the next hard point, and Team Japan, you can see them locking themselves in. They know there's going to be a temporary step with the back line.
Very deep and sticky spawn here, though, for P4. So if you can hold the back line, you should be good through the front. At the moment, though, finally it'll be a full clearance out. The Pacific Islands will just send 4 through the front, break on in. They try to go through the back. It didn't work out. Now the spawns are going to get a bit mixy as they spawn in from behind. Team Japan now has a de facto pinch play set up. A Goldfish still around the crane, looking for one more. Shots good enough from iWept. It is a yet again break from the Pacific Islands. Who needs a rotation when you get all the time from the front?
Oh, he'll starting to come through from Nase Michi. I was going to say, this feels like a turning point in this game. If Team Pacific Islands can scoop up the rest of this time, they will be very, very far in the lead. But Nase Michi comes through and saves the day. We start trading things out a little bit here. And I would like to see a little bit more tightness in the play as far as holding hard points is concerned for Team Japan, because I think there's a little bit of panic in the gameplay that maybe hasn't been there in the past, right? You know, a couple of players watching the same POA up point of entry, excuse me, God, English. Point of entry, while one of the other point of entries towards a hard point isn't being watched. Like, minor rookie errors like that Team Japan don't normally make. Right now, they're leaving a lot on the table.
I was going to say, all the way through the back line, you had to look for Breadwinner as he was making the play through P3. You just get a bit mixy inside of Square out of the P1 push. 2 gunfights go your way, and all of a sudden the spawns have flipped around. Now Goldfish is in a very precarious spot here. He's got help over their back. So the top shoulder gunfight of the AR of Seaskirk is able to win the gunfight there. Sweet inside of Square, now going to force one out by P3. Breadwinner just needs to play his life here, and he does just that. He's able to find 1 second in the back line, traded out by Chain, but it's another push from the front from Pacific Islands. It's going to give them some P5 time.
Things couldn't be closer here in this game. It is going to be Team Japan. Efforts to try and flank through P4 being made right now from Team Pacific Islands. Should be an easy trade for Chain, and it will be. Of course, Chain towards the backline, though, means that pressure around the front is going to be pretty high. I'm surprised that Goldfish wasn't exactly kind of predicted there by iWhips in that position. It's a very common one for a player inside the hardpoint to be sitting. Goldfish continues to win crucial gunfights. So how about this? A 3-point game going into the second half hit, or the second set of rotations, just to say McCormill. And this is incredible, I think, from both rosters. Honestly, I feel like both teams have been making all the right decisions. There's nothing outright egregious from either Team Japan or Team Pacific Islands to chat about.
And I love that from iWept. Not getting too antsy with it. Doesn't YY, doesn't run around, doesn't try to pick up something he doesn't need to. Just sits the corner, waits while the rest of the teammates are finding kills over by P4 on the north side of the map. Now you can just jump in, find yourself a few more. And the trade should be here from the rest of the team. They don't cover off dubs. Seaskirk is able to hop in from long, and the map possession on the left-hand side, but the P2 spawns are just emphatic.
First now trades in towards the hard point. Focus on those spawns for P2. Right now, Team Japan do not have control of them. With 12 seconds left, they're going to try that exact same maneuver that they tried before. Remember, 3 around on the flank. It's the right play call. This time, it's been red for Pacific Islands. You've got a player in towards dubs.
Oh, does Green Gray get the timing here? His teammate goes down, but this is going to allow the pinch play to come through. They don't read the player out. Crane, but a sweet gunfight goes his way. Back over towards P4. He tries to go for a gunfight while weak against Green Gred. And in the back line with 11 HP. He's going to shoot the body afterwards. Why not have a little bit of fun with it? They get the rotation. They get the initial time. And they are starting to run away here on Blackheart after a P1 hold.
Yeah, this is starting to look like a convincing lead now. And again, it's Team Japan who are starting to get a little too aggressive and a little too individual from my liking. Yep, straight to the meat grinder goes Nase Michi's body on that wall jump. I suppose the good bit of news here is that nobody's like too far up towards the wall jumps. There is space being provided here for Team Japan. Space enough that they do actually manage to break into what is going to be a crucial back 20 seconds. They can acquire this time. They will slightly lower the lead. And it's also worth saying as well, Team Pacific Islands don't have a lock on that next hill just yet.
What I was going to say, with how far the Pacific Islands had pushed out the north side of the map, all of a sudden, you look at the back line and Chain was able to spawn super deep in the emergency spawn back by P3. He doesn't stay alive, and fortunately enough, the Pacific Islands are able to snuff him out the back before really too much damage has been done. That allowed the front line of Team Japan to start pushing up the map, and they've won a couple of gunfights. They go 1 for 1 and 2 for 2 on the initial break. And contested time is good time here if you're Team Japan.
Absolutely, it is. Team Japan going to be in. Back spawns haven't been locked down just yet. You're going to be acutely aware of that fact. And if you're a breadwinner towards the back line, just try and draw as much attention away from the front of the hard point as humanly possible. Yeah, you've already isolated one player. What a beautiful play. Just from one player alone, right? You recognize, hey, if you're a breadwinner, all right, listen, I'm not going to win these fights around the back. Let's pull myself as far back as humanly possible here to draw the attention of Team Japan because they have to take me out for that spawn flip. Pull a couple of players back. One goes down towards the hard point, leaves just one inside said hill, and that is a ripe picking for Team Pacific Islands.
Oh, and Goldfish, he had spotted Green Gred all the way up through middle, and he made the chase play to try and find him in the corner. He slides out, and somehow Green Gred's able to get the best of him in the 1v. So now this allows iWeb to just push directly in through P1, out through dubs, and in the back line of spawns. That surely should be traded, and it will be. Where is the pressure from Team Japan? It just feels like there's no sense of urgency when it comes to the trades, and they're just kind of falling apart. It feels like multiple players are looking at the same POI.
75 difference now. This is really starting to get out of hand, and this is the hard point last time around where Team Japan again were really struggling to take control of this hard point and actually watch all of the different points of entry towards it. Goldfish gets traded out, and there is the individuality again. Goldfish goes down, Sweet follows in quick succession. There's very, very little synergy between the players of Team Japan right now. This is so uncharacteristic of them.
Chain looking to push his way forward with the AR. You can see how they're kind of scrambling here, just trying to kind of pick off these players as they come over from P4. You have the winner's advantage right now if you're Pacific Island, so you are taking all of this time on the back end and not really worrying about what's in front of you just yet. The chain lays down, the slide from the left will come in. Breadwinner with the SMG up close is able to find one. The duo of the subs. Reigning terror here on Blackheart. This is not a map that Japan probably wanted to chow Pacific Islands on, but it's the chow they'll take nonetheless. 100-point deficit inside of P5. They've got all the time and more. They got to clear out these back spawns, nade, stuns, everything trying to get them out of position.
Here we go. Util through. Nasi Michi cut down. Again, it's Breadwinner towards the backline. What a beautiful play. Just providing so much space, so much pressure. It is not the first time he's done it, and it surely won't be the last in this game. Team Pacific Islands stomping out any rebellion from Team Japan. A few more seconds. This one's done, folks. Team Pacific Islands start very strong here in the PACAF Esports Championships Call of Duty Grand Finals.
And this is starting to look like a run back of the first match we saw this week. The first game of the round robin between these two teams. A hard point where Japan just didn't feel like they had much going for them. The synergy wasn't there, and I think you pointed out to that perfectly. What we're used to seeing from this Team Japan roster is just a bait and switch here and there. It's a 3-2-1 chow. It's making sure that they have that last player secured that's trying to make the flank. And it just seemed like every time that they tried to wrap somewhere, there wasn't much that was going in their favor. There was nothing that was going their way, and they would lose somebody in the backline spawn. How many times did we see Breadwinner take a route all the way through P3 to get the backside of P3? How many times do we see Breadwinner and iWept be able to run the subs down directly through the gullet of Team Japan to break into P4? There was just so many gunfights, and after that opening break on P1, I really thought Team Japan was going to be looking more akin to what we saw in that second series they played against Pacific Islands in the round robins, but it just fell apart. And like we said at the very beginning, any break that the Pacific Islands team wanted, they were getting, and that was true through every single hard point throughout this Blackheart.
Yeah, I mean, I just got to say it. I mean, the player I want to shout out most is Breadwinner. Right, I think, you know, just outside of the raw slaying power of Team Pacific Islands and the way they were kind of break apart and really just capitalize on the errors that maybe Team Japan were making as a team. Breadwinner, I think in particular, was the catalyst for that over and over again. Just multiple moments in that game where he recognizes that playing his life and just playing for space, drawing the attention of Team Japan is one of the smartest things that you can do, because they're going to fall for that. Like, you know, even, you know, a situation, for example, you know, like at the back of the P4 hardpoint, where they have no choice but to chase you down, like, or P3 I should say, but they have no choice to chase you down because you need to be dead so the spawns can flip in favor of the opposition. Like, it's just the awareness to recognize that, hey, I'm in a position as a player where playing my life can do so much damage to the opposition, even if I know I'm going to inevitably lose this fight. Like, the 1 versus 2 is so unfeasible in that situation. It is a very high level play, and if this best of 7 goes to Team Pacific Islands, that is something I'm 100% going to bring up to Breadwinner. Like, just incredible. Oh, looking over towards the best of 7 then, folks. That is a great start for Team Pacific Islands as they take map number 1. Next up, we go to Den, Search and Destroy. It's Sniper Rifle Heaven.
It is Sniper Rifle Heaven, and I will say this too for the Pacific Islands. As I've watched their gameplay, especially in that map 1, the difference that it comes down to, not even in the gun, sure nobody could hit through the side there. They were getting that guaranteed P3 spawn, and all you had, sure nobody could hit through the side there. They were getting that guaranteed P3 spawn, and all he had to do was sit there. He didn't try to mosey around. I alluded to it when we were inside of P1 there. Just playing down, waiting and playing your life perfectly to where your teammates are getting those gunfights over the top. When you have trust in your teammates to win those big gunfights, to get that 1-2 piece to break a hill, that's where you see the team come alive. And once they slow down, they play their game, they can play with the pace of Team Japan and even outpace them at times. And we saw that on Blackheart.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That map just felt like an outclassing in many ways in favor of Team Pacific Islands. I'm shocked, honestly. I really thought that Team Japan would look better than that. I think it's kind of difficult, right? Because when we talk about, you know, how Team A beats Team B, very often you end up talking about how Team B plays incorrectly, right? The errors that maybe were able to be capitalized on by Team A. And you look at their other matches and it's like, well, those errors weren't happening elsewhere. So obviously it's you know, it's not just the errors, you know what I mean? That there's a lot of push and pull there. It makes it very difficult to analyze exactly what the hell is going on. The only thing I do know is that Pacific Islands are a phenomenal roster, and that was an enjoyable map number 1 to this best of 7. So we'll be loading into Den, Search and Destroy very, Den soon. That was a horrible pun. Just ignore that happen. That won't happen again. Den Search and Destroy. That's what's up next. We got map number 2. I can't wait to see Search and Destroy where knives. Again, just to be clear, Search and Destroy where knives aren't out and S&D is being played properly is one of the most wonderful things.
Yeah, no, it is. And I think this is one of the closer kind of maps that they have played thus far throughout the series. When we go back to what we saw in the first best of 5, Team Japan, it was a valiant effort in the S&D. They came up a bit short. It was kind of a heartbreaking map too. We got into that overload, and that's where they faltered. When we look to Pacific Islands, they've lost a few heartbreaking S&Ds throughout the entirety of the tournament. Namely, in the second series, they played against Team Japan. Although it went their way in the first set, the second set, they lost map 2 and map 5 to lose and close out on what could have been their reverse sweep against Team Japan. They also lost a Search and Destroy against Team Korea. So to say that there are some struggles in the mode for Pacific Islands would be absolutely true and honest to heart. And I would like to see how they remedy that going forward here inside of this series. They didn't really get tested yesterday on the exposure. They didn't get much practice against it when they played Team Alaska. And again, the knives were out there. We talked and preached about practice how you play. If Pacific Islands come out here and they look a little bit slow against Team Japan, I would not be in the slightest bit surprised. I think Team Japan has been one of the best S&D teams all weekend.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Hopefully, obviously, listen, it is 5 a.m. right now for me in the morning. I want this to go the distance. It is, yeah. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. I can hear, I can hear birds tweeting. Hold on, wait, no, that's just me. Yeah, I want this to go the distance. I mean, I would love to see things even up here pretty quickly, but who knows how long we're going to take to get into this game. I don't know what we're waiting for right now. Players are big chilling, so. They must be waiting for something. I think we're actually loading the game. Mate, it's like I called for it, and we're in the game. I don't know. I feel like I've got superpowers of some kind. Either way, let's not waste any more time, folks. Let's get into the Search and Destroy. Team Japan going to start things off on this offense, and it is going to be a B hit to kick things off.
Slow and steady. You can see Breadwinner already pushed up over by 10. Not going to give his life away just yet. Smoke has been invested. If these teams have done their homework, they should know that Nasemichi will probably have a sniper out here, and he absolutely will. One peeks around the corner, gets some chip damage into him. He's forced to wrap all the way back off, and Goldfish will follow. They're going to try and at least hit this in maybe through middle over towards A. They're going to get a few shots onto the player back over by P3, so they at least know one's going to be over on the B side still. However, it's a very strong line of defense from the Pacific Islands that they're going to have to push in through. Sweet going to look to the right side over by Computers. Green Gred will back off wisely. Nade going to get cooked up, and they got to be careful that he doesn't get a teammate there, so he's actually going to go off of it. Now it's going to be shots in from iWept on the back end. The grenade's going to finish it off. Goldfish the first to fall. Bomb down on the B side.
It should be an easy collect here for Team Japan, even though they're a man down. I think that's the only issue here in this play, right? Is the fact that now you've lost a man, you're going to be anxious to get that bomb down. You're not going to have the courage to back the post plant as well. There's going to be blue in the feed momentarily. Brings us down to a 2 versus 2. And if Breadwinner got away, that would have been nice. But now, all just down to Green Red.
Well, they rescued the 3 versus 4 and made it a 2v1. Chang going to be wrapping around the right-hand side. They don't exactly know where this player is. Did he spot the info inside of Computers here? And on the dropout, there's a player playing on the hop in between the 2 rooftops and laying down in the credit corner right outside of the window. So what was an afforded first blood to Team Pacific Islands, unfortunately, they just don't stay on top of the trade game and put themselves out of position. They go down 1-0.
Just really unfortunate, I think, considering they had the man advantage. I think if Breadwinner gets away, that is a totally different situation in the 2 versus 2. I'm almost surprised in a way that PACAF just let them get that bomb down in the first instance, considering the dominance they had over that bomb site. Either way, Team Japan, very happy to take round number 1 here. And that will be Team Pacific Islands on the offense. It's going to be Goldfish on the other side. Keeping an eye on that B site. He's got the Dravik out. I was wondering whether or not he had the sniper rifle, but actually, considering he doesn't, this is basically a free plant coming through here.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the call was there. Maybe it was a gut check to try and go A with no trophies down. Maybe they would try to throw the smoke over there, but nah, it served no purpose regardless. Out towards the left side, Goldfish try to challenge out on the outer side of Dojo. He'll run directly into Breadwinner with the AR, who will slide forward. Chain good snap. No trades come through, though. So 4 versus 2 in a retake that's looking more and more grim. However, they give a free one to Nasemichi, who now evens it back at 2 apiece. 23 seconds left of the round. Seasker, great shots in the player from middle, and it's the long cross back from the tower side. It's going to clean up the final player. Great hold on the post plant there from the Pacific Islands. Maybe a misstep on the defensive spread off the rip of the round for Team Japan.
Yeah, I was going to say, retaking on this site is actually kind of difficult at times, right? Just because of all the points of re-entry, right? The lines of sight that's available to ARs. Like, it is incredible. I mean, literally, if you don't already have players past Dojo, to get players into Dojo and make the cross happen pretty much unscathed is nigh on impossible, especially if there's mid-map coverage for the team that's already taken control of the site. So, yeah, that was a bit of an error there, I think, from Team Japan to not have a sniper rifle on that side. Especially when Nasimichi's running one. Like, I don't know. Does he still think the 2 life rule's in effect or something? Not entirely sure. Either way, Nasimichi, that might be why. Whiffs the opening snipe. And look at the spread here on the defense as well, right? I mean, the adaptation is huge. Brilliant play from Breadwinner to keep this one alive here for the moment. That smoke might be down, but Breadwinner, he still has control of this.
The rest of his teammates are here in Dojo. So realistically, you give yourself a really good opportunity to maybe pick one off here. Chain, chip damage at 80 HP. Nasimichi with the sniper will push his way up through middle map and now look over the side. Great wrap by Chain. Gets away with his life and he's able to find one. Breadwinner is going to be on the direct chase immediately towards him. He's going to opt to wrap back over towards Nasimichi, but he's picked up an AR and he's ready to gun him down through the back window. Round to Japan. We go back and forth through the first 3.
That's a huge round for Japan, especially considering the control on the defense, again, that Team Pacific Islands had. It's massive to be able to bring it back in the way that they do. It's that clutch factor that Team Japan are known for, especially in Search and Destroy. So, shout out to Team Japan. They bring it back now. 2-1 lead for them. Where do they take the bomb here? Pacific Islands. Last time around, that was the big issue, that Japan gave them too much room to breathe. This time there's an adaptation. It's not just Goldfish coming over in this direction. It's also going to be Chain. You do actually still have to take some kind of control. Like, you can't kind of just sit in Dojo. You need to move forward a little bit and try and take some real estate.
They're going to call the full wrap back over to B2 through A. So there's not going to be anybody there. He's going to see Green Red try to wrap up top middle. But Nasimichi is watching over P1 with the sniper onto the site. Just kidding. He's got the AR out this round. Nade connects on C-Skirk. IWEP down as well. The bomb did go through. But Breadwinner inside of 10 is going to help with Green Red over the top somehow, some way. They stay alive. It's Nasimichi for his 3rd kill in the round. 1 versus 2 on 5 in a row. Playing for a Hellstorm here. Challenge around the right side corner. You betcha. Nasimichi up to 6. Will get the defuse. And that surely should put him at a Hellstorm. That's going to be utility here for Team Pacific Islands.
Yeah, and if I had to criticize anything there for Team Pacific Islands, which I wouldn't even say it's really criticism, just kind of maybe why things fell apart for them in that round, is that mid-map coverage wasn't actually there, right? I mean, like, allowing a player through the middle of the map when you haven't really got yourself set up for it with control of the B-bomb site is less than novel, we shall say. And of course, it doesn't help that Nasimichi is currently on one. He's 8-2, by the way, through the first 4 search and destroy rounds. So they really do want to even the odds here and equalize the series. And Nasimichi, I think, is the proponent for that at the moment. We haven't seen any crazy Nasimichi snipes just yet. That's what I want to see.
Honestly, I don't think you need to at the moment. Got a comfortable lead. IWEP will be sitting on the A site. Trophy system down. I think he spotted one out, or maybe saw some util come through, so he's going to back all the way off, and this is actually a smart play. It's going to allow Team Japan to get the bomb down, but Pacific Islands on the opposite end will be able to play a full retake as a team on the A site. So now they can slide down the top side of blue. 2 players in the back rotating in through Dojo, 1 in through computers. Nasimichi still watching the flank, waiting for one to come through. Are you going to check this? If you're green, red, you get the best timing here. If you're Nasimichi, you're going to reposition to a different angle. All the while, the gunfights are still waiting to happen on the opposite side. You've got Chain here for help as Nasimichi opens up with Breadwinner on 1.
Numbers in favor now for Team Japan. Even more so, you take a trade all day long. The entire presence for the Pacific Islands here coming from one side of the site. There's only 15 seconds left.
Over 13 seconds now. C-Skirk is just going to try and get the defuse on this. He's the last player alive, and he was really trusting his teammate to be able to find those last few kills there instead. An unfortunate turn of events for Pacific Island gets even worse as Team Japan continue to streak on forward. Not only do you have to worry about a Hellstorm now, but Nasimichi, he's beyond feeling himself. He's hot. He's ready. He's a young man with a lot to prove.
Yeah, this is the team play from Team Japan that I wanted to see a little bit more of, especially in Search and Destroy. These guys are really good at this game mode. Really, really good. And Team Pacific Islands just always constantly feel like they're getting traded out effectively. And never really on the other side of that equation. Once again, same setup here. Team Japan keeping an eye on things over by B with Nasimichi. Whiffs the opening snipe though. That's That's now some real estate purchased here by Pacific Islands. They can move all the way up. Got to be careful, though, with whose tip of the spear. iWept is just going to keep an eye on that cross.
He's got a friend back Dojo for help, though. So as Nasai Michi's able to play this angle, if somebody does try to get aggressive, he should be caught out. Barring the timing goes absolutely nuclear on the opposite way. Nasai Michi looking for the outer angle. Stun check's going to be able to find most likely 2 there. iWep will slide in through the door. That's what I was talking about. The timing could not have been worse. 6 HP backs all the way off. 4 versus 3. 25 seconds left to work with here. Still got to get the defuse. You're able to get inside, and iWept finds a sniper of Nasai Michi to close out the round. And after a few rounds of bleeding, they'll patch it up and they'll get back in the game.
Big, huge round. And just brilliant collapse as well on towards the players and towards Dojo. Kind of unfortunate, really, that Nasai Michi wasn't able to translate his sniper rifle presence into, well, actual game presence. If he does, if he gets a couple of frags there, very different situation. But Team Pacific Islands now got themselves a second round on the board. Most of the time, Japan have favoured that B bomb site, and it's going to be B once again, but it is the double chow for Pacific Islands. Last time, it wasn't necessarily the control over the site that was the issue, it was what came after that.
Maybe Nasai Michi can only hit those snipes, but we're not on board with him. He's opening up with the first blood here in round 7. Keep in mind, Team Japan doing all this with a 2-round lead, while Goldfish is at an 0-6 stat line when KD is concerned. EKA probably looks a little bit different in-game on the scoreboard, regardless. Green Red's Black Dojo. Sweet is watching the full Raptor spawn. This is such a checkout spot. You're never going to expect them to be playing all the way back here, and why would you?
Yeah, that one's just really unfortunate, I think, for Team Pacific Islands. They really did try their best, and, well, flanking player going to get cut down here. Seaskirk going to take up the mantle of the flank man. Got a 1v4 in his hands. Best case scenario, they line up for him. Worst case scenario, well, there you go.
That's what's going to happen. You afford Nasai Michi to get the sniper. That smoke either doesn't connect early enough, or you just try to get too aggressive on the site. You're automatically putting yourself in a first blood situation. Rest of the team's going to be in positions all around the map. And, I mean, again, Sweet playing just the cruddiest of cruddy angles all the way in the backside of spawn. Unless you wrap all the way around through ammo and you get the best timing in the world on his back, Lord knows you're probably going to lose that gunfight every time. Offensive round here back from Team Pacific Islands. Down 2-5 here. Need 4 straight to be able to come back here in S&D. The way Team Japan's playing, it seems rather improbable. The bomb will be working its way over towards the B site. You got 3 back in the dojo. One's going to be wrapped back all the way into the spawn just to make sure they can't get flanked all the way through. Seaskirk will play the outer side here. He spotted one inside of 10. No first blood off the board just yet. Chain on the wrap back. Goldfish will die yet again.
4v3 in favor of Team Pacific Islands. Team Japan, down to the last couple of players. Now just down to chain. 1v3. Team Pacific Islands have the numbers. And they look pretty good for it here. There's the last player. Beautifully done from Team Japan.
It's all about that first pick. You're able to work it over on the site. You didn't necessarily get control of the B site immediately. Team Japan just was a bit overzealous on that initial challenge. So you pick off the first, you get that bomb down, and then everybody's just kind of scrambling back. I like the setup that they had on defense. They hard checked it and they hard chowed it. But if you're going to play a 3-4 or 3-1 split with one in the back line watching for the wrap through spawn, you got to make sure you win that first gunfight. If you don't, it's pretty much GG, with that bomb site being difficult to break, as you already mentioned, Brody.
Oh, Team Japan just 1 round away, tying this series up at 1-1. Immediate kill coming through from Goldfish, who has actually had that good of a search and destroy here at 1-7. But they have a full bomb site to themselves. The issue is that window's closing, right? I mean, they're so uncertain about it. They were certain that the challenge was going to come through. If they'd just got the bomb down, this would have been infinitely easier. Yeah, well, now they've got the opening blood, and I think now you just need to get the bomb down.
Gonna play this together with Seaskirk and Greengrad. And unfortunately, Green will fall. Seaskirk once again put in a 1 versus 4 situation. He's inside computers and will get the bomb planter. Second one's going to go directly on the challenge. He gets away with his life out to middle map and can decide how he wants to play this just a bit better. But unfortunately, this is also giving Team Japan the ability to wrap back to one another and play this all together. Slide into the left, doesn't spot him on the desk, and this is what we wanted to see out of Y2K previously. Did he get all the way through there for free? I don't think so. But regardless, on the outside, backed by P4. One behind the tree. Chain laying down. Left side challenge. Doesn't even need his teammate to help out. Team Japan, 6-3 in the search and destroy. We are back and tied up 1 apiece in our grand final. We are guaranteed to see a map 5. We will see. Is that a third search and destroy? No, second, excuse me. What am I on? I don't know.
Bro, you know I'm the one that's at 5 a.m. right now, right? Not you.
Well, yeah, but I've been up for a long time, too.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, you also have a really messed up sleep. You've got like a monster of a sleep schedule that I do not currently have. Anyway, massive shout out there to the opposition, to Team Japan. I was wondering whether they'd be about to bounce back, and they did exactly that, Alex.
Yeah, no, they absolutely did. Team Japan looking very, very good in the S&D, and that's what we had talked about previously before we got into that search and destroy. Realistically speaking, they have been the best search and destroy team throughout the week, so that wasn't a surprise that they were able to bounce back 1-1. Going into the Overload, though, Scar was their saving grace in the series they played against Team Pacific Islands inside of the first set, but we know that through the vetoes, Pacific Island have completely axed Scar out of the equation, so now it's going to be back on Den once again. This time it's going to be a respawn, though, a bit different than the S&D.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we're going to take a quick break here, guys. On the other side, we've got Overload coming up. Don't go far. We're back in a moment with more Grand Finals action. Alrighty, welcome back everybody here to the PACAF Esports Championships. Apologies for that. We had to take a couple of breaks for various things here on the back end, but we're back now. We're about to jump into Overload. Alex, stop smiling. Stop it right now. All right, listen, we don't need to. You need to get rid of that cheesy smile. I love it normally. Close your mouth. Stop it.
I'm just happy to be here, man. I'm just smiling because you made a great joke there, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. All right, cool. Well, what wasn't a good joke was Team Japan coming out on top in the Search and Destroy. They've tied this series up at 1-1, which we absolutely love. It was, incredible. Brilliant Search and Destroy from Team Japan. And it's the team play that we kind of generally have come to expect from Team Japan, which wasn't really present in the hardpoint. I think for the first time, I felt like Team Japan were lacking something back in that map number 1.
Yeah, no, they were. And I think it just, again, came down to a lot of the trust that Pacific Islands were continuously throwing to one another. Just felt like Team Japan, for whatever reason, just weren't playing their style of hardpoint that we were accustomed to them seeing. And honestly, if that doesn't kind of change around here in the Overload, things are going to look a lot different. It's going to be a weird spawn over by B just because they had to switch teams. So maybe some decent positioning early on here to Team Japan up their middle map, as iWept is going to be able to find his death early on to Swede over on the P1 challenge. Greengrass is going to be flying forward. He's going to say hello to the second one on the front side of couches. That's going to be mid-map, pretty much cleared out except for top window, but Greengrass is already pushing the spawns out.
Got to be careful about players filtering through here. That's the big thing on, I think, Overload on the whole, but I think very specifically on Den, it's players getting through those lead blockers that can create so much space for you. Team Pacific Islands have already got that. You've got a couple of players in towards the spawn. This should be an easy Overload, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And if you're a Team Japan, off the back of that Overload, you have to work very hard to stop all of this going through, because you've still got 2 players inside the base. You can't play for the EMP. You have to play for those players.
You do, and you just don't expect Breadwinner to be there out of dojo immediately. There was so much map spread on the south bottom side of the map. It's going to allow Seaskirk not only to find 2, but grab the device and be all the way over. Because of how far iWept was pushed up into the spawn, they spawn all the way inside of P2. Really, the only hope that you have here for Team Japan is to be able to turn this around immediately and be able to rally this back on an offensive flip back to the B side of the other team. And it looks like you might be able to do just that. It's a sweet gunfight there, but it's Gred with the pistol out in the knife. And now all of a sudden a Hellstorm comes over the top to stop him full. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I love that Hellstorm usage. I love it so much, right? I mean, it's just a brilliant backstop, right? Generally speaking, you see the Hellstorm used for like sort of offensive purposes, right? To clear out space for an Overload to go through. I think using it to regain control of the Overload is brilliant for a couple of reasons. Obviously, you get the space through to do this, right? You have an opportunity to get an Overload through, which is exactly what happens. But yeah, it gives you so much more map presence. So you don't just get one Overload through. You not only stop an Overload going through against you, but you can potentially follow up with another one. So there's so many implications of using a Hellstorm like that, which is just brilliant, and Team Pacific Islands have played this Overload pretty much perfectly so far.
I was going to say, here's the problem too. They are on the non-specifically favored side, and they've already gotten 3 goals to go through within the first 2 minutes of play. You would think that Team Japan really feels comfortable maybe finding 1 or 2 before this goes to half, if you're able to do just that. The problem is the gunfights have to start being won. Sweet at 5 and 7, that's not what you want to see out of theoretically one of your best players, if not your best player on the roster. He's able to find Seaskirk there, but everybody is playing to a T right now on Pacific Islands. They are winning every gunfight that they need to and more. They found another one here. Spawns over by back ammo. Will they be close enough to be able to stop this? Into the back. The nade will come through, but down the staircase, iWept will do just enough to hold the defensive line back. The Pacific Islands put B2A in the first half.
Brother, this is the grand finals, by the way. Like, this stuff shouldn't happen. And you can see the frustration for Team Japan as well. You can see it in the cams. They're talking about, all right, this is what we need to do. This is where we went wrong in that first half. Just being totally frank, I think where they went wrong is actually pretty apparent. Obviously, there's only so much you can do when the form is as perfect as Team Pacific Islands were in that Overload, right? Of just, having your lead blocker, make sure that they create space, and then following the Overload up with it. But I think the where they went wrong was that post-first Overload play. Team Japan just did not focus hard enough on removing the threat from their own base. They let them streak out, which obviously then the snowball effect led to that streak, which created the space, and then obviously the third Overload, and yada, 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 yada. You get the gist. Things went wrong from one small play. Welcome to another day in the office here in Call of Duty. Team Pacific Islands 4-0 up. This first move of gunfights cannot go their way if you're Japan.
Pretty much the favored side. Chain, lucky to escape with a gunfight win there with 5 HP, but this just opens up the middle of the map once again, and now you can really start to set the spawn trap in motion. You've got a player on the south side now in Goldfish, making a real nice route, is able to find one for his troubles, and will push all the way through tower. He's actually thinking double about it. Sweet will now push his way forward with the SMG in hand. First one spotted out, leg shot's good. Next one on the couches, traded immediately. It's going to be Breadwinner there. Chain forced to back all the way off as they've now got the overload device kind of just wrapping into their spawn, parking the bus for a moment. They want to take this out to the P2 roost, which I'm just not sure if I love that.
Yeah, it's one of those decisions that probably could have been better, I think, on the grand scheme of things. And how many times have we seen that this weekend?
Hang on.
Yeah, I was going to say it looked like a play that could potentially be coming together here.
Oh, no.
But there's a lot of... Oh, no way does that almost go through. Fortunately, Sweet's there for the backstop, but... Yeah, that 3K looked like it was going to immediately translate in towards an overload. I love this play, by the way, from Team Japan, though. I love it so much. I will say the one thing I don't love, I kind of just cursed it in a way, is that they weren't watching the middle of the map. But they have got players push forward now. Now they have to go head-to-head with Team Pacific Islands.
You get the last kill there, though, and that should be a guaranteed cap. Nobody going to be able to find their way through, so you stay on top of the trade battle if you're Team Japan. You get this a little bit closer, get the first goal in, and that's going to feel a lot better than where you were at the 0-4 deficit. So now that you've got yourself a bit of pointage, a bit of map presence, this is where you can really start to rally this through. Yeah, there's only one player pushed up with the pistol right now. You are in a world of hurt here, pushing into the entire team, but he might have played his life just long enough. And of course, as soon as I say that, it's Trade City, and it's a flurry of red inside of the kill feed. They've got to take care of Nase Michi. The spike is down for a moment. He's able to find two. Can he find the third one here? I don't think it'll matter all that much, though, because they've got the reinforcements hitting through Dojo.
I love this play. Pushing it through, and there's the wrap back around for Team Pacific Islands. This is a perfectly fine play as well for Team Pacific Islands, right? Because you're wasting time off the clock. You're going to force Team Japan to totally reposition. They tried to do so for the middle of the map, and iWept is there for it. You're just holding the ball. It's effectively like parking the bus in a way, but you're actually doing something proactive with it. It's a beautiful play, and it's worked out perfectly. All of them over by B. Nobody there right now for A, but they're about to plug the hole.
I was going to say that rotation was a little bit slow, but they're lucky to get back to where they need to be. Nase Michi and Sweet will pair together. Chain was able to get some chip damage in to at least assist in those kills. You have to look over to middle map. There's three players here now trying to take the fight. Breadwinner trying for a trade. Needs to turn back to middle. Spots one out. Shots are good on the first. Egregious pistol challenge. They trade that out. Are you kidding?
Yeah, just Breadwinner things. This guy's been doing silly things all series long. All the way from frame one. Now trades here. Chain with a double. Back and forth we go. Pinstripe kill feed. That should be enough to get the overload through. Yeah, Nase Michi focused on the lead blocker instead of the overload player. And to be honest with you, there's not really much you can do about that in the grand scheme of things. We have 100 seconds hit for 4 overloads to come through for Team Japan. And technically 3. You can hold on towards the overload device towards the end and force overtime. But still, yeah, it's just not happening. The way that Team Pacific Island just set up as a team, it really is just exemplary.
They're going to run this back, too. They know that they can get away on a good timing, but the teammates are just there for the kill. C-Skirk trying to take up with Breadwinner to make sure they can lead block this all the way through. They're going to let the pistol player just have his way with it. Nip through middle map. There was Breadwinner. He's the last one here. The slide in, and the pistol with him is C-Skirk. They double it back. They spawn them all the way across the map, and now it's a pinch set up through middle map. Sweet's going to be looking to the right side. Doesn't realize that somebody's top broken. Sure, Chains get one there as a consolation prize, but really what it is, it's just complete domination for the Pacific Islands as they look to go ahead and not only rally another one, but close out this map 3.
All about whether they can shut down green-red. Should be enough shots here that maybe this overload's going to get through. Oh, barely stopped shy. I was going to say green-red did enough damage that felt like the door might have been open there. The thing I don't like, and this is something I think just generally speaking, the team's Breadwinner, you disgusting boy. Jesus, it's a 4 down. The thing I don't like is when teams swing the overload right back to the way it literally just came. Because all you're really doing is resetting the aggression. Oh my goodness me, a jump over the top. Welcome to Black Ops 7 with wall jumping. Tutorial 101. Yeah, just stuff like that's not going to help Team Japan. One last win.
Here they go. You can try all your might to win the gunfights if you'd like to, but it's not going to change the outcome of the game. iWep will put the emphatic exclamation mark here on Dojo. 2 more players and a challenge out to the right side. The time ticks down. The Pacific Islands bounce back from a heartbreaking and rather lackluster search and destroy in map 2. They take and reclaim the series lead, 2-1 up going into hardpoint.
Indomitable. That's all I can really say about that. The second half, I think, was a much more mixed bag from Pacific Islands roster, outside of that though, I think particularly looking at that round number 1, it was just a gulf in quality. Looking at getting a basic Bulbasaur versus a shiny Pikachu. I think it's, did I do that right? Did I do the terms right? I don't know.
Kind of.
Kind of, whatever. I don't know. I don't know. That's a terrible Pokemon. What's the worst Pokemon?
Well, there's a huge fan base for Trubbish, so I can't really say anything about Trubbish. I actually kind of mess with Trubbish too. So, I don't know, maybe like Shelmet.
Christ, mate, come on, you're supposed to be the freaking nerd.
I don't like Shelmet. I don't know. That's all me, but
all right, whatever. Anyway, listen, this is what that control looked like, and yeah, it's that first half, man. I mean, it just really was pitch perfect from Team Pacific Islands. Never in a million years, but I would have thought we would have seen a 4-0 at the half for Team Pacific Islands here in control, but that is exactly what happened. It was just, overload after overload after overload, and it was just, fundamentally speaking, everything you could possibly want for a team in overload is exactly what we got there from Team Pacific Islands. Yep. You had a player blocking pretty much constantly, and that was also present in the second half as well. It's just incredibly difficult with the way that the spawns are set up here on Den to have the lead blocker be really that useful when you're pushing that A side through Dojo. It's just a big ask for anybody, yep. And that was never going to happen. So, yeah, beautifully done. Really, really well done for Pacific Islands here as they go 6-1 in the Overload. They go 2-1 up in this series. Next up, we go back to Colossus, and we've seen good things from both of the teams on this map.
Yeah, how about we give our flowers to the man himself, I Wept, because Lord have mercy, from day one of this tournament, as we called him the wild card, as we called Team Pacific Islands the wild card, we didn't know what we were going to get. This guy's competing in his first tournament here in PACAF. Not only for that, just the Air Force Gaming in general. So this guy's new to competitive. This guy comes in, and he's just an animal. On LAN, it doesn't matter. Like, you're out of the comfort of your bedroom. You're out of the comfort from where you would normally be playing at your regular setup. You come to LAN and you are just running it down on every single player of Team Japan. A roster that we talked about getting better year over year in the first time that you're competing. That is just nuts stuff. That's like levels of like young U18, just turning 18 challengers players that we see that all of a sudden just get those contracts to the leagues, right? Like, these are the things that you just don't expect if you're a team coming into the tournament. And when you have a player like I Wept being able to drop 30 on that map, and in the search and destroy continuously just sprint it down the map, he has a problem in the respawns constantly because he's making correct routes and he's winning the important gunfights. He's not just getting high kills on the KD and on the scoreboard. He's actually making an impact. Here we go, Brody. Up at P1. C-Skirk will be the first individual here.
Apologies. I made a terrible joke there, which you didn't hear because I muted myself because I was typing away. I was typing notes into my sheet. I was just like, yeah, I'm going to mute myself while I'm typing away here so this doesn't come through on the mic. And then I made a dreadful joke about the plane, saying you can't park it there. But never mind. Don't worry about it anyway.
So glad you repeat that for us.
Yeah, I really need you to know what the joke was. Team Pacific Islands here. Looking to follow through off the back of the momentum from the last game, and they do have control of those P2 spawns right now. That's the crucial thing for me. Is I'm curious to see how proactive Team Japan are at breaking those P2 spawns, and really, I think more to the point, how proactive Team Pacific Islands are about defending them. Like, how aware are they going to be about those pushes through from Team Japan?
Here at the front, what happens? Sweet over the top, trying to get aggressive. Had a teammate there with him. It's Greengred who's able to pop a double, but that basically locks down all of P2. It doesn't necessarily secure them the back spawns, because Nase, Michi, and Chain will go ahead and clean up the rest of the work that Pacific Islands had already done for themselves. So up through P1, Sweet should be able to read the spawns, and absolutely will. Second side of the door gets enough damage into him to where his teammates should be able to at least find these kills to the front. Information now getting garnered out. Great shots in from Greengred. That's going to allow his teammate to fly on forward. But as Nasamichi has to turn back to the left, it's just another 4 assault to the front for Pacific Islands that works their way into the back, just like they did in the black cart. They break to the front.
Extra bullets in the body here now as well, coming through from Team Pacific Islands. You're not even in the lead yet, guys. Just bring the heat down just a little bit at the moment. Team Japan, it is feasible to fight this one from the front, especially when there's only 15 seconds of scrap time left. Of course, this has been a very heavy focus from Team Japan on towards this hard point. All the way to the point, by the way, that they are now going to lose said rotation. Should be said, though, there's still gunfights going down on that rotation. I Wept, of course, the guy that we were giving so much love to, will win the initial. And now this is an opportunity here for Team Pacific Islands to really start to put the screws in on this game.
Yeah, those spawns got really chaotic, and I want to attribute that to Green for a second because he made a really deep push into the spawn there at the back end of P2 that I wasn't a huge fan of, but I digress. That gives Team Japan the spawns back over by Yellow. They get 3 members to be able to push through, and now it's up and through Green, where Goldfish will keep himself patient and waiting. Chain's able to find one with Sweet pairing along with it. It's all members of Team Japan being able to at least get in some damage on the opposition throughout this push, and you have to be wary of what Seaskirk's trying to set up through middle map. He wants a flank route.
A lot of brute forcing going on at the moment here for Team Pacific Islands. And I think that's the right play call, right? Ultimately, now look at them giving the chase to Chain. They know that they've got to try and get that kill towards a back spawn flip, and that's exactly what happens. So there is opportunity starting to knock now for Team Pacific Islands. You've just got to be wary of any potential flares that might filter through, and that's exactly what's happening here. Again, keeping an eye out for it. This is pitch perfect play from Team Pacific Islands on this little passage. Not only do you chase down the last player for the spawn flip, you recognize one is already in the next hard point and take them out as well. They are on search and destroy mode at the moment.
Yeah, much closer hard point though than it was in map 1. We look over to the right. Seaskirk will lay down his breadwinner, who was on 5 in a row. He hasn't fallen just yet. Was trying to go for number 6. Backs his life off. Wants to play for the contention of the spawns. And unfortunately, though, Seaskirk will be directly... Sweet will be directly behind him, which will force the hand of the Pacific Islands to have to push this in through the front. So Team Japan starting to build a sizable lead here. 25 seconds is nothing to snuff at here on the back end of P4.
A huge fit coming through from Team Japan. They really needed this to try and steal this time away from Team Pacific Islands. Seaskirk has been somewhat quieter in this game than normal at 4 and 11. If you can try and turn things around as we get into the second set here, that would be huge. Worth saying, I mean, we go back towards the hard point, performance that we saw back in map number 1, where Pacific Islands effectively ran through Team Japan and what was going wrong for Team Japan. I don't see any of those same issues here. Like, I think all the team play that we were talking about from that Den Search and Destroy, it is being carried over here to this Colossus hard point. So Japan are a lot tighter now.
Yeah, it might just be the map and the mode and just being able to kind of get lost in the spawns. I think when we saw Team Japan play against not only Pacific Islands on this map, but a few of the other teams, it just seems like the fundies are a bit further together. The communication's a little bit better on the map. They go 1-for-1 a lot of the time, but as breadwinner slides into the hard point with 25 seconds left here, it's still a 3-piece. That goes the way of Team Japan. So effectively, that's going to flip the spawns out. You're going to see 3 players now pushing their way inside of Yellow, and Chain is far, far across the map. With the block all the way over by Blue, that's probably the best spot that you could have possibly put yourself in.
And now the gulf's starting to really grow here in this game. If you're Team Pacific Islands, you've got to try and find a way behind. And that's unfortunate for Seaskirk. Again, he'd already been having a relatively rough game, and, well, he's going to get caught out for those back spawns. So now you've got to find a way to flank. Green Red will double up, though, Alex, and now an opportunity here for them to try and get control over the back line. You have to deal with Green Red. That's exactly what happens.
Yeah, but they're going to double this back into the spawns here. Question is the gunfights come their way. Web, challenge back, Sweet, great read to be able to push the spawns through, know where the teammate help is coming from Statue. So they push it to the front instead of trying to just challenge an egregious 1v1 through the back, and now this allows iWeb to get aggressive in through P2, break in through the front, opportunity to jump over. Goldfish is kind of stuck between a rock and the hard place in the back, and he's getting aped by every player that is on Pacific Islands. The lead grew to about 60. They're going to try and bring this back to about 35, 40 before they get to P3, but they got to be wary. The spawns are in the back once again. It's very mixy across the map.
And what about these rotations right now? Again, it feels like Team Pacific Islands are lagging ever so slightly behind on so many of these rotations. That teammate's probably going to help a fair amount, to be honest with you. It'll alleviate a lot of pressure. But look at the setup right now for Team Japan. These headies are frustrating to try and take players off of. And, well, you got to try and do that. If you're Team Japan, or Team Pacific Islands, excuse me, they've already got 1 player through towards the middle of the point. Now they have to get some more.
Yeah, the bounce back here has been tippy from Team Japan. The P3 break has been had for the Pacific Islands. We know and we talked about just how hard it is to break P3 regardless of what side you're holding it from. Lots of head glitches that you have to run through. It's basically a minefield of pick and prod your way. Choose your angle that you want to try and take. Chain on Godheady is able to rip with the help from the player that was directly close and inside of P3. As Goldfish is going to try and just pepper a few shots into these players, slow this push down as much as he can. It's a challenge inside. 15 seconds to fight for on P3, but the rotation the most important.
Team Pacific Island riding the coattails at the moment. Last time around, Team Japan were able to break early on towards this hard point and steal the time away. Cannot happen once again. It's a wave of kills around the backline here for Team Pacific Islands. They're really starting to ratchet up things a little bit. But the kills mostly going in favor of Team Japan. This is not what you wanted whatsoever. If the Pacific Islands, you can reinforce this from the front. Those back spawns are going to hold steady.
Skirk, with the sub at range. Great shots to hold off that player trying to push their way forward. The difference is, though, Goldfish has the SMG as he slides in, almost turns back around to iWept, and on top of the trades, at least for now, are the Pacific Islands as they spawn close. It's going to be a double hit in from the statue. Skirk and Green Red, the first one to push that line of offense forward. Defense will continue to hold on, though. So many angles that you're able to play, and Sweet is having a legacy game. 28-20 for himself, frying through the Pacific Islands.
I will say that beyond Sweet, though, everything feels a little bit more even, right? I mean, obviously, Chain now starting to get heat up. As I literally said that, he went from 22 and 18 to 24 and 18, so more of an accentuated KD. It does feel like Sweet and Seaskirt are kind of the outliers here, where Sweet obviously on, one extreme, 30 and 20, and Seaskirt on the other at 13 and 25. If those stat lines change, this will be a much, much closer game. You can't even afford to win this time, though. Like, generally speaking, P1 kind of is considered dirty time, very often. Right now, you can't let that be the case. Like, you're bleeding time away to Team Japan. They are teetering ever closer to that 250 point.
Yeah, just like Blackheart's able to get out of hand, Colossus can run away from you just as quickly. In Pacific Islands, they are on the receiving end of that right now. About a 100-point game here as P1 has not been contested at least once here. On our third set of rotations, the nades are in, Goldfish is here as well, and finally Green Red will suffice some time for the team, but he'll hop out immediately and try to get over to P2. They want to wrap for the spawns, but Nase Michi's on the statue side. He's got the Stone Heady locked in for himself, and a re-snap to the player jumping through. It's a top P3 push that's coming in from the Pacific Islands. They've got the back locked down. He gets the timing on one and is able to find the kill. Will that flip the spawns out enough, or will the split spawn parallels be something that's going to come back to bite them?
A lot of questions right now. Look at the player towards the back line. Sweet might well have just blown this entire thing up. Sweet, there we go. He gets the double, and that's probably going to be all she wrote here for this game. Backspawn's going to be locked in the Pacific Islands here. They're being thrown a bone.
Hey, got another push at it, but Nase Michi, I mean, we got the AR in his hands. He's going to be able to just hold the ADS. Make sure you can't push that lane out any further. We got Sweet up on the top side of P1. Once again, just weakening up players. This is going to allow Goldfish to just come in, confirm some of these kills that he has in front of him, but with just 5 seconds left and one more push to the front, they've got to just find one more wave of kills to be able to win this map 4 and tie the series back up at 2 apiece, and they'll do exactly that. What a turnaround in a respawn from Team Japan. The Pacific Island boys, they've got some thinking to do.
There, a total turning of the tables from map number 1. What a massive, massive difference that was, truly, for those teams. We go back towards map number 1, and it was all Pacific Islands, Team Japan making error after error after error. This time around, I couldn't think of a single rotation, at least in the last set, where they didn't have control. It just, honestly, I think certainly towards the back half of the game, it was pretty much all Team Japan. So massive, massive shout out to them. And honestly, I think you guys just very quickly saw it there. We don't ever want to focus on bad performances, but I think, if we talked a little bit about Sweet being as far ahead as they were, he was like 30 and 20, something like that towards the end of the game, and Seaskirt being as far behind as he was. If those performances don't happen, that is a very different hard point.
No, it really is. And it sucks because once you just get in that mode where you're just having a bad game, if there's not one moment where you can turn yourself around, you get like a 2-3 piece or something like that, and then you get momentum, you're just in the blender, and we've all been there time and time again. You have a bad map, and then you're just in the blender, no timing's going your way, no gunfights going your way. It seems like you can't get a kill on the map regardless of if you're getting the first bullet or not. It just feels like everybody's shooting nukes at you while you're just shooting little P bullets back at everybody else. You're playing airsoft when everybody else is using real guns, so it's really difficult when you find yourself down and out. The one thing I will say, at least he was grabbing the hill time. He was trying to be the hill kitten for the team while having a rough go of things. So if it's any consolation for the Pacific Islands, at least you're going to be able to get that. So we focus our attention now towards the search and destroy. Japan were able to take the first S&D, but if we remember back, it was 2 S&Ds that they were able to win. They stole a hard point away from Pacific Islands as well. That's how they took the series in 5 games last time. Of course, we go 7 through on this one here, so it's going to look much, much different.
Alrighty. Well, That's going to be game number 4 done and dusted. This best of 7 continues to be a back and forth affair between Pacific Islands and Japan. We have another map coming up here in just a second. We're going to take another quick break. On the other side, we've got more Call of Duty action here from the Air Force Gaming PACAF Esports Championships. Welcome back, everybody, here to the PACAF Esports Championships. We are 4 maps deep into our best of 7 Call of Duty Grand Finals right now, and we could just be 2 maps away from deciding which of our teams will be making it to the DAF World Championships in July. Because remember, folks, it can only be 1 representative from PACAF. It's been a bit of a bumpy ride of a series so far, hasn't it? Because we've had 50-50 splits on the hardpoint. The hardpoint that we just watched was almost nothing like the hardpoint we saw back in map number 1. We had a Den overload in which Pacific Islands, I mean, let's be honest with it, Japan might as well have not played that map, considering how badly they got ripped a new one on it. And then we went to a search and destroy in which, you know, Team Japan looked like a team that they didn't even look anything similar like to the map number 1, where, you know, they're just, the team play was totally different. It's been such a peculiar series, and so I've got to imagine that the Colossus Search and Destroy we've got coming up is probably going to be the exact same.
I would assume so, and I'll be honest. I think from what I've seen in this series, and again, this could go completely separate way, but I think Team Japan, this is a map that almost feels must-win for them. I think bar the scar that we saw them take in an Overload in the first time these two teams played, I think the Overloads have been very staunchly in the favor of Pacific Islands in the majority of the series that we've watched them play. And if they can't get to the scar that they want to get to, which of course has already been vetoed out by the Pacific Islands in this series, I think when we go to an Expo Overload after map 5 here, if Japan's not up in this series 3-2 and they allow the Pacific Islands roster to get to that Overload with a lead, they very well could be getting not only sent home, but losing out on the chance to go to the Daffy Sports World Championship, which of course is what we're playing for.
I will say, on the flip side of that conversation, right, if we're breaking this down to sort of a very basic level, if we're saying Team Japan might be a search and destroy squad, and Overload would go to the Pacific Islands. Technically speaking, the remainder of the series actually kind of favors Team Japan, right? Because we've got a couple of search and destroys still to go. We've got the Overload in map number 6. So if this went to a game number 7, we're just assuming that Team Japan are going to win the search and destroys. Well, it would be a Team Japan series. So honestly, who knows at this point? We are going to kick things off with Team Pacific Islands, though, on the offense. And there isn't a lot of coverage from A, especially given like the giant-ass hot dog stand that kind of can watch over it, but that is going to be the bomb side of attack here for Team Pacific Islands, and there's a lot of opening shots already being taken out. Team Japan, they already know what's up. Yeah, these teams are respecting the hell out of each other right now. On the side of Pacific Islands, you don't want to push past Stone. We're chaining the rest of Team Japan. They're not trying to push past their bomb site at all. They don't want to turn back around. I like that they blow up the barrel to make sure that doesn't take anybody out, but unfortunately, it's not going to allow for a trade on Goldfish. So if you're Team Pacific Islands, you get that first blood instantaneously. If you're IWEP, you back off. Breadwinner is able to find Sweet, and it's already 2 off the board for Team Japan. And the last couple of players really have no choice here because they don't know, they don't have all the information. They have to kind of play separately. Chain down for the count. Nase Michi, he had a phenomenal last map, and he's just going to run with a knife. Brother, what the... Nase Michi was just like, yeah, I'm done with this one. Like, get me in a round number 2 right now. I don't want none of that smoke.
I think the play there... Catch Eye wept off guard. Hopefully he doesn't see the Chow come through. By the time that happens, I mean, you can already see the reinforcements. There was another player up through green and Chain ready to come through. Or sorry, Seaskirk ready to come through. And then the rest of the 2 players from Team Pacific Islands had already wrapped in through blue. So you had 4 warm bodies running directly at you, looking for it. Nase Michi on the offense here, going to have the sniper out, kind of the trademark for him in Search and Destroy. Will he find any utility with it here? That's the question on everybody's mind. He's going to do the hop up to try and spot one out. Doesn't see anything here just yet. Second chance look, doesn't spot anything either. So information at least that the site is kind of clear. No push just yet.
Cheeky. Switching back over towards the AR after getting the information with the sniper rifle. Makes sense, you can do it. In time. You still see through the middle of the map here. Team Pacific Island still racing for now. No reason to get tetchy with it. Sweet will also live to see another day. And yet still, I feel concerned for Team Japan. I feel like something's going to go wrong sooner rather than later. You've got Goldfish as tip of the spear here with this bomb. I don't like that whatsoever. If he goes down, this entire round for Team Japan could collapse.
Yeah, it gets sticky. And as I mentioned, your AR... He was trying to at least pick one over by P2. It's just not able to afford anything for that first gunfight and the information that he's garnered for Team Pacific Islands. So now as iWeb looks to push up middle map, they're going to spot A and say, hey, nothing's over on A. They're probably going to be B. And, well, unfortunately, Red Winner's going to be the first one to line that up. Green Gred, the second one to feel the wrath of Nase Michi. And it's iWept, who's on 2 in a row, who's going to try and force his hand in a 1 versus 4. He's already found the first. Looking for a second on the head glitch challenge here. This is going to be all the information to more to Team Japan. Hopefully they place together, and they do. He just died in the snap of the fingers. That was quicker than Thanos.
Yeah, I was going to say, literally, dude, they just looked at him and just, like, turned to stone. Honestly insane. Beautifully done. For Team Japan, they get through. It's kind of funny how rare this bomb site is, right, to be used. Yep. Obviously, I totally understand why, because getting to it is just such a pain in the backside. Obviously, the risk to reward is massive, right? But once you do get it down, it's so difficult to retake. It really is. A bomb sites, or B plants, excuse me, are extremely rare here on Colossus. But when you do see them, it can benefit the bomb planter hugely. That's exactly what happens. Team Japan now going in towards this one. Nase Michi now on 3 in a row. Util, that will check where it's happening close towards this bomb site. Guiding them the information here that nobody is home. And for Team Japan, they know that it's going to be coming sooner rather than later, that bomb towards one of these sites. And if I'm Nase Michi, I have so much to do here on the Overwatch. Now I've got nothing to do because I'm dead.
I love that play because they double-chowed the sniper. They knew that he had it because of that first shot that had rang out. So now up top middle, iWeb's able to trade it out, but realistically, that smoke sitting there and then being able to push it through not only gets that bomb down, but takes away that lane shutdown. So you have Sweet up top, you have Chain who's trying to make a flank through the other way, and they're both playing this in a really precarious spot because you have the entire post-plant setup from the Pacific Islands watching every single angle. They didn't give them an inch to take there. Not a single gunfight except for one up top P1, but you only have 19 seconds. This is undoable.
Anyone can do it, it's sweet, but I don't think anyone can do it. It's just unfortunate there again. You get the bomb down, you get so much more control over the round, and you kind of systematically shut down the opposition. But you called it, I think, pretty much perfectly there, mate. Nase Michi, he is the key to that entire round for Team Pacific Islands because he's the only person actually watching over the A-bomb site anyway. So that's the start of everything kind of going awry for Team Japan. And then secondarily, right, I mean, you take him down, you have full site control, and their responses, I mean, you kind of know that it's not going to come from Nase Michi's side, like that they're more likely than not going to flank. So the reads are also very good here for Team Pacific Islands early on. Redwarden himself now starting to streak out. Nase Michi probably going to do the exact same thing again with his sniper rifle.
Doesn't want to peek too hard. We've seen what the flitch damage can do to somebody in the sniper fight. For Nase Michi, it hasn't been too much of a challenge for somebody fighting him on the other end. But he has been caught a bit off guard, a bit in the search and destroy. So now the nade is going to work its way back deep. Should be able to find one for the troubles. Breadwinner with a sniper on the opposite end. He's going to actually be able to get the information, that, at least I should have been able to get the information that Nase Michi slid back into green. 2 playing up top and middle map. iWept is playing this probably the most patient he has been all series long, waiting for somebody to give him an angle. Green Grid has to back off with 21 HP as they're starting to push on A.
Ah, that's really unfortunate. Then over the top, there's actually no trophy to stop that one. Ah, Flak will save though. And the stun off the back of it will also slow things up. He does at the very least stagger the bomb, and that's the key thing here. That bomb's not going down just yet. Even if you lose a man, it now puts the pressure back on. You can regain that real estate, and all of a sudden, Team Japan have 30 seconds to make a decision. They have made one, and it's going to be that risk versus reward once again. If you can get the bomb down over B here in 15, you're good.
Oh, this is ballsy. And they chase player 2 away, so Breadwinner's forced to back off the angle. Again, he's the one with the sniper, Goldfish. He's going to get spotted out with a pistol challenge coming through. It's a 1 versus 1. 7.5 seconds left. It's a sprint dead for Sweet as he's trying to push all the way through. He knows that Green Grid needs to get away. He's going to lay in the corner directly around the side of P2. And Pacific Islands will walk away with the round. Brody, you called it perfectly. Risk versus reward. The ballsy play, unfortunately, leaves Green Grid just in a dead sprint anywhere but that B site.
And honestly, I think it was time. I honestly think that was just a time problem, right? You do that when there's 30 seconds left in the round. It almost becomes like so readable because if they're not making noise over by the A bomb site, then where else are you going to be with 30 seconds left in the round, right? It's just such a readable play in that moment. And Team Pacific Island, they'll take that all day long. Also, I mean, honestly, shout out to Green Grid for making that play. You know, because it's very simple, I think, to kind of slide across back over towards Statue. You can get caught on that slide. To sit in the corner with 1 second left on the clock, like, it's a minute play, but it basically guarantees the round versus a risky play where maybe you could slide out and get cut down by some shaky shots. So, just something to bear in mind there. Massive play from Green Grid. This is also a pretty good play from iWept & Co. If you want to get the B-bomb slide down, don't do it with 30 seconds left. Do it with 1 minute 5 left on the clock.
Oh my. Man, it's just running down City right now. I'm gonna be so honest. iWept, instead of having the sub out, opts to go for the AR to play with range over on the B site. It was the execute they wanted to go for immediately. So instead of taking their time this round, this is really the first round we've seen the Pacific Islands really execute on the push. But wait a second. Chain's already found 2 here. It's a 1 versus 3 all the way in the back line. It's a spot out. Did he get the information? His teammate probably said something on the kill cam. But Green Grid, as he tried to wrap back to P2, plays it late inside of the spawn. The information garnered was for naught. They got him tweaking. Chain in a 1v3 that falls short in a 1 versus 1. Green Grid saves the day. 5-2 Japan.
Excellently done from Green Grid. Again, Team Japan kind of spinning their wheels a little bit sometimes. It does feel like just trying to get something going in their favor. Man, 4-1 now on the whole. in this search and destroy, and you look at the performances, I mean, everyone is having a great time. Maybe apart from Seaskirk, I don't think that particularly matters, though. He's doing his job. He's got 3 plants in. Going to get rid of that barrel, and that is absolutely for the best, because if you don't get rid of it, it can blow you up.
Sniper shot rings out again. You know who's doing it on the offense. It's Nase Michi. How many times have we seen that just be so close to being able to lock something down and he just misses by a hair? Good news is it opens the A-bomb up. Goldfish on it. There it is. Seaskirk, the first victim, almost is able to find the second. Stun Chow back over on the right. It's a P1 pushdown. They're all going to be pushing in through P2 directly through the front. Nase Michi, you feel like you have to get one here. You help out over the top with the pistol chains there, but it's iWept who pushes his way forward. How about all 3, baby? Come on and give it to him. 4 in a row. 5th round, potential dagger, match point for Pacific Islands.
This boy better change his name from iWept to iSwept. He is running it up on these rosters with the pistol, mind you, as well. Just casual. Just a casual performance. I know the pistol's pretty good here in Black Ops 7, but he makes it look so much better than it actually is. It's like a walk-in GA campaign. 5-1 to Team Pacific Islands. Team Japan, the wheels keep on turning. I don't think it's going anywhere, though. And honestly, I would like to see something a little creative out of Team Japan here. And instead of maybe kind of your bog standard play, just something a little bit different. And we are getting that, to be fair. A Goldfish POV pushing all the way up towards the statue. This is something they don't, generally speaking, do. They've got him in a position where he can go crazy.
Slow peeks. Don't give anything away. Oh, that's just perfect on the timing. You peek up exactly when they're starting to push you out. 35 HP and he's got teammates there. However, iWept still alive, and he's going to be a problem as he's already found 2. He's on 6 in a row, almost able to get number 7. There's still 2 players over by blue, but this could very well be the dagger round that puts Team Japan down 2-3 inside of the series. Seaskirk wants to push forward. It's a wrap all the way back through green. They might go through to yellow.
Wow, this is a really long wrap. Holy, this is going to burn some real time off the clock. And I think Nase Michi, even with the little kind of reconsideration of pushing towards the middle of the map, I don't know if they got time for this.
I don't think they do. With 25, they might be able to stick it to him if they play it together. They've got to knock Seaskirk off the heady, and you can see exactly where iWept wants to go. Instead of going all the way through middle, he's going to wrap around in through green. Are they going to be able to check this? It all comes down to Nase Michi. If he's able to get the timing on it, player on the bomb, the snapback, he gets a little too eager and tries to go for the player on the left-hand side, but it wouldn't have mattered. Nase Michi saves his teammate's life. He takes the gunfight. They extend the Colossus S&D. Team Japan finally get a round back.
Yep, it's all about that initial snap on towards a player from hot dog stand. You get that kill, you're good to go. And even if that first kill comes through on towards a bomb planter, right, Nase Michi is going to be there for the trade. So, really good play. Honestly, the long flank probably was the best play they could make, which is honestly wild. Honestly wild. Either way, 5-2 now. Still got a long way to go before you can call it a comeback, but ultimately it is still 1st to 6 for a reason. So don't count out Team Japan just yet. Util over the top early in towards this one. I was going to say not a lot connecting, but one stun will connect on towards Nase Michi. That is a world of information here for Team Japan, and they've already made the adaptation.
That smoke is the worst thing that could have happened. But as I say that, the sniper is gone, and somehow Seaskirk just gets caught off guard. So as he's jumping back across the map, you've got one in the back, and it's just a bait and switch that works to perfection. Green Grid falls. iWept, we've seen him do some crazy stuff here so far. Try your hand at a 1 versus 4, sir. 12 and 5 for him. He's got players on the outside. If you give this away, if you're Team Japan, oh, we're going to need to have some conversations. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, good adaptations. Again, I mentioned it right from the beginning of the round, right? Team Japan just a little bit quicker to it, it feels like. Recognizing what utility they throw over the top is bringing them. Starting to put it together. Again, if things felt a little bit off kilter, shall we say, at the beginning of this search and destroy, really at the beginning of this series, I think, for Team Japan. And they haven't ever stabilized. Now, maybe they can. Change starting a streak out here for Team Japan. Bomb in hand for Team Pacific Island, and their destiny also in their hands. They favored A pretty much every single time. That trophy probably needed to be down like 5 seconds earlier.
You know what they say, Brody? All it takes is one. Don't give them one. You give them one, they'll take a mile. And right now, Team Japan have done just that. Still plenty of search and destroy left to be played, though. You see the apprehension that Team Pacific Islands is playing with right now. It's Seaskirk, though. Will unfortunately find Goldfish up top P1, and that is a disgusting rip on the chain from Breadwinner as he looks at the back angle of P2. They know that there's going to be another one there. They pretty much have the entire map cut off. They've got the sarcophagus starting to close in. Sweet has to go forward. He tries to get shots on the one. It's Nase Michi for the map. He's got to go massive. He's got to find 3 kills, but they're behind him. The flank comes through, and although it was 2 rounds that went to Team Japan, it was not enough of a lead to overcome Team Pacific Islands. 6-3 in the search and destroy series match and championship point.
Just one more map and they get it done. We were coming into this search and destroy saying, well, hey, if the earlier search and destroy is anything to go by, well, this could be a series here for Team Japan, but now they've lost yet another search and destroy. Honestly, at this point, I don't know what to think, because we've had trades in the search and destroys, we've had trades in the hardpoint, albeit they're totally different maps. Obviously, we had the Den Overload. I mean, at this point, given the way the series has kind of gone so far, if we're trading search and destroys and we're trading hardpoints, I'm going to go ahead and assume we're trading controls, or overload, excuse me, controls.
You think?
I know, overloads, and we're going to go to a game 7. And then, obviously, game 7, I have no idea what's going to happen, because we've already traded search and destroys, so.
I mean, every map that's been doubled up, we've gone 1-1 on. So, I mean, who's to say we don't do it one more time? I want to see a Game 7. I know you want to see a Game 7. I'm pretty sure a lot of people want to see a Game 7. If you're a Pacific Island fan, you're hoping they close it out in the Overload. But, I mean, that's just conjecture at that point. So, we're not going to speak on it. Talk about the S&D a little bit more in full here, though, round after round. I mean, I gave him his flowers after the first 3 maps because I couldn't think it would get any better. And then he does that. 3-piece on a 4 spree, and then for the rest of the game, it just felt like he was not able to be killed on the map. Every time that you took a gunfight against him, you had to respect the challenge. This young man is disgusting.
Yeah, I love watching iWeb play, and this is one of those things. If this guy makes it to DAF Worlds, we're absolutely going to love seeing more of him play. Phenomenal performance on the whole. Look back towards the best of 7 format as it's happened so far. We have been trading blow for blow throughout the entirety of this one. And again, that earlier Den Overload, it is a real blemish on the series, I think, for Team Japan. A 6-1 is nothing to scoff at. And I think the way that they did it, it was so incredibly convincing that I think it would be very difficult to... imagine this going any other way. Honestly, like it's so tough, but like that's where I'm at right now.
Kind of feel you. Kind of feel you, bro. Oh man, and hell, dude, like from predictions at the very top of this, like you and I were both kind of like stuck of where we wanted to go with how we were feeling, and we were like, you know, look. This could go 7 games. This could end in 2, or this could end in 4. This could end in 6. And right now we're heading towards a spot where I still have my prediction on the table. You unfortunately do not. So I'm sorry to say that is going to be incorrect for the night for you. But you know, I don't want to rub it in or anything because that would be wrong of me, and that would be an ill sports way. So we're going to keep it lighthearted here, and I'm going to say you still got a chance, even though you don't.
No, it's just not true.
I love you.
I just know it's not true. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, what? Now, you know, whatever. Anyway, listen. Team Pacific Island versus Team Japan. We've got Exposure Overload coming up next, folks. We are not that far away from it. And again, we go back towards what went wrong for Team Japan in the earlier Overload. It was not clearing out their base when they had players in there. That is a cardinal sin. I think, to be honest, though, it's relatively, you know, mostly at least unique to Den. Like, Den is such a tight-knit map that when players get through towards your base, you need to deal with them before you do anything else, because if you don't, you're just going to get stuck in the blender and continually lose the map. This one less so. So just something to bear in mind here, that Exposure Overload, it isn't as much of an urgency as it is over on Den.
Remember, folks, what we're playing for, a trip to the DAF Esports World Championship. We'll be one of the top 6 teams within the Air Force for Air Force Gaming's 2026 Black Ops 7 season. IWEP will be here. First blood goes the way of Team Pacific Islands. Team Japan going to need a miracle to pull it off here in the Overload after how map 3 went, and already it's basically 4 down. The top map is completely cleared out. They're going to have a wrap back over towards the top side of Solar. IWEP is going to get the shots on the 1, shots on the 2. That's going to lead them directly to the first goal, and another 4 down. The Pacific Islands not slowing after that map 5 search and destroy.
And this spawn is a huge problem. Breadwinner. Oh my god. 6 in a row for Breadwinner. Make it 7 for Breadwinner. That's a 4K players coming off spawn. And Breadwinner is putting them in the blender. Another overload as well. This just cannot get any worse for Team Japan. They are going through the motions right now. This is pretty much perfect from Team Pacific Islands. Finally, some kind of response coming through here. That's the first 4 kills for Team Japan of the entire round.
You think they feeling good, Brody? Because I think they're feeling great right now. There is nothing that can rain on the parade of Pacific Islands, at least in the opening goings here. Unless somehow Team Japan can come back, maybe rally a couple points on them, make this a bit more sizable. Because Breadwinner's all the way up through Zig Cut. He wants to continue that spree even further. Although he dies, he is just still going to fly up the map as far as possible. 8-1. You couldn't ask for a better start from Mr. Breadwinner here. They called him a cheater online because he couldn't prove himself at LAN last season. This time around wants to prove to everybody that with a better team, he can push his way back into a Daffy Sports World Championship and maybe rewrite the history books and put PACAF on top.
Looks like that could be the case. Another 3 down. Another overload through. This is just as quick. This is literally just as quick as the first overload. And it keeps on getting worse as well because that spawn for Team Japan puts them so far away from the B zone. They just don't have any response whatsoever. They do at least get towards the middle of the map here. So that's going to force Team Pacific Islands out of position momentarily at least, but it does feel like it's only for a moment. You constantly have to deal with threats. Even now, when you get 3 down, there's 1 more player left to deal with, and Breadwinner is playing his life for so long that he's fought enough time that the rest of Pacific Islands right back in position. There's the kills.
And he continues forward up the map. Nase Michi, again, just trying to slow down this offensive push back onto their half. But it's out towards Solar. Realistically, Chain's the only line of defense that they have here for it. 1 more up top. Sweet has to go huge. He's able to find at least the carrier for now. Topside Solar, he's able to find a double. Goldfish gets traded out. Sweet on the jump down. It's iWeb who pops for 2. Now gonna play with the pistol. Challenges around to the left. It's Chain who makes the flank play. And now for the backside spawn. You still got 1 player here trying to go ahead and close at the half, and they'll do just that. Breadwinner puts an exclamation mark on the beautiful first half that he's had. 4 goals away from the DAF World Esports Championship.
It's indomitable. It really is. It's a blemish on the series. Honestly, the rest of the series has been so back and forth. We talk about them trading S&Ds, them trading hard points, but the one consistent factor here in this grand finals, and this is what can split the difference between teams in a best of 7, is just one mode that you are dominant in, and they're going to be the overload that they are dominant in. They just know how to play it. Like, fundamentally speaking, everything you could ask for is there. It's the exact same situation as that Den overload. You finish things off at the half early with a 4-0 start. Breadwinner at 14-14. This guy, he desperately wants to prove that he's not yacked up.
Chain opens with the first blood. Massive for Team Japan. Although it doesn't seem like much, that's something that gives them a little bit of map control. This allows Sweet to get inside a long, find 1 for his struggles. Goldfish at 1-9. He's had a struggle bus of a first half, but plenty of time to turn this around, and all of a sudden, here we go. This is what we're talking about right now. We've got the spawn trap starting to get set up. Goldfish able to push his way forward. Shots in a few. They're trying to win and stay on top of the trades here. As Nase Michi's able to find a double. They go 3 for 2. This is going to allow the spike to be sat down in middle map. They might have done just enough on the defensive end, though, to stop and thwart this push out at the time being.
Breadwinner trying to clear out the base. That's not going to happen. Hopefully it's still not through, though. Finally, it's going to be. The issue I have here is that they aren't ready for the reset, right? I mean, whatsoever. Yep. They're going to have to run all the way back now for the reset play. I will say, neither really are Team Pacific Islands. Like, they've got numbers here, but I wouldn't say they've got any kind of semblance of actual organization for this EMP reset. As I said, though, there's the kills, and this could very easily be another one.
Yeah, it might be. And I don't think they're going to put any bodies on the back here. Goldfish tried to go for the player that was on the P4 cut. Unfortunately, though, doesn't spot Green Bread out, who is able to play for the top side of Solars, get the cap on the point, extends that lead back out to 4 captures yet again. As Breadwinner looks to hop up on top ring, he's got a couple of bodies in front of him, looking to go ahead and just push this line of defense back even further. What are you doing? Almost puts Goldfish in the spin cycle.
Player spawning towards the back. Should be an easy stop here. I wept. Never is an easy stop, though. That's the big issue here. Sweet. Oh, beautiful little connection towards both of those players. Immediate switch on towards the second as well. It's a great transition. And your work is far from done. You've got 3 minutes to put 4 overloads together. Again, it could technically speaking just be 3, and the last remaining player can hold on towards the overload. Just something worth considering for everybody at home. Green Red doubles up with the pistol. Swing of momentum, the pendulum continues to swing back and forth here in this game between Pacific Islands and Japan. They've got those blockers in place once again. That's 3 down. That is 110% another overload. There is no stopping that.
Hey, north side of the map, how you doing? Pacific Islands have made you the home of the entire team throughout not only this the second half, but the first half too. Green Red will be up behind a couple. Chain, great turn on. Maybe that's momentum for himself. C-Skirk up middle. Just watching the player hop over towards the black box. Aggressive there. Goldfish grabs it. They're going to go ahead and fly this thing all the way top solar. This might be a good opportunity for him. He's waiting for the lead blocker to get out in front of him. He wants to take the challenge out to the long side, but this is given the rotation from Team Pacific Islands plenty of time and opportunity to be able to jump back down on it. Chain last alive. Double onto Green Red. Looking for the final one there, and the reinforcement spawning so far across the map, and his time continues to dwindle down. 2 minutes left. 5 captures just to tie this game up.
So difficult. It's the time. It's the time, man. 2 minutes is a lot of time to do anything, yeah, but it's not like uplink, right, where you can kind of pass the ball across the map. You have to get that thing across the map, then you have to reset yourselves for the reset, then you have to get the ball across the map, then you have to reset yourselves for the reset. Like, to do all of that in 90 seconds is a humongous ask. And it's starting to lead to desperation plays as well, which obviously adds into the industry, adds more problems to the pile. And, well, I feel like Team Pacific Island are about to add another problem to the pile.
Skirk shots in, almost able to find Nasemichi. Survives with 39 HP, just doesn't realize there's going to be another straggler here. And instead of going for the device, Green Red just opts to play back. Wait for a few of those players. Weaken up the defenses before they go once more. Breadwinner's already had a nasty 3-piece and a 4 that duck down the entire team. And he looks to push forward yet again. The lead blockers are back. Hellstorm being invested over the top. Streaks about to rain down on the enemy team as they try to push this even closer to the goal. But before they can get there, the device is stopped. So 45 seconds left in the round. It's almost impossible.
How was the device stop, you ask? Well, there's this thing called a Hellstorm missile that actually can kill your own teammates. I don't know if you guys knew that. It's a hidden feature. You don't just get to kill the opposition, you get to kill your teammates as well. Some extra bullets in the body coming through here from Team Pacific Islands as this game is drawing to a close. 25 seconds. Sean, we might well have a champion on our hands.
We very well may be. And with 20 seconds left, it looks mathematically impossible. Green Gred came over from the Conus region, was able to make this team better overnight. iWeb comes in and has been a shining star for the Pacific Islands roster. Team Japan last time this year, they were the champions of the 2025 PACAF Championship. And instead, this time around with just 3 seconds left, celebrating for the Pacific Islands, IREP, Breadwinner, C-Skirk, Green Gred, they will be your PACAF Esports champions. They will represent PACAF at the DAF Esports World Championship in 2026.
A huge congratulations to Team Pacific Islands. We said it, and we'll talk about it more when we give you guys the overview of the best of 7. Now that the best of 7, the grand finals, is complete, but you just got to be good at one mode, and Overload seems to be their jam. Look at that, 30 and 17 from Breadwinner. That man said that these guys were giving him accusations. They said this man is hacking online. Well, he showed up to LAN and proved that that is absolutely not the case. Breadwinner has something to prove. He has a chip on his shoulder coming in towards this season, and now he's going to carry that chip into the DAF Worlds as he gets another shot at redemption.
And you heard the confidence in his voice, not only in the interview, but in the little narrative video that we had at the beginning of the day. He's out for blood. What he wants more than anything else is to get his name out of the gutter, and you framed that up perfectly. And with a chance to go and do it against the Conus region, against a team from the USAFE, there is so much good from this Team Pacific Islands roster. So much happiness out of that team. You saw the immediate reaction afterwards. Team Japan devastated, as I'm sure you would assume. And this one's got to hurt for Sweet. He thought that this was the time for them. He thought that this was going to be the opportunity. Everything
an interview here with the winners of the tournament. Congratulations to Team Pacific Islands on the dub. I have no idea who we're talking to in what order, because I don't know if we're going to get to see the cam on screen. Oh, we are going to get to see the cam on screen.
Try to get tight.
Okay.
Try to get
How
tight.
are you doing, guys? Yeah, everyone get in. It's like you're taking a photo, but we're not. You're on video, so you've got to stay as stagnant as possible for the entirety of the interview. First and foremost, congratulations, boys, on the dub. What we're going to do is we're going to have a question for each of you. You can pass the mic after each question if that's okay. So first and foremost, congrats on the win, boys. It was absolutely awesome to watch you guys take the dub in the way that you did. Obviously, listen, this has been a rematch of last year's championships, pretty much, obviously, and you guys came out on top this time around. What was different this year comparatively to last year?
I think obviously picking up Gringred and Wept over our two worst players on the team last year, it was a huge shift in just the overall talent. We just outclassed them.
I agree.
Absolutely. No, that was really good stuff. I just want to say before you pass it on, congratulations. You're back in a spot now where you get to kind of prove yourself again, going into a land back over at the Daffy Sports World Championship. I mean, how much does it just mean to you, real quick, before you pass it?
It means a lot because we got 12th at CONUS last year with our team, and everybody was letting me know, I can only play online. I'm horrible, and now I have a team, and I'm gonna go back and we're gonna try to win it.
Awesome. Well, hey, congratulations once again. Go ahead and pass it over to Seaskirk real quick. We're going to get a question in for him, too.
Right.
But congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
What's going on, gents?
Big Seaskirk, welcome back, brother. Congratulations on the win. You guys feeling good? Ready to go to land and play one more couple set of matches for yourselves. Just kind of talk to me a bit about the closing moments of that overload, especially the opening breakoff where you guys were able to just rally through them. Kind of what was the energy like amongst the team as you guys were kind of just ripping through them in the first kind of parts of that exposure?
Yeah. So we knew going into overload that we had, I think, the better composure as a team to just get 2, 3, 4 down and play as a team to wrap it either left, right. And that's what we did, right? So every single time we got a couple down, got a couple picks, we're easily able to take space on the map and push out one of those goals. I mean, I think we just do that better as a team, and it showed.
Absolutely.
100%. Alrighty, let's pass that mic along, boys. Sorry, I know this
Absolutely.
is like a bit on.
No worries, no worries,
guys. Congratulations again, bud.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Dude, we got 4 of you guys in an interview. This is always a fun experience. We're running on skates here. All right, buddy, how you doing?
Good and
All right, man. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Obviously, we're excited to have an interview with you here, bud. I want to talk kind of about the overload a little bit more, right? Because obviously you just talked about, we kind of heard about, very specifically what you guys kind of did well in the map. But overall, we look at the structure of the series. You guys were trading hard points. You guys were trading search and destroys. But overload, you guys dominate 100%. In the first overload, you were 4-0 at half. Second overload, 4-0 at the half. What separates you guys out as an overload team from the rest of the competition?
I think we have a good understanding on overload. We know we have to take space. If it's Den or exposure, we need space P1. P1 is the most important. And then after that, just reading the map and then feeling the pressure and not being afraid to rewrap stuff or kind of setting it up, but trying to disguise it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Absolutely. Any words for your opponents and the rest of the Daffy Sports World Championship when you guys get over there?
I think we're going to shock a lot of teams, and we've already played a couple teams, and so they already know how we are, and I think we did pretty good out there.
Awesome. Well, hey, congratulations again. Go ahead and pass that over to Wep real quick. Let's get a little conversation in with him. You guys can go celebrate with the rest of the team. Wep, my lord, what a series you had, buddy. That was, from start to finish, some of the best Call of Duty that we have seen, not only this weekend, but just from an individual standpoint. You were absolutely frying through and through. You kind of made the other team just kind of respect your chow in every single map, specifically that search and destroy on Colossus. You never stopped running around. It always felt like you were getting 1, 2, 3 kills on the map. As you were just kind of frying through everything else, what was the energy like for you? How was the rest of the team kind of gassing you up? And were you just kind of in flow state?
I think I was definitely in flow state. But I definitely think my team enabled me to do that by just allow me to be myself on the map, allow myself to also play along with them, but also believe in my ability to get a kill, make the right play. So I think that's definitely what gassed me up. It definitely helped a lot.
Awesome. That's awesome. That's really cool.
All right, man.
So I'm glad to hear that. Oh.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
Alex, what the hell are you doing? Breaking the interview. Come on, man. Jesus Christ, this guy. I love him so much. I'm just kidding. All right, I guess the final question I have for you guys on the whole, real quick here with the broomsticks. I don't know what the broomsticks are going on here. I don't even know anymore. The final question I have for you guys is, there it is. We love to see it. Conus is the big boy, right? That's the big region. Everyone's kind of scared of Conus. This year, what's different for PACAF come DAF? Is it going to be your guys' year when it comes to Worlds?
Yes. I think so. Like, it's just the fact that I just literally joined anything involving Air Force Gaming about December. Most of these guys, we have to play them on 120 ping, 150, 160. Meanwhile, they don't want to play on our servers. I just think we're going to bring something new as well, because it's kind of hard to actually play against them with our full potential when we're like a few steps behind, a few milliseconds behind. So I think it's definitely going to be exciting matchups, and then we got a lot planned up until that time, playing in Conus.
All right, man. Well, this is you guys on 120 ping. Man, I can't wait to see you guys on LAN against the best of the best. It's been awesome watching you guys this last few days, and I can't wait to see you guys next time we get the chance to watch you. So, again, congratulations on the dub, boys. Go enjoy your victory. Do whatever you want to do. Get some, I don't know, whatever you're going to do. It's totally PG things. Go enjoy the rest of your day, boys.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all for talking to us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, mate. Alrighty, there you go. That's the boys from the Pacific Islands. They are your champions here in the PACAF Championships as they go to the DAF Worlds. Overall then, that's going to do it for this tournament. Thank you so much everybody for tuning in for the PACAF Esports Championship. It's worth saying though, this is just the start of a very long road. We've already mentioned the DAF Esports Championships that will be taking place in July. We have to get teams from USAFE and Conus over there as well. So there'll be more action from Air Force Gaming along the way. And if you want to keep track of any of the action, you can make sure you're following Air Force Gaming on all the socials, and of course just keep an eye on the Twitch and the YouTube, because that's where you'll get to watch all of the action. Alex, any final words, mate?
Final words. It has been a great week, not only of Call of Duty, but Rocket League as well. We got to crown 2 champions from the PACAF regions for the Esports Championship this time around for both titles. So it's been a great time out here. I appreciate everybody from Air Force Gaming for having me out here personally on the broadcast for all 4 days. It's been an absolute pleasure to not only bring the audience some beautiful Call of Duty matches, but of course to really tell the stories of some of these players as well. It's been an absolute treat, and I very much appreciate being able to be here.
All right, thank you so much for joining me, mate, and a massive thank you to everyone for tuning in, and of course an even bigger thank you to the production for putting up with all sorts of stuff, including me taking a toilet break. I probably shouldn't have taken. All right, guys, we're gonna go. Thank you everybody for tuning in for this broadcast. We'll catch you in the next one.